Hello, hello. My name is Richard Medhurst. You're listening to the voice of the resistance, broadcasting to you live from the Imperial Core, to the boroughs of London, to the boroughs of New York, across the Five Eyes, the Nine Eyes, the 14 Eyes, to the suburbs of Beirut, of Tehran, to the airwaves over Tel Aviv, to the Bekaa Valley, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, to the beaches of Gaza, the towns, the cities, and the villages of the occupied West Bank, to the snow-top mountains of Syria's occupied Golan Heights, to all the journalists under fire, the reporters being arrested and roughed up by Big Brother's henchmen, to the actionists jailed in the occupation's dungeons, to all the free people around the world who embody true peace and true prosperity, to all the cogs of the machine, even those on the front lines of the protests, or those GIs that are posted on the outer rims of the empire. May your conscience hopefully be elevated and your eyes open. This is day 640 of the genocide in Gaza. It's day 6 of the Israeli aggression on Iran. Tell me where you guys are tuned in from in the comments. Let me know where you're watching from. And we're going to go we're going to jump right into what's been happening in Iran during the last couple of days. And of course, in occupied Palestine. We've got people that are now tuning in. We've got about, 2,000, 3,000 of you watching. Make sure you've hit the like button. Haven't said that for a while. We've got people tuning in from Glasgow, from New Jersey, from Hungary, from Boston, from Lisbon, from London, Dublin, Norway, Vancouver. We've got people in Chicago, in Sweden, in the Netherlands, in Canada, Sri Lanka, Costa Rica, Mexico, New Zealand. You name it, it's in the list. We've got people in Florida and Canada, Pakistan. We've got Bangkok. We've got Scotland. We've got Southern California. Everyone is here, literally the whole planet. Thank you very, very, very much. It's really, really good to see you guys. So I suppose we'll start with a recap of what's been going on the last couple of days. Okay, you guys should be able to see this on your screen right now. And again, make sure you've hit the like button. Again, I'm not just fighting a couple of governments, but also the algorithm, which is way tougher, right? Way, way tougher than fighting governments. The algorithm rules all. So this is a full recap of everything that's happened. We're on day 6 of the war now between Iran and Israel. So on June 13th, it wasn't very clear what happened, but the targets that were hit, the Israelis hit the Tabriz runway, they hit the missile site, the Imam Ali missile site in Khorramabad, which is in western Iran. They hit the Imam Hassan base in Kermanshah, and Iran then struck Israel with 6 salvos of missiles and drones. So that's going in from June 13th to June 14th. Let me repeat that, 6 salvos, 6 volleys. It's pretty wild, honestly. So I'm going to try and show you a couple of images from the last couple of days. But just so you know, that was 6 volleys on one day. Okay, and then going into June 14th, the Israelis hit the South Pass gas field, which is actually not owned just by Iran. There's also parts of it owned by Qatar and the United States. And nevertheless, the Israelis hit that. And they also hit a fuel depot and refinery in Tehran. They hit the Sharon oil depot. And then so that's June 14th. And then I can show you some of the missiles that the Iranians fired back going into the 15th. They had the 8th wave of missiles and drones on that day. Okay, so Iran hit Haifa. This is really when it started to heat up. Okay, understand that on the 13th or 14th it was more or less military targets. Then on the 15th it starts going into energy infrastructure. Now Iran has the 2nd largest gas reserves on the planet after Russia. You know, and of course they also have I believe the 3rd largest oil reserves on the planet. They're an OPEC top 10 country, of course. Goes without saying. They got millions and millions of barrels sitting in storage waiting to be exported, but they can't because of sanctions. So it's related to this. So in any case, you know, after the Israelis hit those oil refineries, the Iranians went and hit the port of Haifa. Now you remember, and I can tell you this, I can confirm this to you from sources, that when when you had, so this is about a year ago, you remember the Hudhud drones that were filming over occupied Palestine? They were filming Haifa, precisely the petrochemical storage, the refinery there, and not just basically these were economic targets that Hezbollah with a kha were threatening to hit. Now, I can tell you from a source that they've actually been giving those videos to the Iranians, and the Iranians have been studying those. I mean, this was, you could have more or less guessed that, but it's still good to have that confirmation, just to be sure about it, because I also assumed that that's probably what they're doing. They didn't publish everything they had. We only saw like a fraction of that stuff. But in any case, so it's interesting to see that's been used in targeting. So the Iranians hit Haifa. They hit Tamra, they hit Bat Yam. These are kind of like in the suburbs. They're near Tel Aviv. And of course, the Israelis hit Iran. They hit the foreign ministry, one of the foreign ministry's buildings in Tehran. They struck an aerial refueling aircraft. So basically, this would help refuel jets or surveillance aircraft or other kinds of aircraft while in the air at Mashhad Airport. That's also one of the targets that they hit in addition to Isfahan, right? Remember, they hit the defense ministry in Isfahan and Shiraz. It's all over the bloody place. Like, this is really a full out war. This is no joke. I can barely. And what I've told you is not even all of the targets that have happened in the last couple of days. I've just gone into June 15th. I haven't even told you the 16th, 17th, and 18th, and then of course the 19th. But I want to show you, before I move on to those dates, just some of the videos. So you should be able to see that now. Right, and that's very important. I'm glad that video showed here, because I'd almost forgotten that. That right there is the Weizmann Institute in Israel. Now, they'll tell you that, they work on they study genetics, and they do things that are really nice they study aging and heart disease and these kinds of things. And they do. They genuinely have some good, proper research being done there. But mainly, their main purpose at the Weizmann Institute, which they will not admit to you, is to cooperate with Elbit Systems, which is Israel's largest weapons company. And of course, Elbit have a bunch of factories in England. I almost said the occupied UK. I probably should. But in any case, they have a bunch of factories there. These are the ones that Palestine Action will go and target. But in any case, that hit. That was kind of like a tit for tat from Iran, where the Israelis had gone after their nuclear scientists. So Iran responded by hitting their scientific research facilities like the Weizmann Institute. I saw one of the posts from so this guy over here, he was saying my lab, apparently he works at the Weizmann Institute. He's saying my lab was completely demolished by the Iranian missile a few days ago. This is hard and sad. Nothing was left to save. We study heart regeneration and regenerative medicine. Yeah, he forgot to tell you about the weapons research being done there as well. As such, we will regenerate, regrow, and rebuild. The one thing that wasn't gone is our motivation, said one of my students. It is true. Here, I would like to thank many of my friends around the globe that offer their help, space, and support. I really appreciate that. So just confirmation, basically, that they did, in fact, hit this institute. Now, I've seen some figures ranging from 60 million to 600 million. I really don't know. I can't tell you the scale of the damage, and I don't think anyone can, because they probably have research in that lab that's worth, that's worth. Basically, these are defense projects, or so-called defense. They're military projects, and you're not going to know the value. They're not going to reveal the value of that research. But let's just say it bloody hurts. Let's just put it that way. It's a tit for tat, So in any case, I'll keep playing these videos just so we can kind of see the footage, and I'll show you both sides, of course, right? I'm not biased. I'm going to show you both sides of what the Israelis are saying, the Iranians are saying, what the the damage looks like in Iran, what it looks like in Tel Aviv, etc. Right? Of course. So we have to show both things so you have a full rounded, well-rounded picture of the war and what's going on, because it's very, very important. It's heating up. Okay, so that's mostly June, 13th, 14th, 15th, etc. Now we'll get to June 16th. So actually, afterwards, you can see Netanyahu over here inspecting some of the damage. I mean, this is quite significant. We have never seen in history the Israelis, taking that kind of damage, or rather, an Israeli city like Tel Aviv, or Jaffa, as it's called originally, taking that kind of damage. So it is rather significant. And what's interesting is that Israelis are. There have been numerous cases I've seen of this where the Israelis will run to the shelters and they won't let other Israelis inside the shelters. Or, for example, they will not let Thai workers, because there are lots of Thai workers in Israel or occupied Palestine. Some of them were even kidnapped on October 7th. But the point is that the Israelis are kind of, there's really like a selfish attitude, of the settlers, where they're not letting Ukrainian refugees in, or Thai workers, or even other Israelis, even other like settlers get into the shelters, which is really, well, I mean, you can draw your own conclusion from that. I just can't imagine myself locking someone out of a bomb shelter, during a raid. Let's just put it that way. And, of course, Palestinians have no access to these shelters, including Israeli citizens, because the Israelis love to flaunt this figure that, oh, well, you've got 20% of Israelis that are Arabs, right? These are basically Palestinians who, as this Native American woman put it in a video I saw the other day, well, we didn't cross the border crossed us. So basically, these are Palestinians who had the Israeli state basically impose itself on them, and they became Israeli citizens for one reason or another, or they were allowed to, they were given the privilege of becoming an Israeli citizen. But of course, because they're Arabs originally, they don't get to access those bomb shelters. So, and you have some Palestinians in the West Bank in Jerusalem that have actually been hit by debris. We don't know if it's obviously not a missile directly hit them, but basically one of these surface-to-air missiles trying to take out the Iranian incoming missiles, and the Israelis are trying to use that as some kind of proof that, oh, look, Iran doesn't care about Arab lives. I'll show you a video in a bit, but just to give you an idea of of how it's a dog-eat-dog kind of world when it comes to these bomb shelters. This is an interesting post from Matt Kennett. So, these RAF planes that have been taken off from Cyprus, from Akrotiri, which is an RAF, a Royal Air Force base in Cyprus, they've stopped actually doing surveillance flights over Gaza because of what's going on. So actually, after a year and a half of genocide, the Iranians are the first people on the planet to have actually put an end, or rather a permanent pause, to the RAF assisting Israel in its genocide in Gaza, which is quite significant, right? You can see these planes just going in a circle. They're just going in a circle over here, endlessly, and just not. Usually, what they'll do is they'll turn their transponders off, and then go to Gaza and so on. This is a video from Trey, who's the chief foreign correspondent at Fox, and he does great work. I like him. He does good balanced work. One of those few foreign correspondents who you see once in a blue moon on mainstream media. He'll cover Gaza and then also cover. Now he's in Tel Aviv, and so you can just see what he said here, and he's just interviewing people in Tel Aviv.
When the missiles arrived, we were in the staircase in the building, and the shock was so huge. I never saw even a piece of a rocket, and to see an explosion right in front of my face and my brother's face, crazy.
A ballistic missile has just slammed into a building in the center of Tel Aviv. Right now, first responders are trying to put out the flames in the distance. You can see right now there are a variety of paramedics on the scene, police officers and soldiers. And if you come over here, you'll see part of a collapsed building. They don't know if anyone is currently inside, but they are checking right now.
When the missiles arrived, we were in the...
Yeah, so just to give you an idea what happened on June 16th, you had the 9th wave, okay? This is, I mean, if you have trouble counting, don't worry, that's my job. But if you have trouble counting the waves, that's what I'm here for, is to kind of explain to you what's been going on. So June 16th, all right, ninth wave of missiles coming in from Iran, which began late at night and then kind of continued until dawn on June 17th, right? So overnight. Usually what's been going on, the Iranians kind of fire these late at night, usually. Not always, but you know, more or less. It's only day 6, so. But in any case, that's the ninth wave. And they hit the Haifa oil refinery. Okay, so again, tit for tat, going for the economic targets, which is really wild, really wild. We haven't seen that throughout the whole year and a half. You know, no one kind of dared to go and hit Tel Aviv at this scale, never mind hit economic targets. So it's just to give you an idea of the escalation that's going on in the region. It's really, you know, it's really significant. It's nothing to be taken lightly. And in any case, then you had so this is on the 17th, right? You had the 10th wave of missiles coming in from Iran. Okay, just before I go into the 17th, I'm just going to finish the videos I have from the 16th because I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. There's so much to show you. It's really a lot. Yeah, someone sent me this video from Lebanon. Okay, I know exactly where this is. I've been here. And you can just to give you an idea of the distance, this is about 30 kilometers from the border with occupied Palestine, and then if it's Haifa, it's another 30 kilometers. So we can say that this video was filmed roughly 60 kilometers, or 60 to 70 kilometers from Haifa. Okay, and you can still see the missiles and feel and hear the shockwave. It's absolutely shocking. It's just wild. Just look at this, honestly. And yeah, so you should be able to see. You can see the trail of lights going right there, and now suddenly you see those hypersonic missiles that appear just above, and they come out of nowhere and they overtake the trail of light underneath. Do you see those at the top? So apparently what the Iranians have been doing is they're firing perhaps their slower missiles, and then they're waiting, you know, for them to kind of make most of the journey, and then firing the hypersonics to catch up, so that they're synchronized and they come down at the same time. That's what appears to be going on. In any case, let's watch the rest of it.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
That is insane. That is insane. So you can hear that like you know, 60, 70 kilometers away. I mean, that is bloody terrifying. That is really terrifying. I'll play that again.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Oh my God. I mean, really, it's scary. This is no joke. It's really scary. And you've seen some of those videos where those things come down, you know, it's with their kinetic energy added to it. Dude, I would not want to be anywhere near that. I would not want to be anywhere near this stuff. So this is more stuff from June 16th. Terrifying. It's really terrifying. And you know, of course, the Israelis have a ban now. They have a ban on what you can film and can't film, and they let in a tiny number of foreign correspondents go and record anything. Here, this is filmed on the 16th by someone, I believe, who was on the way flying to Saudi Arabia or from Saudi Arabia or on Saudi Airlines, whatever. The point is they were near the Levant, and you can see the missiles scraping the atmosphere and then re-entering. It's unbelievable. I don't know if we've ever seen footage like this.
صاروا بالغلاف الجوي مش بس هيك ليك البوستر تبعه.
Yeah, he's saying ليك البوستر تبعه. He's saying look at the boosters of the rockets, basically, and you can indeed see them, you know, boosting. no pun intended. The rockets further up, so that once they tumble back down, right, they amass further kinetic energy, and then you're for example, just as an example, a 1 ton, okay, there's no, let's say it's a 500 kilogram warhead. It's got the energy of maybe a 4 or 5 ton warhead. It's that's the point of it. Yeah, it's absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. In any case, I'm just going to continue with the. Yeah, the Iranians also unveiled a spokesperson. So I guess this is part of the war effort, the propaganda. It is propaganda. I mean, that's the intended purpose. But in any case, it can be effective. And just like Yahya Sari'a will do the stuff for the Yemenis, this is basically their equivalent of Yahya Sari'a. And this was filmed on the 15th, I believe, but someone posted it on the 16th. That's why I have it here. I'll just play just a short clip of it. Oh yeah, it's indeed the 16th. Okay. Mujrim Netanyahu. Mujrim Netanyahu. Some of the words are Arabic, so you understand. It means the criminal Netanyahu. In any case, you can see that the Iranians basically, they start using their more sophisticated missiles as we go into the 17th. And on the 17th of June, as I said, they hit the Haifa oil refinery. So that's the 10th wave of missiles and drones coming in. They hit. Listen to this. Okay, they hit the headquarters of the 8200 division, which is the cyber warfare unit. They hit the headquarters of the 9900 unit, which is military intelligence. They hit the headquarters of the Mossad, which is foreign intelligence. I mean, Jesus Christ, they're not leaving many targets. They're not leaving many cards up their sleeves. But just wild stuff. Like I really think I can't overstate this enough. This is a bloody war that's going on. I don't think we've seen anything like this actually in modern times, where you kind of both sides just lobbing missiles at each other without a ground invasion. It's really unique in that sense. And keep in mind, the Iranians so far have only used their older missiles, more or less. Okay. So there was also reports that Dimona was hit. That's their nuclear facility. That's where Israel pioneered their nuclear weapons program. It's their largest and their most central nuclear reactor. If you recall, a few years ago, there was an errant S-200 surface-to-air missile fired by Syria at an attacking Israeli jet, which had violated Syria's airspace, that kind of chased the Israeli jet back. It fell like 30 kilometers near Dimona. So, the risk of this is really, really big, that you could have a radioactive incident, or basically, the nuclear facility being hit, and then something that's leaking much more potent than just alpha or beta particles out in the atmosphere. But we heard sirens at Dimona. Now, because of the heavy Israeli censorship, you can't film anything, right? If you're an Israeli citizen, you cannot film what's going on. You will be arrested. You will be punished by the Israeli government for filming anything. And I understand this from an operational security point of view. It makes perfect sense. You're in war. You don't want, open source intelligence on the internet available for your adversary to then recalibrate their missiles or just use it for propaganda purposes as a victory or a trophy. I completely understand from an operational security point of view. It makes perfect sense. But from a morality or shall we say an ethics point of view, the Israelis keep telling us what a democracy they are, and yet they banned people from filming anything. I mean, I'll just draw a parallel with Syria. When Syria had the so-called civil war, more like the dirty war, you also were banned from filming anything. And if you tell people that, they'll say, well, that's because Bashar al-Assad is a dictator, but Netanyahu's not a dictator apparently. So just I thought I'd raise that just as an important point. But you can see some of the videos. This is from Haifa, from the industrial area inside of Haifa, the plumes of smoke rising on 17th of June. Remember, we're on the 19th. I haven't even gotten up to date yet. I'm still giving you the recap. And man, I worked bloody hard at this. This is like wild, amassing all of this info, collating this information. But that's what I'm here for. So take a look at this.
סרטון מאירוע השרפה בדרך בר יהודה בחיפה. כוחות כיבוי מכל המחוז עובדים פה כבר מספר שעות. מתחם אנגר שנשרף. סרטון באהבה ליוסי הקריש מאנשי הדממה.
Yeah, that's reminiscent of the Beirut port explosion, or when you have an ammunition dump and or chemicals going off. Again, as I said, this is the petrochemical / industrial section of Haifa. Right, so here you can see smoke on the 17th of and by the way, I'm showing you mostly stuff that happened in Tel Aviv, but I'm going to show you what's happening in Iran as well in a bit. I'm just trying to go through this methodically. So you can see here what happened in Tel Aviv on the 17th. I'm assuming whoever filmed this is going to get in trouble. Not nice, again, when you think of it. But in any case, yeah, so this is in Herzliya. I'm not sure how they would pronounce it in Hebrew. But yeah, this is which is basically north of Tel Aviv. And you can see also the ballistic impact. So this is the impact site from a ballistic missile in a high-rise in Tel Aviv.
Oh.
And then we've got more footage from Tel Aviv, also from the 17th. And yeah, so you can see here, this is very interesting. You remember when the Israelis accused Hezbollah of hitting Druze children in the occupied Golan Heights in Majd al-Shams. And, you know, there was this theory, or rather the proposition, that in fact it was an errant Iron Dome missile. Now remember, I know people keep saying Iron Dome, but that's not the only system that's at play here. You've got the American Patriot system deployed in Israel. You've got David Sling and Arrow, and you know, even more systems that are deployed, surface-to-air missiles deployed to shoot down Iranian drones or incoming projectiles and missiles. So, you know, people, I think, say it colloquially, but in any case, you're not going to use the Iron Dome for these at all. You usually Iron Dome is reserved for short-range projectiles and missiles, not medium or long range like we're seeing. So in any case, it's just interesting watching the system kind of misfire rather. Here, take a look at this video. So this is at night on the 17th of June, and basically the Israeli air defense system, I'm not sure which exact system this is, but it malfunctions. So you can see from the trail of smoke, it went up and now it's going back down without having hit anything really. Yeah, bizarre. These are the sirens that went off at Dimona at the nuclear site, the main nuclear site. Again, we don't know if it was hit. It begs the question, if the sirens went off, and we know they went off from the video, then, you know, obviously something must have been nearby. So did it hit the target or not? I don't think, if I were in the Israelis' position, God forbid, I think I would certainly censor the hell out of that, because it's one thing having Tel Aviv hit, it's another having Dimona hit. Dimona is, you know, one of your crown jewel sites. You're not going to want to have that published whatsoever, and they can probably scrub the internet for that quite thoroughly, I imagine. Yeah, so there are other videos, of course, and so on. I'll play you this video from Lieutenant Colonel, what's his name, Shoshani, from the Israeli Defense Forces. again, as I always do and always have done, I play both sides. I show both sides. I'm not biased. And you can listen to what he had to say.
We've seen great success in the last 48 hours hunting those missiles. More than a third of their missile launchers we have been able to eliminate. We have been able, in many dozens of occasions, to find those missiles in real time in Iran. We're intercepting them in Iran now and not intercepting them above our skies, because we have created the freedom of aerial operation in many parts of Iranian skies, and we are locating and neutralizing those threats to our people.
So I'll just add something. Now, the Israelis are claiming that they have neutralized, I think, 2/3 of the missile launchers that the Iranians possess. I mean, that is a really bold statement. I don't know if that's true. I'll just contrast that with what Netanyahu said, where he claimed that Israel had, well, I think the Lieutenant Colonel also just echoed that sentiment, that the Israelis have complete control of the Iranian skies. Now, obviously, in the traditional sense, that would mean in terms of Air Force, right? Your planes are in the sky and no one else's are. In that sense, yes, I'd agree. The Israelis do have aerial superiority, because that's really the main strength of their armed forces in any theater, whether we're talking about Syria or Gaza or Iran. That's always been their main strength. It's the Air Force. And that's thanks to the United States. But when you have missiles, I think in a modern sense, we're not talking about World War II now, we're talking about a modern sense, you know, I would attribute missiles, you know, flying through the sky and then coming down on your territory to mean that you don't have control of the skies. So I don't really think that, you know, you should take what they're saying with a pinch of salt, shall we put it that way. Now, I'll just show you some more footage from the 17th, and I know I've lingered on that date a bit here, but just when it comes to the intelligence being hit. Actually, it seems I've lost that video. It'll come up somewhere now in a second. I'm sure. Yeah. So you can see. I told you they hit the 80-200 unit, which is cyber warfare, 9900, which is military intelligence, and the Mossad, which is foreign intelligence, and you can see that coming down over here. This is basically in Herzliya, which is where that's the region where the Gililot base is based. It's kind of funny saying the names in Hebrew because they're usually bastardizations of Arabic, so I have to go in a circle to pronounce them. Anyway. Yeah, so that's some of that footage, and here you can see the missiles coming down on the 8200 headquarters. I mean, if you ask me, this is extremely, extremely bad, because it's like, you know, when they say on 9/11, I better watch my mouth, that the Pentagon was hit. I mean, how can one of the most guarded buildings on the planet be hit? This is obscene. You know, it's unconscionable. I can't imagine that all three of those headquarters, the Mossad, the 1900 and 8200, get hit. This is really. I mean, I do think it's true because we've got video, right? But my point is just that it really exposes an extraordinary lapse in security. And I'm saying this really from a completely objective point of view. I'm not, celebrating it or condemning it. I'm really just saying this objectively. This is a really, really, really bad lapse of security, both from the Air Force, from the air defense system, and from the intelligence themselves, because you would think that they would know that they're about to be hit. Intelligence is their job. And I think it speaks to the Israelis always want to give this impression that they are one step ahead of everyone, and you know, they're able to kill anyone and pull off these extraordinary intelligence operations. And I think this kind of pokes a couple of holes in that narrative, if you'd agree with me, perhaps. In any case, just to give you some more details on what the Israelis did to Iran during all of this, on the 17th, the Israelis hacked an Iranian bank. And they stole a bunch of cryptocurrency. Okay, so I'm assuming this is either, you know, one of these cyber warfare units, or maybe they hired some people to do it. Who knows? But basically, the Iranians suffered. They incurred this massive loss in cryptocurrency, and then of course Isfahan, which is one of the biggest cities in Iran, that was hit by the Israelis. Tabriz was also hit, and again, listen to this. Again, the Israelis killed the Iranian chief of staff. So his name is Ali Shadmani. The guy was in he had assumed this post 4 days ago. And again, now on the flip side, to be completely objective, I have to talk about the Iranian lapse in security, because this is even more scandalous than the 8200 or the 9900 or the Mossad being hit. How do you lose 2 chiefs of staff in 1 week? I mean, this is like it's like I really have no words nothing to compare it to. This is a really, really extraordinary lapse in security, guys. It's crazy that they even got the first chief of staff, and then you get the guy again after 4 days. I can't comprehend this. It's really, really a bad lapse in security. And you might again. I don't think we should chalk it up to the Mossad are so clever and everything. No, they're not. They're human beings. They're not superhumans or whatever. This stuff could be anticipated. So I do not comprehend this. But again, I'm just giving you the full picture of what's going on, completely balanced. This is what happened on June 17th, a really wild day, right? If the other ones weren't wild enough. So then going into June 18th, you have the 11th wave of missiles from the Iranians in the early hours of June 18th. And this time they used the Fatah 1. If I'm not mistaken, they used it in True Promise 1 last year in April of 2024. And I remember seeing it in the Aerospace Museum in Tehran just about a month later, when I was invited to a film festival with a whole bunch of other journalists and so on. And honestly, I mean, that shows you. So June 18th, right? That's 5 days after the initial strikes by Israel, and it took them 5 days. They're just using their old stuff, and they finally used one of the newer hypersonics, which Fatah 1 is one of those, on the 5th day. So I think that gives us an indication that if Israel did in fact destroy a lot of the missile launchers, they probably took out missile launchers from the older generation, or simply the Iranians were just trying to deplete, their older stock before moving on to the more spicy, to say it colloquially, warheads. But the 12th wave of missiles then comes the same day on June 18th in the evening. Okay, so that's going into the 19th of June today. And they use these medium range ballistic missiles. So I think they're called the Sejil. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And they even hit the occupied Golan Heights in Syria, slash, a little bit in Lebanon, basically. But it's all Syria, isn't it? So you can see here, this is some footage from the 18th. I know I've again got ahead of myself, gone into the next day without showing you the 18th. But here's some footage from the 18th just for you to look at. This is from the first wave on Tel Aviv. So in the early morning hours, that's the 11th wave in the early hours of the 18th. Okay, and then you can see here, we've got, this is also from the early hours in Tel Aviv as well. I mean, that is insane. Where's the air defense? Where is the famed, Israeli genius, the chosen people genius? Honestly, though, where is it? Because I mean, this is probably one of the more shocking videos I've seen where there's just literally nothing trying to intercept it. And I think it's important to raise this point because most of you watching are in the United States. And you're probably wondering where your taxpayer money went, because the US helped develop the Iron Dome. I know that's not being used in this case, as I explained a few minutes ago, but nevertheless, the Patriot system is being deployed. Billions are given to Israel every year. You would think that they would make better use of it. I don't know. I think it's worth raising. Here's some more footage from Trey. Again, this is chief correspondent for Fox News.
Can you talk about those dangers? Were there any efforts to shoot down Israel?
So he's talking to an Israeli pilot. And I mean, I understand the operational security aspect of not wanting to show your face as any kind of soldier, but I can't help but imagine that this guy killed a lot of children in Gaza and is probably hiding his face. But anyway, it's an important and a good interview from Trey.
Israeli jets, what does Iranian air defense look like?
So when you ask about attempts, I will say that it's pretty obvious that the Iranian regime doesn't like the Israeli fighter jets flying over their skies, and they have advanced their technologies on their side in the past years as well as we have, and we've been practicing and training for this type of scenario. So what we have done in the first 24 hours is create that environment so that whichever surface-to-air threat we would face, we'd be able to make sure that our side wins.
Can you talk about those dangers? Were there any efforts to shoot down Israeli jets?
Okay, and I'll show you some more. Some more footage from. Just trying to close this out. I just for those of you who are geeks like me, I'm using about 32 gigs of RAM right now. Using, not using. Yeah, like I've got that much crap open. It's literally half my RAM is it being used right now. So when I say I've got a lot of stuff to show you, I mean a lot of stuff to show you. So sorry to just dive back one day to the 17th, but this is footage from the 8200 building, the cyber warfare unit, just so you see that quickly before we move on. Right, so this is really massive stuff. I think there was a lot of kind of skepticism and a lot of doubt being flung around about, oh, will the Iranians really retaliate? And I think I myself also expressed a little bit of doubt. I think I told you, because we were still in the early hours of the war, that if this looks anything like True Promise 1 or 2, it's not going to cut it from a purely objective strategic point of view, not taking sides, just trying to give an assessment. And again, as we saw the hints of it, and now I can certainly tell you, after collating this information for about five days now, that this far exceeds anything we have seen until probably ever. I don't think anyone in history, I mean, no one in history has struck Israeli targets. And when I say targets, I mean like the military intelligence, cyber warfare unit, petrochemical, industrial, oil, at this scale. It's just never happened in history. So it is unprecedented purely for that point of view already. And you can even see in the Jerusalem Post, they're talking about energy grids and plants in Haifa, central Israel, damaged by Iranian attacks. So there was several and many electricity cuts. And I can't help but remember or think back to Syria, where you used to have electricity cuts all the time up until the war started, when it was finally getting better, the war starts. And of course, why? Because Israel was stealing a lot of the water and occupying Syria and draining its resources, which resulted in lack of water and also lack of electricity. But that's another topic. I'm going to show you some footage from the 18th now, from Trey. And just so you know, on the Iranian side, which I haven't shown you again what's happened on Iran, because I'm going through this methodically, but they hit the Red Crescent. Okay, so this is Israel hitting the Red Crescent in Iran. They also hit the headquarters of the National Police. They hit Karaj, which is one of their main nuclear sites. They hit the Zanjan province. They hit in Seoul Street, in Tehran. They hit Imam Hussein University. When I hear those targets, and again, I have no idea really if there was weapons research in that university, for example, like the Weizmann Institute. But when you look at those targets, like the police, the Red Crescent, it doesn't really seem to scale with what the Iranians are choosing, which is military intelligence, cyber warfare, industrial. Again, I mean, no one likes to see war or anything. And my point here is just that the Israelis seem to be still hitting civilian, or shall we say civil society, and like the foreign ministry building, for example, and the television studio. Don't worry, I'm going to get to that as well separately. But you compare that to what the Iranians are hitting, and I think it kind of blows or pokes a lot of holes in that narrative that, oh well, Israel only goes after military targets because they're humanitarian in their military conduct, in the manner that they prosecute conflicts and wars, whereas the Iranians are these butchering madmen and so on, right? It doesn't seem to add up. I'm just making that observation, if I'm allowed to. So again, this is more footage from Trey. filming people at the beach, kind of just reacting to one of the sirens in Tel Aviv. I believe this is Tel Aviv. I don't know where. He doesn't say exactly, but. Yeah, and here's some more footage he filmed that day.
Yeah, just more interceptor rounds coming off. We're just trying to follow everything that's moving here, Liz. And there's more right above us. Just get ready to move, everyone. Stay with us, Liz. We're here. So right now, air raid sirens are sounding across Tel Aviv amid an incoming Iranian ballistic missile attack. The fact that the sirens are sounding means that they are directly over the city at this moment. Liz, we are watching this unfold live. This is a scene that Israel has dealt with over the past several days. And as the country braces for more of this fire, they have to ensure that they have the ability to shoot down these incoming missiles. But again, you hear the air raid sirens. There are millions of people, Liz, as we speak, in bomb shelters across this country. And we will wait to see if any of these interceptions take place above us, as Israel comes under a 13th wave of Iranian ballistic missiles since Friday, when the Israelis launched that operation against Iranian nuclear facilities. And we're just going to take a second here, Liz, and pause. We're just going to make sure we understand our surroundings. But this just gives you a sense of how active the scene is here, as the Israelis are continuing their strikes against the Iranian targets, and the Iranians launching more ballistic missiles into this country. Liz?
All right, Trey, please stay safe, Trey. We'll be monitoring.
Again, another reason I like Trey is he gets the chronology right. He says after Israel, carried out, he doesn't muddy the waters. And I appreciate that. And especially on Fox, as we'll see in a bit during the next segment, not something that you would usually expect, right? So he really does balance reporting. And it's funny because when he goes to report on Gaza, the Israelis then accuse him of being biased. It's insane. You can't win. They want total obedience, and that doesn't work for objective reporters. You can't please everyone. And in any case, on the 19th, so about today, what happened today so far? For me, it's almost 11 p.m. But just to give you. It should be about, I think, an hour later in the Levant. So right now, today we had the 14th and 15th waves of missiles or barrages fired from Iran. They hit the Soroka hospital in Beersheba. I'm going to do a segment on that in a moment. They hit Tel Aviv. They hit Ramat Gan, which is in the surrounding areas. They hit Holon. They hit the Tel Aviv Stock Exchange. Again, another significant economic target. They hit the IDF's C4I headquarters or base, which is basically it belongs to the Israeli army. It's the Command and Intelligence headquarters, right? So it's they also hit something that's related to the military intelligence facility. I said Felicity facility. That's in the Gayam Technology Park, so that's an office park. And it seems the Iranians also shot down a spy plane that was flying over Iraq, which is not Iraq, one of their nuclear sites in Iran. And that's everything that's happened up until now. Okay, so we should be now at the 15th, 16th wave, unless something's happening the second when I was recapping the last 5 days. But that should give you a summary of everything that's taken place so far. I haven't seen one goddamn person putting together this thing, so it drove me nuts, and I had to come and just do this for you because it's what I'm here for. And I'll show you some footage from today. So everything I showed you was up until the 18th. Now this is from today. This is from I believe this was in Tel Aviv in Yafa.
וואי, 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 נפל עלינו, וואי, וואי, מה הולך פה? וואי, יא אללה, התפרק לי האוטו, גלגלים חדשים, כוס אמא שלו.
I think anyone who speaks Arabic is going to understand what he just said. I didn't know that they say that in Hebrew or modern Hebrew as well. Oh my God, I got to play that again.
What? יא אללה, התפרק לי האוטו, גלגלים חדשים, כוס אמא שלו.
Yeah, the Israelis actually have a lot of swear. I mean, half the language is literally just stolen Arabic. It's really like at least half. So I guess the swear words or the cuss words also kind of migrated over.
חדשים, כוס אמא שלו.
Again, I'm just laughing at the swearing. I'm not laughing at anything else, okay? Just so no one gets any bright ideas. I'm just laughing at the swearing. That's nothing more. And it's a bit of a surprise to hear that in Hebrew. So yeah, these are some rescue teams you can see here in Israel or occupied Palestine carrying people away. And then there's footage of a high-rise in Tel Aviv. You can see the scale of the destruction. It's really, honestly, it's shocking. I was not expecting or you know, I just didn't imagine it's on this scale. It's really quite shocking. Yeah, and there's also some more here you can see.
תראו מה קרה בחוץ, אתם לא מאמינים.
אימא'לה, כל הרחוב נשבר, אין יותר, יואו, אתם לא מבינים מה קורה פה.
דנה, תראי מה קרה לבניין שלך, צ'יינג', הלך.
הלך כל המקלאווי. יואו, רגע, מה, אימא'לה? עמי, תקשיבי, אימא'לה, תקשיבי, לא, אבל תראי.
וואו, תראו מה קרה לבניינים למטה.
אימא'לה, תראי את זה. תקשיבי, אין פה וידאו ברחוב, תראי.
Yeah, so, I mean... People are asking me what he was saying when he was swearing. I'm not going to say it. It's a bit too vulgar even for me. So I'll leave that. I'll you know, I'll elect to have someone else do your translation for you. But yeah, you can see the stock exchange, the damage it's taken. It's really crazy. I mean, that I was, again, these are things that I think I suppose it makes sense that they were kind of leaving for a much later stage. I suppose people were adamant that Iran hit these places last year already, but it seems they've kept them as, you know, crown jewel targets or whatever, you know, high value targets for now. And here's more footage you can see. This is from where's it from? Yeah, Holon. Okay, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly, but it's one of the places I told you they struck today. Yeah, and this is more stuff as well. Why? This, I think it's the same guy again. He's saying why? That looks like the hospital. Yeah, that's the hospital. I'm gonna just segment on that in a second. But this is the hospital that was struck in the south of Israel or occupied Palestine, and this hospital now, the Israelis. Well, I'll go more into detail afterwards. Okay, just know that these are the locations I already talked about. And you can see an aerial view of Tel Aviv. So this is not the hospital. I'm just going, you know, back and forth between all these locations, just showing you the videos. it's really crazy. I think obviously, you know, I understand why the Israelis don't want anyone filming this. I think we're also seeing censorship in Iran to a lesser extent. When I say lesser extent, because as you'll find out, this is, you know, punishable with jail and arrest in Israel if you film any of this. So it is not in Iran as far as I know. In any case, they are, you know, the damage is really, really bad. And again, I understand it from an operational security point of view. You don't want that. From a propaganda point of view, you don't want anyone filming this. But nevertheless, just for historical purposes, for journalistic and academic purposes, it's wild. I really, really wasn't expecting anything like this. I think today, I could be wrong, but you know, it's easy to get lost in all of this. But I think today was probably the worst damage sustained in Tel Aviv. And you know, it begs the question: how long is this going to go on for? Because in Gaza, you know, you've got an army that's fully kitted and outfitted by the US, bombing a civilian population or a largely civilian population. This is a war of attrition between two, you know, state actors, between two militaries. How long can the Israelis sustain this kind of damage? Because, you know, as long as the Iranians can incur this kind of devastation, and especially you have to think occupied Palestine is really, really, really tiny, especially compared to Iran. Iran is like 3, 4, 5, I don't know how many times bigger exactly, but it's absolutely massive. You know, it's the size of the whole Levant, and then some. It's not a game, you know. So I think that my point is just that the Iranians can saturate occupy Palestine with a lot more firepower than perhaps the other way around. As of now, in any case, after 6 days. So this is just a recap of what's happened so far. I'm not done with the stream by a long shot. Don't worry. But we'll just end this segment right here, and then I'll keep going with you know, in more detail. But that's just a recap of everything that's taken place in the last 6 days. It's absolutely massive and crazy, the level of destruction that's going on both sides. It's really, really wild. So I'll show you now. I'll show you. I'll close this out and let my RAM breathe a bit. I'll show you this. What's been happening in Iran. Particularly, we'll start with a kind of more general, and then I'll go into the television studio into more detail about that incident or that attack. So just give me 1 second over here. I've got so much open. We've got so much to go through. So don't go anywhere. Just make sure you've hit the like button. I know lots of you joined right now, and thank you for that. So yeah, this is what we're going to start with over here with Iran. And before I continue, I'm going to read some of your donations or comments or questions out, and I thank you very much for supporting the show. You know, it's they try to keep me down, but you know, yeah. So we've got this one over here. This is from Matthew. Says friend. Well, thank you, friend. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for the donation. We've got another one over here as well from Dina, who says thanks for the show. Thank you. Thank you for watching and supporting. And we have another donation over here from Bill. Bill says, glad you're back. Much obliged. And yeah, likewise, I'm glad to be back and glad to have you guys back. And we have one here as well from Mustafa. Says, so happy to see you back. I hope everything is going well in your life. And inshallah, the tyrants that are trying to silence you will fail at every step. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. So yeah, no news as of yet with my cases. But, you know, I'm just doing my job. So we're just going to keep going with that. And again, thank you to everyone who's donated and sent you know, support, whether it's material or you know, donations or just words. Thank you. So this is from Iran. This is I'm going to try and show you some of the footage from Iran, because I know it said there's a lot of censorship in Israel, and there is, and I'll expand more on that in a bit. But I bet you, and I guarantee you, there's also censorship going on in Iran. It's again, it's normal from an operational security point of view. You don't want to allow your adversary to calibrate or recalibrate their strikes, and you also don't want to, you know, concede propaganda material or wins basically for your adversary. So that makes sense. But there is still footage, of course, coming out. We do have evidence of strikes, and I went through the whole list in that big segment just now about what the Israelis have struck in Iran during the last couple of days. Again, taking out another chief of staff. I mean, this is, you know, that's a mind-boggling security issue right there. This is really, 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 you know, it shouldn't even happen once, never mind twice in the span of a week. Something really wrong right there. But, you know, you should hear what the German chancellor said about Iran. he said something, he called it Drecksarbeit, which is basically, Drecksarbeit is dirty work, and he basically said, thanks to Israel for, I'm paraphrasing, he said, thanks to Israel for doing the dirty work for the rest of the world. And I'll get you the quote just in just a second right now. Yeah, so he said that, he praised Israel for, here, you should be able to see it right now. He praised Israel for being courageous enough to attack Iran's nuclear site, calling it the dirty work done for the West. I mean, he doesn't mince words, does he? He pretty much, said the quiet part out loud, didn't he? And someone posted on Twitter, is das die Dreckarbeit, die Merz meint? It basically means, is this the dirty work that Merz is talking about? And they're basically referring to the fact that you have civilians, a baby bloodied, bombed, glass everywhere on the floor, and making the point that obviously Israel is not just striking nuclear sites, they're striking civilian centers. And I should add that on the first day, so this is the night, or rather, basically from the 12th going into the 13th, it was kind of like around the clock. They sent hundreds of fighter jets. So when they launched that war against Iran, they did strike military targets in the sense that the people they were assassinating were military officials. The problem is they struck them in their homes, and that begs the question, of course, from an OPSEC point of view, what were they doing in their homes? Why weren't they in bunkers, in military villas, in residences? But they basically killed their families. They killed civilians. They brought down entire buildings. So, this is... I know the Israelis and the Americans like to chalk this up as collateral damage and kind of, write off human beings and entire lives as numbers. But they kill civilians, and there is the question of proportionality, of legality under international law. You cannot strike, even, if it's, the chief of staff, and they literally did get 2 chiefs of staff. You can't kill them if they're in an apartment building with a bunch of civilians and they're just sleeping. You can't. They're not in a battlefield. They're considered hors de combat, so they're outside of battle. It doesn't make sense legally. Maybe strategically, of course, it does, but legally, morally speaking, it doesn't. It's abhorrent. So, in any case, these are videos from Tehran. These are from just 24 hours ago, roughly, or slightly more. I think, these were in the early hours of the 18th, so a bit more than that. Almost 48 hours ago. I know some people are looking at that and going, oh, well, that's a tactical nuke. No, I don't think so. I'm not putting it past the Israelis to use one by any means. I think I'm the last to do that. But no, I don't think this was a tactical nuke. It's just, nevertheless, very, very considerable. Yeah, so you get the idea, and you can see that they've got these billboards that have been put up around Tehran in the capital with photographs, with obituaries to people that have been martyred, that have been killed, particularly civilians in these Israeli strikes. So these are placed around the world. And I think I can't make out what's written down there, and it's probably in Farsi anyway, so I wouldn't be able to read it. But I see a tweet with, I'm assuming that's from they're basically contrasting what Israel is saying with the reality of, oh, well, they claim one thing and they're killing civilians. I'm assuming that's what it is. There seems to be an Israeli tweet right there underneath. But these are photographs of killed civilians, and... yeah, these have been put up around the capital, Tehran. Now, just going back to the things that have been targeted. So I was telling you, and again, we'll do a segment on that in just a moment, about the hospital that Iran struck today in southern occupied Palestine, or southern Israel. And, conversely, the Israelis also struck a hospital. I know that shouldn't surprise anyone, since it's a matter of policy, but they also struck a hospital in Iran just a few days ago on the 17th of June, so that's just 2 days ago. And you can see here the BBC trying to kind of whitewash the targeting of a hospital again, as they've done numerous and countless times in Gaza. So just listen to this.
This is a hospital in the western city of Kermanshah. Iran says Israel was behind the strike. A human rights group and local sources
Already there, when they say Iran says Israel was behind the strike. Okay, of course, yes, Iran say Israel's behind the strike. Okay, I understand. I'm sure that's true. But what do you say? You're the journalist, so, you know, who is behind the strike? Just say it. Like, they always defer every time that Israel bombs someone, whether it's Syria, you know, which happened 1,000 times during the last 10 years, almost literally. They always say, well, the Syrian regime or Syrian state media claims that Iran bombed. Okay, well, I don't care who claimed what. You fucking tell me who bombed who. Just do your goddamn job. They don't do this. They use these weasel words on purpose because they don't want to directly challenge or attribute blame and lay blame at Israel's feet. They can't say a simple goddamn sentence. Israel bombed this hospital. Israel bombed this hospital. Who cares who claimed who? Donald Duck said this and Mickey Mouse said that. Just tell me who bombed the hospital. Okay, you're talking about a hospital. Everyone's gone to work and put together a damn report. Tell me who bombed the hospital. Just say it. I don't need to know who claimed what. Just tell me what actually happened. That's all we need. No, they can't do that. It's too complicated for them, right? But when Iran bombs a hospital in Israel, they will just say Iran bombed the hospital in Israel. There's no, oh, well, you know, the IDF claimed and he said and she said. No, they just give it to you straight. But they can't do that when it's Iranian targets or you know, Palestinian targets or Syrian targets. No, can't do it. Sorry. You know, the regime says, I don't know, man. Just...
to say a missile launcher was deployed nearby, and it may have been the real
and there we go with the justification. Okay, so look, we don't know who bombed it. It could have been Mongolia, it could have been Peru, it could have been Canada. Who knows? You know, you don't want to trust those mullahs and what they claim. So they say it was Israel, but we don't know. But hey, did you know there was a missile launcher nearby? So just in case it was Israel, they fucking deserved it. The Iranians deserve to be bombed. That's basically what they're doing. This is what this report is. They're saying maybe it was Israel, but you know, even if it was, Iran deserved it. That's manufacturing consent. That's their racist brainwashing BS. Okay, and I know it's subtle, but I pick up on it, and so I translate what's, you know, from BS to English.
Israel was behind the strike. A human rights group and local sources say a missile launcher was deployed nearby, and it may have been the real target. Either way, this is the reality of war.
Either way, you know, like, well, war crimes aside, I mean, you know, this is kind of like war, so fuck them. You know, it's incredible. It's incredible watching this. They never change. You know, you can go back to the Iraq War 20 years ago, same BS, same, you know, the same opus more, you know, the same basically way that they operate, right? Jesus, I'm forgetting the goddamn acronym right now. But anyway, you know, it's the same MO, right? Modus operandi. Excuse me, I had a little brain fart there. But you know, it never changes. It's always this dehumanization, and well, they say, and well, you don't want to trust them. You know, they lie and stuff because they're not like our Jewish Israeli allies that we trust, and you know, like our American friends, we trust them. And BBC is always, you know, they give it to us straight. There's no need to question and say who claimed what. But those Iranians, those Arabs, I don't know, man. They kind of lie all the time. You know, this is really the racist undertone that's being put forward. And that, you know, well, if they died, they deserved it. They shouldn't have put missiles there. They shouldn't have put something next to the thing. And I'm going to come back to this in just a few minutes because it's ironic how similar the stories are, right? It's ironic when we'll come back to the Israeli hospital in a second. You can see here also, you know, you can see here some of the targets that have been hit, and I already went through the list, and I'm going to go into more detail about the nuclear sites in a bit. You know, it's nuclear deal is my thing. That's my domain. Okay, so I know that issue backwards, and I'll give you more details on it. But this is kind of just like a bunch of photographs and maps about the places that were struck. But we already went through most of this. We covered almost all of this already. So you know, it's there's not that many videos coming out of Iran. certainly less. Actually, I was under the impression, I really was for a while, that we're going to have more videos coming out of Iran than we will out of Israel because of this military censor. And it turns out I was wrong. Actually, you have more videos coming out of Israel for one reason or another. Maybe because the censorship isn't working as well. Maybe because maybe because the Israelis want us to see it. I don't know. But, you know, what I have been able to collate and put together, I've seen more stuff coming out of Israel from Iran. That doesn't necessarily mean that Iran is striking Israel more. It's just I'm commenting on what is publicly available, right? Because I'm not on the ground there right now. I will show you, however, what happened in the television studio, and that is very, very, very important. And we're going to move on to that subject right now. So, again, I like to read out these things just in between, so I don't keep you guys waiting in case you have a question, you know, for 2 hours while I do my thing. Thank you again for these donations. I'm very grateful. We have one from Music, says independent journalism. Thank you, Music. We have another one over here from James. Thank you, James. And we have another donation on PayPal. This one is from Spiz, who says, Richard, glad to see you again. We missed your smart geopolitical commentaries. Thank you. I'm humbled and I'm very grateful. And thank you also to Iqbal, and thank you to Curious for joining on Patreon. If you can believe it, I've lost the goddamn crab dance. So I need to go and find it so I can play it for you guys. And I know that's really, really annoying, but we'll get to that in a bit. Okay, I'll try and find it and play it for you, and then we can just keep going with you know what's happening in this war. So let's talk about the television studio, because I think that's a very important topic. And again, just give me a second to close out, because I've got, you know, the RAM needs to breathe, like I said, and we've got too much stuff over here. So just a second. Where were we exactly? Yeah, we finished with this. Okay, and we're done with this one, I think. Yeah. Okay, so I'm sure some of you have seen this clip already, but there's additional footage that's come out, and obviously I want to give you my 2 cents. My 2 cents is free. Yeah, so okay, you guys, you should be able to see that right now. I'm just trying to see if I can find the crab dance. If you'll just afford me 1 second to look for it. But honestly, I'm not too hopeful that I'm going to be able to find it right now. Give me a second if I can find it anywhere. Yeah, I think I have, actually. I think someone had, you know, did us the courtesy of putting it online. So thanks very much for that. I'm just going to play that as a thank you to all the new members, and then we'll you know, we'll continue.
Stupid bastard! Clap for that, you stupid bastard!
There we go.
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you have fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch!
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off!
Thank you for Iron Dome.
Thank you.
والله انتوا كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro.
And then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s. A number 9 large.
we got him.
Because I have to do it myself. I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Oh!
Disgusting!
She was 12, I was 30, but anyway. We'll do it live! Fuck it! Do it live! I'll write it and we'll do it live!
Why you text Sanders? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Yo, I haven't listened to that in months, man. That's the crab dance. That's why we do it. Every time someone joins on Patreon, it's a crab dance. Thank you, and I appreciate that very much. Anyway, back to business. Oh, bloody, that was bloody good. Really, I missed it. Okay, so let's talk about the television studio and what the Israelis have done there, because this is really just a scandal, you know, in and of itself. So the Israelis went and bombed the Iranian state broadcaster or public TV, and I'll show you the footage and then comment on it.
موضوعات مختلف. خیلی متشکرم از اینکه با ما همراه هستید. آنچه که ملاحظه می‌کنید تجاوز رژیم صهیونیستی به خاک جمهوری اسلامی ایران و منطقه صدا و سیماست. آنچه که ملاحظه کردید تجاوز آشکار رژیم صهیونیستی به صدا و سیمای جمهوری اسلامی ایران است. معاونت سیاسی صدا و سیمای جمهوری اسلامی ایران هدف حمله متجاوز قرار گرفت. الله اکبر، الله اکبر، الله اکبر. مردم شریف ایران آگاه باشید. آنچه که دیدید، صدایی که شنیدید، صدای متجاوز به خاک وطن، صدای متجاوز به صدای حق و حقیقت است. آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای غبارآلود استودیو.
I mean, is it Israel if they don't kill or try to bomb a journalist? Of course not. It's not Israel. They have to do it, right? They have to go and just attack journalists. That's what they do. That's what they excel at. Well done. You know, just a scandal. This is a photograph that Professor Merendi posted. Look at what he had to say. He said, I was at Press TV preparing for an interview with Piers Morgan, a notorious and dishonest genocide enabler, which I'll comment on in a bit, by the way, when Zionists bombed Iranian state media, killing journalists. Okay, so this is not just like, oh, they bombed the lady on air and oh, thank God she's okay. They killed people in the studio. I mean, yeah, thank God she's okay, but they actually killed people at the state broadcaster in this bombing. So, you know, they murder journalists. You can add that to the long list of journalists that they've already killed in Lebanon and in Palestine. Again, I should remind you, in the last year and a half, Israel have killed more journalists than all the previous wars in the last century combined. Can you imagine? In Vietnam, you got people from CBS crawling through the jungle. Even the Viet Cong, didn't kill or even American journalists basically just didn't get killed in that kind of environment as in similar numbers. Even in World War II, even during anywhere in the Cold War. Can you imagine how vindictive and calculated and precise you have to be to do that, and to kill their families too, which a lot of people forget. Their families. I'll finish the rest of the statement. So Merendi goes on to say, smoke was visible as they evacuated the Press TV building, but I refused to leave because of the interview. I stayed alone to defend the Iranian people, but Morgan ranted nonsense against Iran, effectively justifying murderous aggression. The supporter of child killers and journalist murderers wouldn't even let me speak. So I know exactly where this is. I've been here. I know the studios, and it is really, really just scary what they've done. And it's true that a few minutes later they went back on the air, which goes to show you how much integrity, how much bravery they have in their hearts, and how persistent they are at their job. It is really respectful, right? To see journalists under fire or under pressure or under repression, in war or otherwise, just going on with their jobs. And I'm not trying to blow smoke up my own ass. I was not trying to do that, but I'm talking about them. Okay, so look at this.
تنها دقایقی پس از حمله رژیم صهیونیستی به ساختمون شبکه خبر، مجدداً شبکه خبر به فعالیت خودش داره ادامه میده. رژیم صهیونیستی از صدای رسای ملت ایران میترسه. به خاطر همین بود که ساختمون صدا و سیما غیر نظامی ها و رسانه ها رو میخواد هدف قرار بده. تنها دقایقی پس از حمله رژیم صهیونیستی به ساختمون شبکه خبر.
Yeah, so of course, what do the Israelis do? It's not enough that they go and bomb this, Iranian state TV. Or I don't like when they say state TV, because in England you wouldn't call the BBC state TV, even though they are, but you call it a public broadcaster. You see the difference in language? I guess I pick up on that because I'm a polyglot and I kind of pay attention to it, and so I'm able to pick up on the propaganda more easily, and that's why I always get angry when I watch the news. But my point is, just to go back to my point, it's not enough that the Israelis violently attack journalists and murder them. They also have a TikTok trend afterwards. Look at this. They even make fun of the reporter I just showed you being bombed live on the air. Look at this, if you can believe this. So they now have a TikTok trend where you can see the Israelis on top. They're imitating this journalist that I just showed you at the bottom being bombed, making fun of it. Like it's a joke or something. And this is not the first time we've seen this. Look, here you've got multiple iterations of this. It's not just one video. It's really like a TikTok trend. One person probably started it and then others just start imitating it and it goes viral because the society is okay with this kind of depravity, with this kind of, morally bankrupt stance. And then they turn around, these people, these same Israelis that just bombed the public broadcaster in Iran, that are making fun of it. They will then turn around and have the audacity and the nerve to tell you can see the building burning right there. They will have the nerve to tell you that they are the only democracy in the Middle East. The Israelis will look at you with a straight face and look you in the eyes and tell you, of course we are the only democracy in the Middle East. Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran. And then they just go on like nothing happened. Like they didn't just murder over 200 journalists in Gaza and in Lebanon and now in Iran. Like that didn't happen. Like we all collectively hallucinated. The fucking nerve of these people. Honestly. I mean, I can bet you those comments are not from Israelis. Yeah, and then this is exactly, I hadn't seen this, but this is exactly the point I was about to make. This isn't the first time. The Israelis, for the whole past year and a half, they've been making fun of Palestinians in Gaza. They'll do these trends on TikTok where they go put on a veil and pretend to be, like a Palestinian woman, and then they simulate or they act basically, like civilians just being killed, and make light of it, make fun of it, like it's completely normal. And this shows you the level of dehumanization. This shows you how sick the society is. It's not Netanyahu. I know Bernie Sanders wants to sit there and tell you Netanyahu's war, and you should again look at the language. You have all these Western leaders, even those that criticize Israel, they're not actually criticizing Israel. You listen to what they're saying, they're criticizing Netanyahu. So they're trying to rehabilitate Israel's image. They're trying to normalize what Israel is doing and then, just make it out to be a sort of anomaly that just happened once or is just temporarily taking place because of Netanyahu. Like as if, journalists weren't already being killed during the Great March of Return or during the 2006 war or during, basically Ghassan Kanafani, who's a writer, being assassinated in his car with his niece. A writer being car bombed by the Israelis. This is decades and decades and decades ago. They murdered him and his niece, a writer. Like, as if that didn't happen. It's just Netanyahu. Netanyahu was a child when the Israelis were doing this. So look at these Israelis. Look how rampant and widespread these videos are, where they dress up, they make fun of Arabs. And by the way, I'd like to add a point here. When you have the Israelis dressing up with a veil, okay? Christians used to wear veils and actually to church, right? And some of them still do in some parts of Europe. But I mean, 100 years ago, more or less, it's completely normal in many European countries for women to wear veils to mass on Sunday. So this is not even necessarily a Muslim thing only. When we talk also about Muslim dress, because they're obviously trying to focus it on Muslims here, not Christians, but nevertheless, when they dress up on TikTok with a burqa, you should know that actually there's a small sect of Jews that wear the burqa. It probably comes from that. Honestly, I mean, just given, you know, the fact that Islam came afterwards, it probably comes from that anyway. And you know, they're both Abrahamic religions and so on. So my point here is just that the Israelis are actually making fun of, you know, even certain sects of Judaism with this kind of stuff. But it just goes to show you the level of ignorance that we're dealing with. And even if they weren't doing that, I mean, even if this weren't the case, they shouldn't be making fun of other religions, because they turn around and then say, well, you're anti-Semitic and you hate Israel just because you hate Jews. And they try to, you know, make the whole thing into a religious conflict and make it out to be a religious conflict when it's not. They try to, you know, distract or take attention away from the fact that this is a settler colonial issue, that it's you know, a problem, or in the case of Iran, it's simply a war of aggression, which is the supreme international crime. They always try to distract from that and say, well, no, you just hate Jews. You know, you're someone who hates a religious group. And then look at how they openly make fun of another religion. You know, and not just that, but they dehumanize. It's not just making fun, it's the dehumanization, you know, normalization of death. Look at this one, for example, where he's laughing at Palestinians in Gaza that they don't have water and electricity, and you know, this is also another trend on TikTok. So all of this just to say that this trend where they're making fun of the Iranian journalists is not something of an anomaly, and it's not just Netanyahu, as Bernie Sanders would put it. No, it's not. Here, this guy who was on Professor Izadi, he was on Sky News. Listen to what he had to say. It's just a short clip.
You saw yesterday that the Israelis attacked a television station. If you don't like the content that is provided by Sky News, that doesn't give you permission to kill the host. You saw yesterday that the Israelis...
Exactly, right. Just because you don't like the content of Sky News, it doesn't give you permission to go and kill the host, does it? Right? I mean, if anyone attacked a journalist, never mind, you know, took their life, I think we'd all be disgusted, right? But why is it normalized in Iran or in Gaza or in Lebanon? Why is it acceptable? You see actually how the Israelis are not a democracy. They're actually very anti-democratic. They do not like journalists. They attack journalists, and they have not just attacked but killed more journalists than anyone in the last century, than several wars combined, several world wars combined. It just put that into, you know, let that sink in for a second. Just think about how, you know, how vindictive and what a matter of policy that has to be for you to actually seek out journalists and their families, remember, and their families, and do that to them. So here's the journalist that was struck live on the air. You can see her, she's like a total champ, just, you know, going about her job like nothing happened. Forgive me, I don't understand Farsi, and I don't have subtitles. I can only speak so many languages. But you know, the point is just to see that they were back on the air just a few minutes afterwards.
سیمای جمهوری اسلامی ایران دیدیم نمونه بارز و آشکار مخالفت با آزادی بیان هستش.
Yeah, and you can see here they took the lives of this is just a few hours before being you know, killed by the Israelis. Nima Rajabpour, the guy giving the salute, so he was killed in that bombing, okay, by Israel. So you can see them, they refused to leave. They kept doing their jobs. They stayed, they held their positions and you know, kept doing what they're doing. And I think you know, we should pay tribute to all journalists, and even when, you know, when the Ukraine war started, I think one of the first journalists to be killed wasn't a Fox News correspondent. It was an American in any case. That, you know, that's heartbreaking, man. That's heartbreaking. Doesn't matter what side or whatever. This is like, you know, targeting doctors or chaplains or, you know, civilians. You just don't do it. You just don't do it. It's wrong. Unfortunately, the Israelis, they can't comprehend that. You know, they do not. They think that by murdering journalists they can shut people up, but actually they have done the opposite. They've done the opposite, and it's not just killing journalists, as you know. With my case, they are trying to put me in jail for decades. So, you know, they have various ways of doing this. It's really the same kind of regime and mentality, isn't it? In any case, I'll leave it at that. Just again, you can chalk this up as another one of Israel's you know, democratic endeavors and displays of you know, peaceful behavior. right? They want to convince you Iran has to be dealt with and Iran has to be taken out and Iran, you know, the mullahs and then this and that, and there's no freedom in Iran. Hey, man, Iran are not the ones that go and murder journalists and airstrike them and their families. They're not. Okay? They're not. Let's go ahead and talk about Professor Merendi's interview with Piers Morgan. And I'm nowhere near done. I'm nowhere near done. You know, actually, you know what I'd like to do? I think I'm going to set the record straight on the Iran nuclear deal because yeah, you know, we're going to do that right now. We're going to do that right now because I've had enough of this. We've got a lot more segments to come, but I want to do this right now. We're going to do this right now. So I've had enough and I want to set the record straight. Give me 1 second. So we can get this up on the screen and you can see what I'm talking about. This needs to be done. This needs to be done. Okay. You guys, you should be able to now see. Yeah, you should be able to see that now. Okay, good. So I want to set the record straight because I'm probably the only independent journalist accredited at the International Atomic Energy Agency, at the IAEA, at the UN, who's covered the Iran nuclear deal for years. And I'm sick of Piers Morgan lying. I'm sick of Donald Trump lying. I'm sick of Ted Cruz and all these neocon scumbags lying. And I'm going to tell you exactly what happened, you know, every single step of the way that led to this moment. I'm going to show you how the Iranians actually wanted diplomacy and Israel and America made sure that there was no diplomacy. So you guys know in Vienna, the JCPOA, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, that's the name for the Iran nuclear deal. They signed it 10 years ago, almost exactly 10 years ago, in July, in Vienna in 2015. And then on July 20th, the United Nations Security Council passed Resolution 2231. They adopted it, it made it official. And they put these limits in place. They said Iran can have 130 metric tons of heavy water. They can have 300 kilograms of UF6, so that's uranium hexafluoride gas, enriched to 3.67%. And then, the number of centrifuges is capped at 5,060. They can't have any more heavy water for another 15 years. They will remove this key component at the Iraq facility and so on. So what happens? The whole time, Iran is complying with the deal, okay? So for 3 years, look at the IAEA, not my words, look at the IAEA, okay? Confirms Iran's compliance with the JCPOA. So Iran was capped at 3.67%, and everything was in compliance. And remember, the agency put cameras, they put that were streaming back to Vienna. They had tamper-proof seals on the equipment, so you couldn't play with the meters or touch anything. They had snap inspections, so any second they can walk into any facility they want in Iran and just look at what's going on. Who on earth has done more than Iran in terms of nuclear transparency? Literally no one. And all they wanted, the Iranians, was sanctions relief. Nothing more. Then what happens in May 2018? Donald Trump pulls out of the nuclear deal. And he doesn't pull out because Iran is not complying. He lies. He lies. And it's not about the nuclear program. It's because Iran is supporting various liberation and resistance groups around the region, which they call malign activity or, quote unquote terrorism. And Iran is developing its ballistic missile program. Those are the missiles that Iran is responding to Israel with as we speak. It's those missiles that are annoying the Israelis and the United States. They know there's no weapons program in Iran. They know this. Okay? They know this. And listen to Trump in his own words. He admits it. He admits it when he's pulling out. Listen.
Mechanisms to prevent, detect, and punish cheating, and don't even have the unqualified right to inspect many important locations, including military facilities. Not only does the deal fail to halt Iran's nuclear ambitions, but it also fails to address the regime's development of ballistic missiles that could deliver nuclear warheads. Finally, the deal does nothing to constrain Iran's destabilizing activities, including its support for terrorism.
So when he says destabilizing activities, he basically means that I want to keep stealing oil in Syria. I want to keep supplying Israel with weapons to murder Palestinians, and I want to keep occupying Iraq without anyone bothering me. That's what he means. That's really what he means. Nothing to do with the nuclear program. Nothing to do with nuclear. Ballistic missiles could deliver diapers. You could deliver, a paint with a ballistic missile. It's not necessarily a nuclear delivery mechanism. He's just throwing in rubbish to justify the unjustifiable. Okay? So then in August 2018, US put sanctions on Iran. And Iran keeps following the damn deal for a year. Let me repeat that. The United States left the deal in May 2018. And Iran keeps doing exactly what it was asked to do for 1 year, exactly a year. And then after 1 year, they announce partial withdrawal. They say, you know what? We're not going to get rid of, meaning export, because they were basically sending it overseas to other people. We're not going to export our highly enriched uranium, HEU, and we're going to start enriching uranium at a higher percent. Okay? And so in July 2019, so this is just 1 year and a few months after Trump pulls out, they start enriching from 3.67% to 5%. 5%. Civilian use is 3.67%. 5% is really not that far away. There's nothing wrong with that, right? And they say every 60 days that you don't get back in the deal, because we already waited a year. We already waited a whole year. We didn't do anything differently. We were waiting for you to get back in the deal. But every 60 days that you don't lift the sanctions, we are going to reduce our commitments. Because if you rip up the deal, well, who's the deal? What's the point of following the deal? Yes, you have the EU, you've got the E3, Germany, the UK and France, and you've got China and Russia. They're all parties to the agreement, yes. But the United States is the one that was meant to lift sanctions. The deal is really between the US and Iran, really, at the end of the day. The Iranians want sanctions relief, and the Americans don't want Iran to get a nuclear weapon or enough fissile material for a nuclear weapon. So in the JCPOA, it literally says on Article 26 and Article 27 that if the United States leaves the agreement and reimposes sanctions, Iran is no longer obliged to follow the deal. It's normal. If someone rips up a contract with you, why should you keep following the contract? What's the point of that? So after this, they say every 60 days you don't get back in the deal, we're going to reduce our commitments. It's a leverage tactic. It's a negotiation tactic. It's meant to put pressure on the Americans. It's not because they want to build a bomb. They just want sanctions relief. So they start exceeding 300 kilograms of UF6. Okay, their stockpiles start exceeding. So that's past the limit. But again, if the Americans are not in the deal, they can also renege on their agreement. It says that in the JCPOA. And then 1 week later, they start enriching to 4.5% enriched uranium. Then in September 2019, so that's another 60 days later, the Americans are still outside. Trump won't lift the sanctions. So the Iranians say, okay, we're going to put the IR4 and the IR6 centrifuges online. Okay? We're going to lift the limits that we've placed on ourselves for research and development, R&D, when it comes to advanced centrifuges. So the centrifuges are what? These are basically tubes that enrich uranium. Okay? They spin at a high velocity, and that's what enriches the uranium gas. And IR1 is the first model, and then they have more advanced ones. And they say, okay, we're going to research even better models. So they install more centrifuges, then they start enriching more uranium. Then another 60 days later, this is November 2019, the Iranians still have no sanctions relief from the Americans. The Americans won't get back in the deal. So what do? The Iranians bring IR6 centrifuges online. The Fordow facility, that's one of the facilities they really want to bomb right now. It's deep in the mountains. That begins enriching to 4.5%. So they were doing it in Natanz, and now they're doing it at Fordow. And then 2 weeks later, they exceed the quantity or the limit of heavy water. Then what happens after 2 months in January 2020? Donald Trump goes and assassinates. He goes and murders Qasem Soleimani. He goes and he tricks him into coming to Baghdad for peace agreements. Sound familiar? Does it sound familiar? He tricks him to going to Baghdad and then assassinates him with a drone. And so the Iranians, after 2 days, they say, okay, look, you're out of your mind. Well, fine, you want to do that? So on January 5th, they pass a bill in the parliament to limit their cooperation, but that's not ratified. But they still install, they basically remove the limit on the number of centrifuges. So they increase the number of centrifuges to increase the uranium enrichment. Then in July 2020, what happens? 5th of July 2020, the Mossad goes and bombs the Natanz nuclear facility. Yeah, they sabotage it with explosives. And then in November 2020, Mohsen Fakhrizadeh, who's considered the head of the Iranian nuclear program, assassinated by Israel. Assassinated, of course, with Donald Trump's blessing. And then a few days later, a week later, on the 2nd of December, the Iranians say, you know what? Screw you. We've been waiting long enough. We're going to pass a bill in the Majlis in the parliament to block inspections by the International Atomic Energy Agency, and we're going to boost uranium enrichment if there's no relief from banking sanctions provided by the EU and the E3. So that's Germany, UK, France. So you see, even after they've blown up their nuclear facilities, they've murdered their top military and nuclear leaders, the Iranians are still saying, look, we can fix this if you just lift the sanctions. February 2021, what happens? The Iranians strike a deal with the agency in Vienna, and they say, you know what? Let's put together a black box agreement, because they're reducing their commitments, right? It's a pressure tactic, a negotiation tactic. They say, we're not going to let you watch the facilities with your live stream cameras. We'll keep them recording, and then we'll give you the footage in 3 months if you get us sanctions relief, if you get the Americans to come back to the deal, where Iran is capped at 3.67%. Okay? And then they of course, so this is for monitoring and verification purposes. They have that. It's about the numbers of, the amount of components that are produced, the equipment to enrich uranium, how much material is processed and enriched. And so the Iranians suspend the AP, the additional protocol, and they end SNAP inspections with the IAEA. So SNAP inspections when they just go in wherever they want. And remember, the Iranians are signatories of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. They've signed the additional protocol, and they signed the JCPOA. That's 3 bloody deals. They don't have to do the other 2. The NPT was enough. And even that they can withdraw from, and they're threatening to do it right now. Don't worry, I'm not done. 10th of April, what happens? They start negotiating the nuclear deal again in Vienna. I covered that. And the Israelis go and bomb, during the negotiations, they go and bomb Natanz, which is the main nuclear facility. And how do they do it? They attack the power supply and the backup generators. And of course, when you do that, the centrifuges that are spinning, extremely fast and have no time to slow down, power is cut, backup power is cut, they can't evacuate the UF6 gas, and they break. They need to be spun down very, very slowly. And so they basically sabotage that. And of course, every time Israel is bombing and sabotaging, whether it's Stuxnet virus or bombs, they're risking, radiation leaks. It's extremely reckless. And so the Iranians go and install 164 IR6 centrifuges to Natanz, right? Again, as a pressure tactic, because they're in the middle of negotiations. They're saying, look, we can keep going. And then what happens? They reach 60% enriched uranium. So they begin doing that in response to the Israeli attack. Israel attacked Natanz in April. So Iran says, okay, we're going to go to 60%. Because you don't listen. We went to 4.5. We went to 20. We went to 60. And you're still not listening. Now we're going to have 60, and we're going to increase the amounts of 60%. It's always a tit for tat. Every single bloody time. Every time. I know this by heart because I covered it for years. So it's extraordinarily frustrating watching these motherfuckers lie about, Iran wanting to build a bomb. No, they are the reason that we are at the stage. And even then, there is no proof of a weapons program. So, the Israelis damaged, I think, 100 IR1 centrifuges. So the Iranians are like, okay, well, we'll just upgrade them with newer ones. Again, it's a pressure tactic. You're the one who broke it. We're going to not just replace it. We're going to put a better one in there to enrich uranium even faster. And then what happens in June, 2 months later? Israel bombs the Karaj nuclear facility. It's never ending. And again, we're in April of 2021. They've started 60%. And look at Amanpour. Look at her waking up. She wakes up today and thinks that the Iranians just reached 60%. This is from today. Let's listen to what she's saying.
Why did you surge production of 60% uranium to the point that you have right now between Trump's inauguration?
Yo, they've been at 60% for 4 years. Where were you? You don't know your ass from your elbow. You don't know what you're talking about. Stay in your lane. Stay in your lane. So in June, they bomb Karaj, and then the negotiations, they come back in November. Again, I covered all of this. I interviewed the chief negotiator of the Russians, the Iranians. It's all on a playlist on YouTube. And then the Ukraine war breaks out in February 2022, and the nuclear talks just break down. They break down. They were this close to signing a deal, basically getting the Americans back in. They break down. June 2022, the Board of Governors, which is a quarterly meeting that's held at the IAEA. Okay, it's not the IAEA. It's a bunch of members. These are UN member states that make up the board. They pass a resolution against Iran at the IAEA. So what happens? Again, tit for tat. The Iranians go, well, screw you. we're going to turn off the cameras at a nuclear facility. Now, these cameras were installed voluntarily. They are not part of the NPT. They are not part of the AP. They are not part of the JCPOA. Iran has no obligation at all, no obligation to keep them on in the first place, okay? They were not part of any agreement. So the Iranians, again, as a pressure tactic, they say, you want to keep attacking us diplomatically or militarily, we're going to respond. They turn off the cameras. And then we have talks that are held. So I'm fast forwarding a year now to June 2023. You've got indirect talks in Oman trying to revive the deal. You know, they're wasting time. The Americans just wasting time. And then the IAEA, which they won't tell you, shuts the cases on Fordo and Marivan, which are two nuclear facilities, regarding highly enriched uranium, because they always said, oh, well, why are there particles of 90% enriched uranium, of HEU over there? What were you doing? And these things have been there for 2 decades. They predate Iran's commitments under the NPT and JCPOA and AP. And so they keep, bollocking Iran around because of it. And the IAEA goes, you know what, we're done. We got no more questions. The case is closed. But they won't tell you that, of course. And then on the 18th of October 2023, what happens? The nuclear-related sanctions against Iran at the UN Security Council resolution, including restrictions, so these are nuclear-related sanctions on ballistic missiles and other sensitive technologies, expire, okay? September 2024, the IAEA and the E3 estimate that Iran has acquired enough highly enriched uranium that if they further enrich it to 90%, so that's weapons grade, they could theoretically build 4 nuclear devices. So once again, Amanpour is several years late to the show, okay? October 2024, so I'm fast forwarding a year now again. Nuclear deal expires. That's just a few months ago. It expired, right? But Grossi goes to Tehran. He visits Tehran to kind of, hold everything together, like he did with the black box agreement, with the videotapes, with the cameras. And the Iranians, they don't just offer to pause uranium enrichment, right? They literally take the centrifuges offline to show him. They take him to Fordo, I believe, and also to Natanz, and they show him, look, we've stopped, and we're ready to stop. Just, relay that to the Americans, get them back in the deal, lift the sanctions, everything will be fine. And what happens? He goes back to Vienna, and then they censor Iran at the Board of Governors again. Just condemning them for trying to limit their uranium enrichment. I mean, like, you just talk about shooting yourself in the foot. So what does Iran do? They say, okay, well, screw you again. Bring the centrifuges online. And then we come to June 12th, 2025. That's just last week. And then we have this report published by the IAEA, where they, for the first time in about 2 decades, they say that Iran has reneged on its commitments under the NPT. Not the JCPOA, but the NPT. So that's a nuclear non-proliferation treaty, which, of course, Israel has never signed, right? Israel has never signed, and then Israel immediately goes to work and starts bombing Iran, like as if, Israel doesn't have nuclear weapons of its own. So I wanted to summarize that just to show you how full of utter bullshit all of these motherfuckers are. From the IAEA to the United Nations, to the United States, to the UK, to France, to Germany, to all of them and Israel acting like, oh, Iran is trying to build a bomb. They tried every goddamn step of the way to limit, to go back to 3.67%, to get back in the deal. They just want sanctions relief. All of this was a pressure tactic. They don't have a nuclear weapons program. There's still no evidence of a nuclear weapons program. Do you understand this? A nuclear program is necessary to build a nuclear bomb. But it doesn't mean you have a nuclear bomb. If you want, a nuclear power, you also need a nuclear program. And of course, people will say, well, Iran has lots of gas. What do they need it for? They're just trying to hide it. Yeah, okay, maybe. But there's no evidence of that. So you're just hypothesizing and making a scenario up in your head, and people are being murdered for it. There is no evidence of a nuclear weapons program. Fucking period. Period. The Iranians tried every step of the way to get the Americans back in the deal. And the Americans jerked them around and screwed them around. And then Donald Trump has the goddamn balls to act like, oh, yeah, I gave them 60 days. Motherfucker, they gave you 4 years. They gave you, how many years has it been since 2018? It's been 7 years. They've been waiting 7 years for you because you ripped up the deal. Oh, I gave them 60 days. Jesus, the nerve of this nut job. Absolute full of it. Completely full of it. And that's why the people that you see talking about Iran's nuclear program, that you know, go and put out these stories in Reuters and at the BBC and everything, you know, they are just manufacturing consent for this war that we're seeing right now in Iran. And you know, there have been files released in the last couple of days by the Iranians. They're claiming that Grossi, the director general of the IAEA, has been working with Israel. Now, from what I've seen, and I've translated documents, I couldn't find anything. But I will tell you this: just the fact that the IAEA has allowed the Board of Governors and allowed this witch hunt to go on for so long against Iran, it has, by, you know, de facto, it's by default manufactured consent against Iran. And that's probably done more damage than anything else. Because, you know, if they want to get information from the Director General, I can tell you from first-hand sources that they bugged the Director General and the previous one enough times to get any info that they need. This is not, you know, whether he cooperates or not is irrelevant. It's the manufacturing this boogeyman image about Iran that, oh, they might have a bomb and they're not following their commitments and speaking in some kind of neutral tone, like as if, you know, they're the ones that left the deal and or both sides left the deal. No. You should be condemning the Israelis for bombing Iran right now, for bombing nuclear sites like madmen, like, you know, releasing radiation. They've released radiation, by the way. Sure, it's alpha particles, not as bad as gamma, but they've released them nonetheless inside of Natanz. You know, this is just insane behavior, madness. You know, when Russia does it to Ukraine, the whole world goes bonkers, but Israel can bomb as many facilities as they like in Iran and risk, you know, a massive leak or you know, an ecological disaster, and no one gives a crap. And look at this language, this neutral language all the time with this statement over here, for example. Where's the condemnation of Iran in this statement? Where is it? Look, I've got this whole statement over here about all the damage that's been done. I can't find a single goddamn thing in it that says we condemn Israel. Excuse me. Yeah. Where's the condemnation of Israel for bombing Iran? I can't find it anywhere. You know? There's nothing. Oh, we urge peace and we urge this and that. What do you mean you urge restraint and you urge peace and this and that? It's a bit late for that, isn't it? After you led, you know, you led us down this timeline. Bit late, isn't it? Oh, these developments are concerning. Nuclear facilities must never be attacked. Yes, thank you. Why don't you go ahead and condemn Israel for attacking nuclear facilities? Why don't you condemn the Americans for also attacking nuclear facilities? Because when they did the Stuxnet virus with Obama, that was Israel and the United States and the CIA working together. Where's the condemnation? Why do they like act as if, you know, Iran is the shady one over here? Unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this. And it pisses me off, man. It really pisses me off because I work my ass off to cover this topic. I know it backwards. I know it like the back of my hand. And I'm telling you, the Iranians were so patient, you could probably call them naive. Someone might even look at this and then say, well, serves them right. Someone might say they were so naive. They were too complacent. They allowed the Americans and the Israelis to play them. That's what someone might say. They were that patient. Can you imagine? If anything, right? If anything. That's probably their biggest mistake. Unbelievable. Really just angers the crap out of me. And then, you know, you're seeing like these kinds of videos come out now. Well, yeah, it's a bit late, isn't it? Actually, I don't know if this clip is even recent right now with Grossi saying they don't have a program. But you know, it's not just about saying Iran doesn't have a program. It's about making it very clear Israel is attacking nuclear facilities. The United States ripped up the agreement that had Iran capped at 3.67%. Period. You don't need to complicate it any further. Iran is not reneging on anything. Iran is responding with pressure tactics and leverage to bring the Americans back into the fold to an agreement that the Americans imposed on Iran. Iran didn't come up with this idea. It's an American deal. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. The level of fuckery. I'm pissed, man. I'm pissed off, man. Really, I'm pissed off. I know, and I'm going to ask something of you guys. When I post the video in a bit of what I just said now about the nuclear deal, I'm asking you to really share this one, please, because no one has been in Vienna and covered this deal like I have. spent years doing it. Those of you who've been subscribed for a while, you know about the playlist. You've watched it. You see my interviews with Merendi, with the Iranian deputy foreign minister, the Russian ambassador. You know, I've been in Vienna on the ground covering this for years, and I've done it honestly and in an unbiased manner. And you're not going to find that anywhere else. No one in independent media, no one has covered it like I have. So please share that one, because we have to get the record straight. Can't allow these people to get away with lying to you know, at this scale. It's just it's unconscionable, really. Especially because it relates to the war in Iran. It's directly linked. Okay, they're inextricably intertwined. Now I'm going to play. Just a second. I'm just going to, before I continue into the next. There's some things I wanted to play for you just now. Give me a second. But again, I'm going to ask you to please share that video, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's on YouTube. It will be on both, of course, and Rumble and everything. But I need you to share that one about the nuclear deal. But everything I just said, because I've you know, summarized it into just 15 minutes. Please share it, okay? So I want to thank Jazz and Nesli and Butt for joining on Patreon. Thank you very much, and I'll play you a crab dance momentarily. And I just want to say thank you as well on PayPal to a bunch of people who've donated. We've got donation here from Jack. Thank you very much, Jack. Much obliged. And we have another one over here from Jamal, who says, "Welcome back, Richard. Missed you." Thank you. Likewise. And we have another one, another contribution from Haluk. Thank you. And an additional one from Lucien. Much obliged. And an additional contribution as well on PayPal. This one is from Lynn. Thank you, Lynn. And I don't see any notes, but forgive me if I missed one. Muhammad says, "Fight the good fight." Thank you. Trying my best. You know, everything I just said is really just about the truth. It's literally just the truth. It's not taking sides. It's not, you know, if the truth happens to be skewed in someone's favor, that's not my fault, right? It's really not my fault. I'm just telling it how it is and like it is. Thank you very much. Again, I apologize. I can't read Greek letters, so please forgive me for that. But they said, Richard, you are a true modern hero, journalism at its finest. Thank you. And we have a last contribution over here. This is from Henrik. Says, "Much respect for your work, Richard. You're a voice for those who have none, for the civilians in Gaza, for the journalists who are silenced, and for the many whose stories are never told. Thank you for speaking the truth. Greetings from Denmark." Thank you. I'm humbled by that, and I appreciate it. And yeah, honestly, I mean, being in, you know, speaking of journalists who've been silenced. I mean, when I was in jail, honestly, I didn't know like when they were going to release me, because I actually literally the same day I was tweeting about how they hold people under the Terrorism Act indefinitely. They can hold you. You know, in England, like a cornerstone of English law is that you either charge someone within 24 hours or you let them go. You know, you can't jerk people around like that and take away their rights. Terrorism Act, you can. You can hold someone indefinitely, right? You can do it for 28 days, and then you go to a judge and you get an extension and hold them for another 28 days, no charges. You know, it's like utter complete police state. So I didn't know until the last minute if I was going to get out. I was like, oh boy. And at that point, when I was locked up, I knew that they had people from Palestine Action who'd been 100 hours in prison that same day. Like they'd crossed the 100 hours. And I was protesting, or rather tweeting in protest about it. And yeah, there was that feeling of how can I explain this? It was like kind of being connected, I suppose, to them and well, rather everyone in the UK to the occupation jails, of kind of like being, yeah, we're in this together, and there's, you know, you're really just looking at a wall, basically, unfortunately. But yeah, anyway, I don't know. You just reminded me of that. So I didn't want to go on a tangent, but thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm just going to play this crab dance for those who just joined. And I know it's a very unserious transition, but we're going to continue, of course, in just a second. I have some more things to say about the nuclear deal and Grossi and you know, all this stuff. So I'll just play that crab dance momentarily. And thank you again to all of you for supporting my work, whether it's on PayPal or otherwise. I'm deeply grateful and obliged. Thank you.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you fucking crossed the line. claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome.
Thank you. والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro.
And then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s. A number 9 large.
we got him.
Because I have to do it myself. I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Disgusting!
She was 12, I was 30, but anyway.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Why attack Sanders? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Excellent. All right, so yeah, I want to play a few clips. These are from interviews that Grossi has done in the last couple of days as a Director General of the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency. So give me 1 second to pull these up. I see the comment section just like exploding and going wild. Oh man, we've come a long way, haven't we? We've come a long way indeed. So yeah, here, look at this clip. All right, this is again Director General Rafael Grossi, head of the International Atomic Energy Agency, also known as the UN's nuclear watchdog, that's based in Vienna.
I mean, there is this competition about who is wrong or right about the time that.
And I'm just gonna add, I do not know when this clip is from. That's Christina Amanpour, but I don't know. I couldn't find this clip. She seems to have done one with the foreign minister. Anyway,
would be needed. Certainly, it was not for tomorrow. Maybe not a matter of years. I would there be perhaps more serious about this, and I don't think it was a matter of years. But this is speculation. Why? I go again to the beginning of my comment. These things we don't know, because if there was some activity which was clandestine or hidden or away from our inspectors, we couldn't know. What we informed and what we reported was that we did not have, as in coincidence with some of the sources you mentioned there, that we did not have any proof of a systematic effort to move into a nuclear weapon. I mean, there is this competition about who is wrong or
right. So you could just shorten that and say, no, Iran is not building a bomb. Okay, diplomats like to mince words a lot. I guess I understand in a sense because they have to watch what they're saying. Thankfully, journalists shouldn't and do not have that obligation and are meant to hold them accountable or to account as well. So in any case, you could just say Iran is not building a bomb. You know, that would really just, I think, assuage people a lot more. In any case, these, regardless, you know, whether that interview was recent or not, it remains true. I can again tell you because I've covered this. I know this issue like the back of my hand. And no, they do not have a bomb. Again, you have to remember that you have to build a delivery mechanism. You cannot build a nuclear bomb without also having a delivery mechanism. And they talk about the ballistic missiles and all this stuff. Yeah, again, that's not going to change what I just said. And every country is allowed to have ballistic missiles. There's no ban on them. As a matter of fact, if you were going to go and bomb every country with a ballistic missile, why don't we start with the United States and Israel? I mean, Israel is completely unhinged, has the Samson option, which involves, you know, basically... how can I put this with me? Basically, with me. Sorry, I was going to say, how can I put this? And then the phrase or idiom that comes to mind is, taking you down with me. That's really the encapsulation of what the Samson option is. I'm taking you down with me. Israel is ready to nuke, and this is the only entity in the world that has a first strike nuclear doctrine. Basically, that it's not going to use them in defense. It's just going to use them for the fuck of it. Again, pardon my French. Basically, because and repeat all of this stuff and explain all of this again, because basically I can't believe I have to go and explain all of this stuff again, because we've been trusting the Israelis and the Americans to tell us the truth after they lied about Iraq, they lied about Syria, they lied about all of these countries. This is madness. You can't trust anything they say. And once again, if you're going to go ahead and bomb all the countries that have nuclear weapons on the planet, well, not just that, but ballistic missiles, you're going to run out of bombs. Many European countries have ballistic missiles and cruise missiles that they, maybe shouldn't have, given their human rights record, their record of colonialism, how many people that they've subjugated. Like, do you think Germany should have been allowed to rearm, for example, as they did with Ukraine? No, they shouldn't have been allowed to rearm, and yet they were. Why is that accepted? Why do people accept that? And having a ballistic missile program is not. Does not equate to having a nuclear weapons program. Again, you have to do delivery, you have to perfect the delivery mechanism, you have to do many tests. It would show up on seismographs, it would show up with the snap inspections that the IAEA were doing. Saying Iran has 60% of enriched uranium means literally nothing. I apologize, the audio cut out, wasn't my fault on my end. I could see it, but it was that it wasn't coming on the output. But anyway, my point here is just that this whole interview that Grossi's giving, he talks for a couple of minutes just to say Iran is not building a bomb. Then just say that. Just say Iran is not building a bomb. Why all this muddying the waters? And it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense why you would obfuscate it that much. And yes, diplomats speak that way. Again, it doesn't. That's not good enough for me, honestly.
Again,
yeah. Let me play this clip from. This is an interview that just took place yesterday, and again, you can see the kind of language that's being used, the obfuscation, and it's just like so. It's. I think this is the kind of, again, I'm not personally blaming the guy. Obviously, he's not really that much of a key player when it comes to this. The Americans and Israelis are going to bomb Iran no matter what. They do not care who justifies or doesn't justify it. And if you remember Iraq, they just bypassed the UN. So I wouldn't lay all of the blame at his feet. But this kind of like wishy-washy, this diplomatic, like I can neither confirm nor deny kind of language, and I'm going to tiptoe around the issue is at times like these. Maybe you should just speak a bit more concisely and clearly, right?
It's good to see you. So let's begin with those talks that I understand you've been working closely and intensely with the US and Iran. To what end, and what can you tell us about your involvement?
Well, what I should say, what we should recognize, first of all, is that this is a negotiation between the United States and Iran. And the negotiator is Special Envoy Ambassador Steve Witkoff, and the Foreign Minister of Iran, Dr. Abbas Araghchi, is the Iranian negotiator.
Yeah, do you notice also how every time the Americans send someone to mediate, so-called mediate, right? Or supposedly mediate, excuse me. For example, with the Lebanese, who did they send with the Lebanese? You remember? When it was the Karish gas field, or when it was, for example, now with the ceasefire, so-called ceasefire, Amos Hochstein, okay? And Witkoff. I mean, I know already from their politics that they're pro-US, but more specifically, they're American Jewish Zionists, right? I think that needs to be said very clearly. And why would you send why would you send someone who has an interest with Israel to negotiate something between the US and Iran? Like, that's obviously, there's a conflict of interest going on here. Does that make sense? Especially Amos Hochstein, for example, served in the IDF. So it's not like, oh, he likes Israel. No, he was in the IDF. I think that matters when you're negotiating between the IDF and Lebanon and Hezbollah. No, like, that's not a conflict of interest. Jesus Christ, what is then? Like, are we going to send Netanyahu's son next?
Of course, I talk to both very regularly because of the obvious reason, I would say, that any agreement, to be credible, to be serious, will have to be verifiable. And we are the agency that has been verifying Iran for decades. And it is, of course, to be expected that if we get to the point...
Again, I like, where is this going? Yes, we know you verify. You do monitoring and verification. Yes, very good. Why don't you just like cut to the chase and say, well, the Iranians have always complied with the agreement. You know why? Because we said it. Same agency, right? I know he wasn't DG when they signed it, but nevertheless, I think part of the campaign, manufacturing consent for Iran, for bombing Iran, excuse me. I'm not laying the blame at his feet solely. There are like 1 million people on this list that have done a lot more damage than he has. But you are the head of the IAEA. You have your opinion when you're being invited on these shows matters, right? That's why you've been invited to talk about what the hell's going on. Why not just like clearly condemn Israel for bombing a nuclear facility? Because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but he did, when it was Russia, accused of bombing or firing or shelling Zaporizhia. And if that were true, of course, then yeah, rightfully condemn them. And no one should be firing at any nuclear facility anywhere. I think we can all agree on that basic, level of common sense, unless you're an Israeli, but...
will be
and also just saying what I said, that Israel have bombed Iran's nuclear facilities dozens of times. I've like, imagine how long and in how much detail I've covered this, and how well I know this issue. I have lost count. Can you imagine? I have lost count of how many times they've hit Natanz. And, now in the last couple of days, I mean, they've been threatening to go after Fordo. I would not be surprised if the Israelis dropped a nuke on Fordo. I swear, I would not be surprised. And they probably will if the Americans don't bomb it for them, or give them those, they basically need to send in those B-2s to take it out for them. And there's a special bomb. It's not a bunker buster. This is like mountain penetrating stuff, right? The Israelis don't have it, and they need the Americans to do it. Anyway, I'm sorry. I know I keep interrupting you. I apologize, but there's like so much to say about this.
Donald Trump has been asked about these negotiations quite a bit in the last few days. He told reporters at the White House on Monday this. I just want to play some sound.
They're just asking for things that you can't do. They seek enrichment. We can't have enrichment. We want just the opposite. And so far, they're not there. I hate to say that, because the alternative is a very, very dire one, but they're not there.
We can't have enrichment. Those words from Donald Trump. Do you agree with President Trump that Iran should not be allowed to enrich uranium at all?
It's not for me to agree or disagree with.
Okay, you see, that's BS. I already watched the interview, so I know he goes on to say that's BS. The answer should be no, I don't agree, because they have a right to civilian use, which is 3.67% under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Iran has always complied with the NPT up until last week, so they say. But basically, Iran have always complied with it. They've complied with the additional protocol. They even installed voluntary cameras. Oh, and by the way, it's the Americans. It's Donald Trump, literally that guy who quit the nuclear deal. So he's in no position to really lecture Iran. That's the answer you give. So you're not fucking tippy-toeing around, pussyfooting around the issue. That's the answer you give, because that's the objective, factual answer. What I just said. Okay, I'm gonna spare you what he goes on to say. Is he just like tiptoes around it, and that's not being diplomatic in my opinion. That's just like it's bollocks. That's what it is. Okay, every country has the right to enrich uranium, at least until or rather at most under 3.6 to 3.67% under the NPT. Right? You could just say that. Any country that goes and signs the Non-Proliferation Treaty has the right to civilian nuclear use. All of them. There is no, under international law and under the framework of the agency in the UN, they have that right, period. So Donald Trump's opinion is irrelevant. It's, this is really just scandalous stuff, man. Scandalous. And I'll play you that clip with Amanpour. You can take a look right now.
Why did you surge production of 60% uranium to the point that you have right now between Trump's inauguration and now? Back then, you had made...
Again, she's wrong. They've been at 60% for 4 fucking years. And I know, again, excuse my French, but I'm just pissed off. Honestly, I can't stand this. They've been at 60% for 4 years. And I also blame the guest, forgive me, but for not just spelling it out that clearly. And yes, I'll play the rest of the clip now. I'll let you watch it.
Maybe a 5 to 6 weapon capacity if you had decided to. Now a 10 weapon capacity with these 400 kilos of 60% uranium. Why did you do that?
We were acting based on our rights within the NPT. We didn't have anything wrong. IAEA inspectors were present in Iran. Different reports of IAEA testify the fact that we have been very, straightforward in our nuclear program. So there is no ban on 60% enriched uranium, which are being used, in different places for peaceful purposes. But to use that as a pretext to use aggression against Iran, that is something that we resist.
Okay, but even the IAEA says, and they put out a public statement shortly before these strikes began, that they had never before seen that amount of stockpile of that much enriched uranium by any country that does not have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, and that just goes to show you how long the Iranians have been waiting for the Americans to get back in the deal. Yeah, it's true. Like, they have so much of this stuff because they've been using it as a pressure tactic. But you can't build a bomb just with fissile material. You need a delivery mechanism. You have to do a bunch of testing. This is ridiculous. It's like saying, well, I know you're going to make a cake. I see flour on the table. Yeah, but there are no eggs. There's no oven. Like what? That doesn't prove anything. It's a pressure tactic. It's a negotiation tactic. It's leverage. That's all it was. And I went through the whole timeline with you. They didn't just go to 60%. They went from 3.67 to 4.5, then to 5, then to 20, then to 60, and then they started, that's not the only thing they did. They added centrifuges here and there. They upgraded them because Israel bombed them. Another great one, I'll give you an example. There was a facility there, you cannot make this shit up. The IAEA, I think it was the Board of Governors, right? They were basically blaming Iran for not changing a camera that wasn't working at one of their facilities. This is back in 2021. And take a guess why this camera wasn't working. I'm just gonna wait. Because I know there's a short delay. Tell me in the comments, why do you think this camera wasn't working? Just take a guess. I remember publishing an article about this at the time. I wrote about this at the time. Hold on, I'm going to look it up for the exact date. It was not Natanz. It's not Natanz. I think it might have been Karaj. Let me look this up. Yeah. Yeah, it was Karaj. Correct. I'm waiting for you guys to tell me. Why do you think? Yes, Israel bombed it. Yes. Israel bombed. Look, I'll show you my tweet. This is from 4 years ago. You can't make this up, man. I swear to God, like it drives me nuts. Okay, look at this. This is the gaslighting, the level of gaslighting and bollocks that they play around with. Okay, here, look at this. This is from 4 years ago. I wrote this. Okay, lots of misleading headlines. See the date, September 29, 2021. Lots of misleading headlines in the press about Iran, quote unquote, denying access to IAEA inspectors at Karaj. They don't tell you that Israel bombed that facility 2 months ago, hence why it is out of action and inaccessible. Like you can't make this up. You know, this is the level of gaslighting that we're dealing with. Okay, this is the level of gaslighting and insults that we're dealing with, right? So Israel bombs the facility and destroys one of the cameras, and then they blame Iran. I mean, honestly, I think I'm going to start blaming Iran for being too soft with all of this. And as a matter of fact, you have a school of thought, or shall I put it perhaps differently? There's basically a bunch of people in Iran, not a majority, but certainly a group of a part of society in Iran who think the Iranians have been too soft and too compliant and too complacent and too forgiving and too basically being pushovers for the IAEA and the United States, and these are the people that they will go and call hardliners, right? And you know, they'll go and demonize Zarif, Jawad Zarif, who is the foreign minister of Iran, who negotiated the deal. And I mean, I understand it to a certain extent, you know, because like those people feel vindicated after what we're seeing right now. That it turns out that no amount of diplomacy is going to please or placate the Americans. I understand that, you know, they feel vindicated and so on. But I think I'll propose a counter argument, okay, just to be fair. I think it's good that Zarif did the nuclear deal. Do you know why? Because he proved purposely or inadvertently that no matter how much diplomacy you do with the Americans and Israelis, no matter how forgiving and lenient and complacent and compliant you are, you will get fucked in the end. Forgive my French. You can't do anything, right? So at least for the historical record, we can demonstrate with factual evidence that Iran did in fact pursue diplomacy. Although, you know, again, I feel like I'm living in an episode of The Twilight Zone, because you look at the news and they're just lying through their goddamn teeth. Like this tweet that I just showed you, right? Like how they turn reality upside down and make it seem like Iran rejected diplomacy. Iran walked away from the deal. You motherfucker. Like they've been waiting for you for 7 years, and you say, "Oh, I gave them 60 days." So it is, you know. In any case, for people who are not insane and not Donald Trump and not neocons and Zionists, we have a historical record, and that demonstrates at least that Iran exhausted the avenue of diplomatic recourse, that they did in fact try to, you know, do this the right way. They tried every step of the way, no matter how many scientists the Americans and Israelis murdered. And by the way, when I did my recap just earlier, I didn't even mention Stuxnet and the assassinations, because that was a few years earlier in 2010 to 2012, where the Israelis, you know, with the MEK, Mujahideen al-Khalq, they went and assassinated nuclear scientists inside of Iran. Sound familiar? It's what we saw last week. Again, in any case, they did that, and then they did that Stuxnet virus, which manipulated the logical controllers, the industrial logical controllers, to make the centrifuges spin at high speed and then snap like bananas, which again could have caused radiation leaks. I mean, just like mental stuff. The level of recklessness is off the charts. And then they talk about Russia. I mean, Jesus Christ, look at yourselves. In any case, I'm glad that they did the deal just to show that there is no American diplomacy. And as a matter of fact, the Americans really, when they say diplomacy, what are they talking about? They're talking about, well, you know, the Nixon, the Dick Nixon kind of diplomacy, where we'll bomb them to the negotiating table. You know, well, if you don't comply, we'll bomb you, and if you do comply, well, we'll bomb you anyway, because my friends at Raytheon need to make a buck. So fuck you. That's American diplomacy. Again, excuse my French. I think, you know, if people are dropping bombs, I have the right to curse. So, in any case, you know, it's just incredible. And keep in mind, this is four administrations the Iranians have been doing diplomacy with. They did it with Obama, the deal, and then they were in the deal with Trump, and then Trump quit it, and they still tried to get back in, and then with Biden, and now back with Trump. 4 goddamn administrations. Iran have been offering, working, putting themselves forward and saying we don't want to bomb, we are ready to submit ourselves to nuclear inspections, snap inspections by International Atomic Energy Agency inspectors. Oh, and by the way, one thing I forgot to tell you earlier when I was talking about November, this is my report from the IAEA in November, my latest one. This is back when Iran offered to basically pause the centrifuges. I forgot to tell you one more thing, right? Because this is, again, how they lie. They tell you, oh, Iran blacklisted a bunch of inspectors. Yeah, like after, 10 years of you jerking them around? Yeah, they did. But again, it was a pressure tactic. And what did they do in November? They offered to whitelist them. They offered to accept new inspectors in their stead, in their place, to come and inspect the Iranian facilities. They offered that in November. And what did you do? You went and censored them at the Board of Governors. You gave them the middle finger. They offered to pause enrichment at 60%, to limit the amount of kilograms of enriched uranium that they have. They offered to whitelist IAEA inspectors, and you told them to go and screw themselves. Well, Jesus Christ, I mean, they would be stupid not to build a bomb at this point. Like, they've tried literally every goddamn thing. Look, I'll play the video for you. I mean, like, you can see that I've kind of had it up to here with this because I'm just like watching this for years with awe, Here, I'll play this for you.
Agency, the IAEA, returned from Rafael Grossi, the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, returned from Iran a few days ago after concluding high-level talks with the Iranian President Pezeshkian, with the Foreign Minister Araghchi, and with Islami, the head of the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran. Now, he walked away from those talks with...
By the way, the Atomic Energy Agency of Iran, they murdered one of its former chiefs last week. Yeah, just so you know how batshit the Israelis are.
3 big wins. This was the first time he sat down face-to-face with Pezeshkian. His first visit since May to Iran. So there was a resumption of diplomacy there.
So you see, why am I pointing that out? I'm pointing that out because the president, Raisi, died in May, right? So that goes to show you, even with this new administration, they were again negotiating. So there was the Iranians did not change position, whether the so-called hardliners were in power or, the reformists, like Pezeshkian, as they call them. Stupid titles. But yeah, there is a difference between them. But nevertheless, no matter what, they always try diplomacy, no matter what happened. Okay? That's important to know.
Second, he got Iran to agree or to consider adding 4 new IAEA inspectors in lieu of the ones that had been blacklisted. And perhaps most importantly, he got Iran to pause its enrichment of uranium, which has now reached the level of 60%.
See? That's November. That's November 2024. Not almost a year ago, but Jesus, I mean, it's like 9 months. And then Christina Amanpour acts like this just happened. And she ignores that. Well, again, like I said, they've been at 60% for 4 years. Now, they've refused to go to 90. They never went to 90. They just kept, enriching the amount of 60%, which, again, is nothing by itself. And yes, Iran are the only ones that have that because the Iranians are the only ones that have been jerked around by U.S. diplomats and other diplomats. Yes. But, just to be clear, even Grossi admits and concedes in one of the interviews that there are actual legitimate uses for 60% enriched uranium that are not anything to do with a bomb. And again, in case I didn't make this obvious or clear, you need 90% weapons grade for a bomb. But again, that is not enough by itself. Okay, it doesn't mean anything. It's just they keep, waving that around like it means anything. And yeah.
So there was a resumption of diplomacy. He wrapped up his visit just in time for the Board of Governors meeting. Now that Board of Governors, they came out with a resolution, they meaning Britain, the United States, Germany and France, where they essentially scolded Iran. They want more surveillance equipment to be installed, a halt to Iran's uranium enrichment, for it to dispose of its stockpiles of 60% enriched uranium and to go back to JCPOA levels. They want...
That's hilarious, isn't it? Like, oh, go back to JCPOA levels. Yeah, you mind getting the Americans to get back in the JCPOA while you're at it? Like you're making the reason they left the JCPOA levels is because they have the right to do that under the JCPOA, Article 26, 27, and 37. And the Americans left the deal. Iran didn't leave the deal. Why don't you get your friends to enter the JCPOA? Like the gaslighting again. It's like how the Israelis go and murder children, and then they say, why aren't you respecting human rights? What is wrong with you? Why don't you respect the rights of children? And then they just in the background, they're bombing children. This is the same level of gaslighting. And keep in mind, again, who are we? Who's Iran facing off against? Countries with nuclear weapons. Countries with bloody colonial histories of subjugating, enslavement, invading, leeching, raping, pillaging, stealing, exploiting, and including the Americans who've dropped nuclear bombs. Like, the nerve, honestly.
Want Iran to adhere to its joint statement with the IAEA from March 2023, which also references the black box agreement from February 2021, and they want Iran to re-implement the additional protocol. And of course,
so that's the black box agreement I told you about earlier, where the Iranians said, we're not going to let you live stream the footage, but we'll record it and keep it aside, and then you can check it afterwards once you've lifted sanctions. It's only been about lifting sanctions, right? I don't know. I've never heard of the Iranians destroying that footage, although they threatened to do it. I think they have. That shows you once again the level of the good faith, the goodwill that has been put forward, demonstrated, that has been expressed in deed, and not just in rhetoric, but in deed, by the Iranians. They even despite all the threats, they never went for the bomb. They never deleted the footage. They really tried their goddamn best under every administration in Iran and every administration in the US to keep that deal alive. So that's why I'm taking so much time to talk about this, because it's like I need to drive this point home, and I need to drive it home now.
For the inspectors to be lifted from the blacklist. Now, that resolution was passed by the US, UK, France, and Germany, in addition to Spain, Argentina, Australia, Belgium, Ecuador, Ukraine, Canada, Georgia, Japan, South Korea, Morocco, Italy, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Paraguay. However,
so you see, that's the Board of Governors. It's just a bunch of UN member states, and they just, the US gets them to vote alongside them, or really, along their narrative, just the way they do similarly at the UN Security Council, or for example at the General Assembly. It's no different.
At the same time, you had 12 abstentions. So that's South Africa, India, Pakistan, Indonesia, Brazil, Ghana, Thailand, Algeria, Armenia, Bangladesh, Colombia, Egypt, and of course the 3 no votes coming from China, coming from Russia, and Burkina Faso under the leadership of Captain Ibrahim Traoré. Now, that resolution at the Board of Governors seems to have backfired. Just this morning, the Foreign Ministry in Tehran issued a joint statement with the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran, the AEOI, saying that they were going to put cascades online. Now, cascades are rows of centrifuges. They had apparently warned Grossi about this while he was visiting, and he had toured the facilities at Fordo and Natanz, the fuel enrichment plants there, and told him that were such an outcome to transpire at the Board of Governors, Iran would respond in this manner. So that was, we can assume, communicated or passed along to the US, to the UK, to France and Germany. If you look at the number of abstentions as well, 12, with 3 votes.
So you see, they once again, tit for tat, and they even warned them. Just, it's so stupid as well, because it's not even like a military action. It's just a piece of paper where they're giving Iran shit. They're just condemning them, censoring them at the Board of Governors. What is the point of that? Like, if you really, really, really genuinely were so worried about Iran building a nuclear weapon, why would you just go and piss them off at every turn? And for what? What do you get out of this stupid Board of Governors motion? You get literally nothing. There are no measures imposed as a result. It's just like, we're going to just humiliate you at the Atomic Energy Agency. What is the point? You know what's going to happen. It's like they've been, it's like they did it on purpose. All right. Just, it's the silliest crap I've ever seen in my life. I swear to God. Anyway, I'm gonna tell you what the damage that's been done in the last couple of days, so you understand what's been the kind of destruction that's been wrought on the nuclear facilities themselves. Let's talk about that. Okay. So don't worry, we're nowhere near done. We've got tons of stuff to cover still. Good old Richard Medhurst live stream. We'll go 10 hours maybe. Who the hell knows? Nothing like a good war to get the blood pumping, and calisthenics. Thank you for all of you who've joined on Patreon. I appreciate it, Rick. Thank you. And we've also got a donation over here on PayPal. This one is from Amira. Thank you, Amira. And again, I apologize if I missed some of your comments. I'm scrolling, but I don't see any sometimes, so I just assume there isn't one. But if I do miss it, apologies. Thank you as well to Ziad for the very generous donation. I'm grateful for that. And we have another one over here from Devin who says, "Hey Richard, great to see you back. Did you also hear from DG Geopolitics that IAEA worked with Palantir?" No, I didn't, but I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Palantir are, I will get to them in due time, believe me. Yeah, I mean, if you don't know about Palantir, well, but that wouldn't be surprise me. They've got their tentacles everywhere. You know, they love using that term about Iran, the tentacles. Thank you. Jesse says, "Glad to see you back. May Krishna protect you." Thank you. And we have another one over here from, just a second, it's loading. This one is from Heather. Thank you, Heather. I appreciate the donation, and I say thank you to Tal, to Aaron, and to Tracy for the contributions for your membership on Patreon. So let's talk about the destruction against the nuclear facilities, and I'll play you crab dance afterwards, don't worry. So yeah, this is quite extensive. It's quite bad, honestly, and it goes to show you how reckless they are. So this is the damage that Israel has wrought in the past couple of days on Iran's nuclear facilities. And again, I should remind you that they have bombed Karaj, they have bombed Natanz, they have sabotaged and killed nuclear scientists and sites in Iran for decades, going back to 2010, 2012. With the assassinations of scientists with the CIA, they also developed Stuxnet virus to, basically manipulate the logical controllers of the centrifuges in Natanz and break them. But this is what happened in the last couple of days. This is an official brief that was sent to me from the IAEA, from the International Atomic Energy Agency in Vienna, where I'm based. And let me just read to you what's happened. So I'm going to skip past this stuff and get straight to the meat. So yeah. Right. So at Natanz, okay, this is Iran's main nuclear site and main enrichment facility. The above ground part of the pilot fuel enrichment plant, that's been damaged, okay? So that's where you have uranium enriched up to 60%. That's of course uranium-235. Okay, that's been destroyed. But actually, the main hall, which is underneath, what we've heard from the IAEA, it hasn't been destroyed. That's where you have the main cascades. Cascades are basically where you have rows of. It's like a group of centrifuges. Okay, and each centrifuge is a tube. And the Iranians have various models: IR1, IR4, IR6. IR6 and 8 are the latest ones. Very, IR6, for example, enriches uranium at 10 times the speed that the IR1 would do, for example. And then when the Israelis would destroy IR1s, the Iranians would go, okay, we'll just upgrade them to IR6. So that's, again, it shows you who's really responsible for Iran's expanded, or rather, should we say, increased stockpile of uranium enriched to high levels. No, the Israelis and Americans are known to blame it themselves. But now, right now, in Natanz, it seems they've destroyed the pilot plant, and then the way that this happened is very interesting because it resembles the attack that they pulled off a couple of years ago that I was reading to you earlier, where basically what happened is that they attacked the power supply at Natanz in 2021, and they also cut the backup power. And because you have to spin the centrifuges down so they don't break and don't snap like bananas, you need to give them time to evacuate the UF6 gas. And it seems that the bombing that they just carried out last week produced the same effect. Why? Because they again destroyed the main power grid at Natanz and the backup generator, just like in 2021. It's the same kind. I don't know if that was on purpose, but it's the same kind of result. So the IAEA is saying that basically that there's no indication of a physical attack on the on the hall itself underneath, but because of the power being cut like that abruptly, where you don't give the centrifuges time to spin down, there's a risk, a very real risk, that actually the centrifuges inside are damaged, right? And now there is actually a leak inside the facility, not outside, but inside. And these are not gamma rays or gamma particles, rather, which are really the most dangerous ones. They're alpha particles, so, a piece of paper can block them. Of course, if you breathe it in, you're in big trouble. So the IAEA is warning the Iranians to put on the correct protective gear and equipment when going down there. But it just goes to show you again how reckless and irresponsible the Israelis are. You know, if Russia had done this and with Zaporizhia, without any contamination, oh my God, you know, they'd be screaming bloody murder. But it's okay for Israel to bomb Natanz God knows how many times and to cause an actual, radiation leak, albeit a mild one, so to speak. Contamination is contamination, you know. If someone had done this to the Israelis, they'd call it a terrorist attack, wouldn't they? And perhaps rightfully so. But when you do it to Iran, apparently it doesn't count. So in any case, there's no increase in radioactivity outside the Natanz facility. That's unchanged. It's normal, thank God. But because that could have impacts on the population, on the environment. I mean, think of Chernobyl, how the radiation, that was obviously much more it's a different kind of example, but nevertheless, just the case of having contamination like that being swept across Europe by wind, you could easily have an equal situation transpire in the Middle East. You can't predict what will happen when you're just randomly bombing a nuclear facility and bombing multiple nuclear facilities, right? Madness. So in any case, there is radiological and there is chemical contamination inside the Natanz facility. That's a fact. Now, there have been attacks as well on the Fordow plants. So there are the 4 plants in Isfahan that have been attacked, and also Fordow. Now, Fordow is really, let me explain this to you. Basically, in Karaj, that's where they have, where they manufacture their centrifuges, right? If I remember correctly. And Iraq, for example, has heavy water, right? They process that there. Natanz has enrichment. Karaj is also very, very, very important, and Fordow is like perhaps the most difficult to penetrate. So each one of these facilities is unique. I have a map I wanted to pull up for you to kind of show you. I like geeking out about this topic, but I also want to explain it properly. Just give me a second to get the map for you, and. Yeah, it's a lot to take in. I know. But again, if you really want, like, I have a full playlist on YouTube on this channel about Iran's nuclear deal. I covered from Vienna at the IAEA, and I'm accredited there. And you can go and watch it going back years in my interviews with the chief negotiators and with Merendi. There's several interviews right here in the studio as well. Merendi's a great friend, and I'll talk about his interview in a second. But that map is, look, so I think it was CNN who made this map. Just give me a second. Yeah, I got it. Okay, so you should be able to see that right now on the screen. And you can see these are not all the nuclear sites. These are just the strikes that they've done, yeah? But the green spots on the map, these are the nuclear facilities. As a matter of fact, I had an even better map somewhere. I'll fetch it in a second when I can find it again. But it might be this one. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, it's this one. But yeah, from Deutsche Welle. So you can see these are the facilities. I actually don't understand why the Iranians have put them not near. Right, Iran is extremely big, but if you look at the map, they are mostly in the middle of the country, so underneath Tehran. You could say to the west, right? We can agree that they're more or less to the west. I think it would have been smarter to put them to the east, near Pakistan, because you're going to make it much, much more difficult for the Israelis to target them. Even now, even as is, they have to refuel the aircraft. And of course, the Americans and the RAF are disgustingly, foaming at the mouth and more than happy to oblige them. And then they have the nerve to go condemn Iran at the Board of Governors. But anyway, this is a different topic. I just wanted to show you what we're talking about. So you can see Natanz, that's the main one, okay, right here. And also Isfahan, 4 sites were attacked at Isfahan in the last couple of days. And like I said, also at Karaj, right? So, so, excuse me, at Fordow. Sorry, I just went through the whole list of them with you, so that's why I mixed up Karaj with Fordow for a second, but they're completely different. So Fordow is the enrichment plant, and then Isfahan has a plate fabrication plant, and that's what they've attacked there. At Isfahan they also have a uranium conversion facility or uranium conversion site, and there's also something that they use for Euro-2 enrichment, right? For powder enrichment. So anyway, Grossi says that all these developments are deeply concerning. I've repeatedly stated that nuclear facilities must never be attacked, regardless of the context or circumstances. Yeah, but you're not condemning Israel. Though I remember, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm more than happy to be corrected on factual things, but I seem to recall that he was much more, how shall we say, unforgiving when it came to Russia and Zaporizhia, okay? And I think some of you even pointed that out in the comments, and I covered that and remember that very well. And at the time, I even said, well, where's all this outrage coming from? You know, Israel has bombed Natanz 1 million times and targeted Iran's facilities, and no one, you know, batted an eye. So again, double standards, right? Double standards. So in any case, it goes without saying this is a violation of international law. I don't need to explain that. I think we all know that, and that goes without saying. Not that Israel cares, but yeah. So this is what we know as of now. Now, if there are other facilities being attacked, I think that the Israelis are going to go for Fordo. I think that they are going to go for Fordo. And as a matter of fact, I told you earlier that in the last couple of days, they didn't just attack nuclear sites on June the 13th. They went and also, so that was when the war started on Friday the 13th. How ominous, right? No, they went and attacked other Iranian nuclear sites in the following days as well, right? So that's very, very important to note. Now, in Isfahan, they didn't just strike these 4 places. They struck as well a military, so defense ministry military installation. And, you know, also, of course, I think, what date was this again? I said it to you just earlier. I think it was on June 18th when they went and hit another one of the nuclear sites. I could be mistaken, but they're not done. Let's just put it that way. They're not done with Iran. And I guarantee you that they're foaming at the mouth. They're frothing at the lips to go after Fordo. Fordo is the one that's the most difficult to penetrate, okay? They really, really want to get that one. Natanz, they've hit a bunch of times. Like I said, with Stuxnet, with explosives, with cutting the power. You know, Israelis are very, very smart when it comes to destroying and murdering. I know. But Fordo is really the prize here in this case. I can show you again on the map. You know, by the way, look at Gashin, how far that is, yeah? But they really, really, really want Fordo. That's like prize number 1. Why isn't it listed on the map, by the way? I don't understand that. Especially after the Israelis, the Iranians told the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, about that. I don't know why it's... Well, anyway, I think they've listed it as Qom, basically, because it's nearby. It's like 160 kilometers. I think that's why they haven't called it Fordo, but it's near Qom, which is a very important religious city in Iran. So over here, you can see it's outside Tehran. Yeah, I think that's what they mean. It's nearby, right? More or less. 160 kilometers is quote unquote nearby in Iranian terms, given the size of their country. So it's just, I mean, beyond reckless, like beyond reckless. And it's really incredible that they give Iran so much crap, to the point that this week, or rather last week, when this war started on the 12th of June, they, going into the 13th, they published this document about Iran not complying with the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. I mean, look, man, the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty is really about just, literally, as the name implies, non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. That's it, okay? Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. It hasn't proliferated that technology to anyone else. It could build one if it wanted to. Let's not mince any words. They could absolutely build one if they wanted to. They have that capital, that technological and scientific capital to do so. I don't know if they have all the material to do it. They keep talking about, oh well, it has enough for 4 bombs, and maybe now they have like enough for 10 bombs. No, they bloody don't. They have 60% enriched uranium. You can't do anything with that. Stop trying to like make fucking mental gymnastic leaps with this. Like, oh yeah, 60% is 90%. No, it's bloody not. It just isn't. Jesus Christ. And again, like I said, it's like if you see flour on a table, that doesn't mean someone baked a cake. Like, where are the eggs? Where's the oven? Where's the, where's the mold? Like, how do you prove that they baked a cake? It's not enough. You can buy 50 kilos of flour. It doesn't mean it doesn't prove that anyone baked a single cake, never mind, multiple cakes. I know this is a good pun because of yellow cake, but like, you remember the level of lying and disinformation and bollocks with the Iraq war. Like, me personally, I mean, I remember that really, really, really well. I got elephant political memory, right? And I haven't even got halfway through the stream, and we're going to shit on the neocons in a bit. Pardon my French. But, honestly, like, the level of propaganda that we're dealing with here, I guess it's not too dissimilar to Iraq. And it started back then anyway. You'll see in a bit. The irony of all this is that the Americans actually gave Iran their first nuclear facility. I swear to God. But that was under the Shah. He was a puppet, you see. He didn't tolerate Palestinian terrorists and, people who want freedom and shit. No. He didn't fuck around. He was a good, grade A client state or client, basically, period, and had the Savak secret police trained by the CIA to torture people. He was allied with Israel. He bought as much equipment as America had to offer. He's basically what Saudi Arabia is today. You understand? Yeah. So and of course he never complained when the UK stole oil from Iran and cooked the books and made the Iranians not only pay for the oil by giving the oil itself, losing that money, but also pay taxes to the crown for having the privilege of having their oil stolen by the UK. Like, the level of theft, there's a lot of like racism about, these African politicians and Arab politicians, they rob their populations. You have no clue how good Caucasian or Western countries are at stealing. You have no idea. They're so good at it that they hide it to a point where it's so inconspicuous. It's like that level of theft. They make cat burglars look like amateurs. It's theft on another level. This colonial exploitation. And that's really the reason why they want to get Iran. It's nothing to do with nuclear. I know I've gone into and I've kind of entertained inadvertently their narrative by going in depth, but I had to because I'm very well versed in this topic and I spent years covering it. I'm still covering it, but I just want to make this very clear. It's nothing to do with nuclear. It's purely to do with Iran's a rejection of U.S. imperialism when they got rid of the Shah, who was installed by MI6 and the CIA. It's all to do with Iran's support for liberation and resistance groups, which they call terrorist groups or malign activity in the region. Whatever, you can pick the term you like. That the point is the same. It's Iran's foreign policy that they don't like, and of course, it's the fact that Iran has a ballistic missile program that it developed under sanctions, which makes it all the more notable, right? I don't know if I'm allowed to say impressive. It's notable. Yes, it's of note. And that's what they don't like. And of course, I mean, ballistic missiles, many countries have ballistic missiles. You can't just go around bombing them and accusing them of having nuclear weapons. Yes, you can deliver nuclear weapons with intercontinental ballistic missiles or just ballistic missiles, period. Of course, that's one delivery mechanism. But you could also deliver a nuclear weapon in a suitcase. Are we going to go and murder every person on the planet that has a suitcase or a briefcase? I mean, this is ridiculous. Are you going to murder everyone with a car because a nuclear bomb could theoretically be fit in a car? What kind of stupid logic is this? And again, look at the people making the demands and the threats. It's the US. Like, they're the only people who've ever used nukes, and they bombed civilians with them. So they're not really in any moral position to negotiate about, or rather give lectures about who can have and who should have nuclear weapons, especially when they arm. It's not just Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It's not just past behavior that's concerning. It's their current behavior where they're arming and sponsoring, and I hate this word of they're complicit. No. They are carrying out the genocide. They are bombing Iran. The United States is doing that. It's not Israel, with other people complicit. No, it's Israel and the United States and the United Kingdom committing genocide, okay? And the EU committing genocide, murdering people. It's these countries that have a bloody, just a blood-drenched history of slavery, exploitation, colonialism, subjugation, theft, murder, rape, pillaging, you name it, they've done it. This is what being a journalist means. You hold your own governments to account. It's so easy for me to sit in Vienna and like point fingers at Vladimir Putin and Tehran and China. That's so easy. Who's going to punish me for that? On the contrary, I'd get fucking awards for that. That's not journalism. It's propaganda. So I'm not interested in that. We have to be adversarial, and not just for the sake of being adversarial. We have to be truthful, and the truth is that the countries making demands about Iran's nuclear program are actually among the most violent that this planet has ever known. among history, right? They have blood-drenched histories, and not just histories, but their current behavior is neo-colonial, and they are sponsoring and participating, carrying out a genocide. They have no moral ground to stand on, period. Not to mention the fact that they have lied about Iraq, they lied about Syria when it comes to WMDs, and they're lying again about Iran. And I explain this to you now down to the dates and the letters, you know, crossed the T's and dotted the I's. I know this thing backwards, and I'm telling you, no, Iran is probably one of the most patient countries on the planet. You know, some might even say they're naive and that they made a mistake and they were pushovers. Like that, it's that level of patience. I'm not saying that, but some might even argue that it's that far. You know, the level or the extent rather that they went to in order to preserve the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action and to preserve diplomatic relations and find a peaceful, a peaceful resolution to everything that's happening. No one has done more. That's why they lie. They have nothing to go off of. They have to lie. Piers Morgan has to start talking about women's dress code in Iran as if that has any goddamn thing to do with nuclear fissile material, because he has nothing to talk about, because he's a liar and a propagandist, and you know he helps enable genocide, as Professor Merendi correctly put it. In any case, deep breaths. I think I've made my case and my point rather succinctly, well, perhaps not succinctly, but let's say convincingly. And I know it wasn't concise; it was quite extensive, if anything. I think I made my point quite well, and you know, we'll leave it at that. I'm not done with the stream, of course. We're going to continue. Speaking of Piers Morgan, let's look at that interview, and we're going to go with Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz afterwards as well. Tons of stuff to show you. Can't wait. So let's take a look at the Merendi, Professor Merendi and Piers Morgan interview. Now, just give me a second to pull this up. And again, I'm very grateful for your donations, your patience, your viewership, and just give me a second to pull this up. Where are we? There's Merendi. Okay. So, yeah, you should be able to see that on your screens now. Okay. So let's dissect this. And I mean, I've pulled out like some clips, but I also have the full thing. I don't know like how long we want to how much of a dive we want to do, but whatever, we'll go with the flow. So some people recently thought that Piers Morgan had, turned over a new leaf, and he was starting to see the light, and he'd come to terms with the fact that Israel was indeed committing genocide and bludgeoning Palestinians. Well, no, he hasn't, and he has not, in fact, seen the light. As a matter of fact, he's back on his BS, and I want to play you this interview that he conducted with Professor Merendi, who's a good friend, a great friend of the show, and we'll just look at a few clips and take it from there. So,
napping, they've been asleep, it seems quite literally in some cases, as Israel launched this surprise attack, which has been so far stunningly successful and had comparatively small retaliation from Iran, which suggests that maybe you don't have the capability to do much about what is happening to your country.
Well, first of all, I have to point out some nonsense that your guest said. I fought in the Iran-Iraq war as a volunteer, and I was part of the war effort for 6 years, on and off. I was wounded 4 times, and I survived 2 chemical attacks. There was no children being pushed over minefields. These are myths that Westerners, Western media, Western elites have been promoting for many years in order to demonize Iranians and to portray us as fanatic. Right now, Piers, your friends, your Zionist allies, they have bombed buildings belonging to the Iranian television. I'm in one of those buildings. And the guard right now is standing outside the door telling me to leave. And I was yelling at him, telling him to go. I'm going to finish this interview. We are not intimidated by you, your government, the United States, or the Israeli regime. This was a blatant act of aggression. People were murdered in Iranian radio and television just minutes ago, and I tweeted it, and your colleagues have seen it. And this building is also a target. Your allies target journalists. Your allies have murdered over 200 journalists, and you are complicit in this genocide.
Well, let me respond to that, Professor.
You repeated the lies.
Listen, I've seen you, Professor. All due respect, Professor.
You are complicit.
All due respect, Professor. I've seen you doing this kind of shtick in the last few days on all sorts of shows, and let me just respond. The reason that I actually think that.
I love how Merendi is like, go ahead. I know you're bullshit. Lay it on. If you're already frustrated, believe me, you ain't seen nothing yet. I think I'm going to save you all the mental trauma and predicament of having to sit through this and just tell you what happened, because I watched this in full. He spends the whole interview, and keep in mind, Merendi just pointed out that he's putting his life at risk, and he really was, because you saw that photograph I showed you earlier. They bombed the IRIB, which is a state broadcaster, the public broadcaster, right, which they call state media, just nearby, and Merendi himself was warned to leave. I've seen him in another interview, I think it was today or yesterday, he was also forced to cut short and leave. You know, basically my point is he put his life at risk to conduct this interview, and Piers Morgan, I'm trying really hard to restrain my tongue right now. He basically wastes his time and talks over him. He spends the whole interview talking over him. Again, Merendi is in a war zone. You know, God protect him. And you're not just he's not just risking his life to talk to you, but then you're not even letting him talk. I mean, what kind of? I honestly don't even know why Merendi entertains him. I really don't. I really don't. And it's really awful. Like, when I say talk over him, I don't mean that you can make something out or make out what he's saying or that it's intelligible. No. It's completely unintelligible. You cannot tell what Merendi is saying because of how much Piers Morgan keeps talking over him. Like, the level of disrespect, it's just like, it's not, by the way, this is not unique to this interview. This is a tactic, a bullying tactic, a harassment tactic that Western journalists use to, and I'm a sound engineer. I know sound engineering like the back of my hand. I have the feeling, I don't have proof, but I can hear it with my ears, that they duck the audio. They basically feed the guest's audio when it's someone who's not an Israeli, of course. You know, they feed the audio of the host. So Piers Morgan's audio is fed through a sidechain compressor to duck the guest's audio when he speaks, so he can literally, like, you know, audio-wise, speak over the guest and drown them out on a sonic level. And obviously, you know, that makes sense from one hand, because, you know, you want to make sure that both guests can kind of interrupt each other when necessary, and interject, right? But interjecting is one thing, and talking over them the whole goddamn time for 10 minutes is really a completely different thing. Okay, so it's actually, it's really just crap to watch. I think someone cut out a small segment, which I'll play to you. Here we go.
If you're going to call me a liar and a coward, I'm going to jump in and take you on.
Show
some respect or don't bother.
You are a coward. You are a coward. You did not come to Iran when I invited you, so you have no right to.
I wouldn't trust going to Iran. Why on earth would I trust going to Iran? As your guest,
your guest said nonsense about.
As your guest in Iran, with your contacts with the Iranian regime, I wouldn't trust that as far as I can throw it.
So don't comment about Iran if you don't come here.
Well, if you're going to call me a liar and a coward, I'm going to jump.
Now, of course, you know, someone who's a clever dick might go and say, well, Merendi's never been to Israel, right, or occupied Palestine. He talks about it. No, Israel comes to Merendi, or rather to Iran, and attacks them. So actually, He has every right, and not to mention the fact he's an academic, a scholar, a professor. He served in a war that was backed by the West when Saddam Hussein was being armed by Germany, by the United States, with chemical weapons. He's more than qualified to speak. I don't think they would even let me go to Israel because I was born in Damascus. No. So, just for anyone who wants to, who thinks that they can be clever. But Piers Morgan is welcome to go to both. He's more, no one is going to block him. If he wanted to go to Iran, they will definitely accept him. And this assertion that, oh my God, with your contacts, wait, what is he on about? No one is going to touch him. I mean, this is really Besides, let me add this. Even if let's accept the premise for a second, hypothetically, that Piers Morgan would really be in danger, right? If he went to Iran, which he wouldn't. But let's imagine. Why does he think he's above journalists in Gaza who are being struck and murdered by Israel, or journalists in Tehran? As Merendi, literally just an hour before this interview, people were killed at the state broadcaster, at the public broadcaster in Iran. Why does Piers Morgan think that he's above other journalists, that he doesn't need to put himself at risk? I'm not saying every journalist has to do this, of course not. No one is forcing you to go to a place that you think is dangerous, but this is really ridiculous. No one is. The irony, honestly, is that he would be treated like perhaps better than he probably deserves if he went to Iran, because of the culture, because of the way that they are welcoming and accepting and forgiving and merciful. Really, I guarantee you, anyone who's been to Syria or Iraq, including Americans and Brits, will know that despite all the bombing and shelling and invasions that have been carried out against these countries, that no one discriminates against them. Go on YouTube, look up look up Drew Binsky, for example, who is Jewish, by the way, and has a Jewish American, has a big travel blog. Look how he's treated in Iraq. Look how he's treated in Syria when he tells people he's American. No one discriminates. On the contrary, they're very happy to receive him. So this idea that Piers Morgan would be, disappeared or whatever the hell he was trying to imply in Iran is such far-fetched bollocks. I mean, really, just nonsense, really, absolute nonsense. And I've been to Iran, and he's lying. He knows damn well deep down that no one's going to do anything. Besides, I see some of you in the comments suggesting that he's an island hopper. I think we all know what that means. Look, man, if you've been on that plane, you can go to Iran. All right, come on, Anyway, I'm not going to say anything about that. But, he's blocked me on Twitter already. I don't want to anger him further. But in any case, look, my point is he's being disingenuous. He knows nothing's going to happen. If anything, ironically, he's probably more at risk in Israel, or occupied Palestine, Israel in quotation marks, because of their policy of murdering journalists. So anyway, this is, you can go watch that interview if you want to torture yourself, by all means, but I discourage it. It's not, there's no debate or interaction going on. It's really, he's really just speaking over him the entire time. It's just uncomfortable. It's stupid. I'll play this clip from George Galloway, though. I haven't seen this full interview, but I saw Galloway, and I was like, I think it's a recent one too. So it's relevant, of course, to current events. Let's take a look.
Most of the world has a real problem with the concept of Iran being a nuclear power, apart from you, who thinks they should have loads of nukes.
No, it's not just for me. Iran is presently the hero of the vast majority of people in the world.
Oh, rubbish.
And it's
absolute
the fact
rubbish.
That you can't see
what a
that.
load of absolute nonsense.
Take your eyes off the posterior of the tiny part of the world, which is the Western world.
You think that
Africa
currently
is with
most
Iran.
of the world, you think
Latin
the rest of the world
America is with Iran.
You think the rest of the world
China is with Iran.
Yeah.
Russia is with Iran.
Russia,
All
China,
the Arabs are with Iran.
Russia, China,
Take
any
the
other
nose out of the ass
North Korea
of the tiny number of people that you think are the world. They're not the world. The world is 8 billion people.
Right.
You're speaking for the little clique that leads a tiny fraction of fewer than 1 billion of the people of the world.
So just to be clear,
you cannot see beyond the end of your nose.
As I suggested, then you want to put up as a defence for Iran that they're supported by China, Russia. Did you mention North Korea?
That's a lot of people, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. But are they the kind of people, in terms of their own regimes, that we should be taking as good supporters of these benevolent people
You're
in
living
Tehran.
under Keir Starmer's regime, for God's sake. You're going to blame the British for Keir Starmer?
I would know a thing or two about Keir Starmer's regime, been arrested under it, you know. Very, very free regime, I can tell you that. You know, manhandled by 6 counterterrorism police. Yeah, very, very free. But totally, China's the problem, all right?
The French are living under little Macron. When did you get the right to decide that 7/8 of the world's population cannot be considered valid because you, Piers Morgan, don't like their regimes? Listen, there's something else you didn't mention, and you must also have known about that. Unless you switch your mobile off at 10 o'clock at night, you already know that Iran is giving Israel a bloody good hiding every single night.
A hiding is a spanking, you know. I love George Galloway. George Galloway is like, you know, creme de la creme. He's the best, simply. I'm gonna have to go and watch that thing in full. I'd play the whole thing to you, but I think we'd never finish with the stream, and we've still got a lot more to cover. This is a small clip, by the way, from Merendi on Piers Morgan's show, but it's not the one from this week. It's I frankly I couldn't tell you when it's from, but it's in the last year or so. Because the clothes are different, right? Like Merendi was wearing a white shirt this week, and here he's wearing, yeah, it's different. So let's watch it anyway, though.
And you advocate the devil.
It sounds like a guy who is trying to dictate to women how they should.
I could have sworn, by the way, this is a repeat because I know I just pointed out it's different, but he went on the same monologue this week, Piers Morgan, that is. Oh, women dress this and that. I don't care about women's clothes. Why are you talking to me about clothes? Why are you talking to me about religion? Why, like the way that they sidetrack, you know, and try to take the focus off of the fact Israel bombed a sovereign country, you know, the 5th one, 6th one this year. I lost count. Yeah, let's talk about women's clothes, you know. And then, by the way, again, notwithstanding the fact that actually the burqa, you know, like this full veil is that, if I'm not mistaken, there's a small sect of Jewish, you know, people that wear that, if I'm not mistaken. So by all, you know, logic dictates it's actually not even a Muslim thing originally, but you won't see Piers Morgan. My point is you won't see Piers Morgan talking about how Jews dress or Jewish customs or, you know, or even Christian customs for that matter. It's like he just wants to, you know, express this revolting Orientalist viewpoint that, well, you know, we do it right and you do it wrong. We're going to teach you how it's done. And half the time the things he's talking about are frankly, you know, not only unrelated, but they're hypocritical. They're not even true, really. It's not, you know, he talks about Iran not being a free country when you know, journalists like me get arrested or raided, like Asa Winstanley, or arrested like Sarah Wilkinson. I know dress code and you know, free press are not exactly related, but he does talk about that as well as other episodes when he's mentioning Iran. It is related to this whole worldview that, well, the West is free and, you know, Iran isn't, and China isn't, and Russia isn't. That's his point, you know. So I am addressing it and tackling it from the right angle. It's hypocritical. It's wrong what he's putting forward. But anyway, I'll let the rest of the clip play. I let 5 seconds play and already went into a rant. So
dress, how they should behave. I do understand that in the West we look at that as reprehensible behavior.
No, in the West, you objectify women, you commodify women, and you sexualize women, and you have Epsteins and many Epsteins to control.
Well, we give women the freedom to dress how they wish. Why would you decline them that freedom?
In Iran, we have women pilots, we have women scientists. My boss at the University of Tehran, the dean of my faculty is a woman. For the 21 years that I've been an academic at the University of Tehran, 17 and a half of those years, the dean of my faculty was one woman or another. Don't misrepresent Iran. It doesn't work anymore, Piers. Your Western empire is on the decline. The whole of the globe.
Yeah, like why is the metric of how free women are, like, you know, how much skin they can reveal? I mean, is that really economic empowerment? I'm more in line with what Merendi's talking about. I want, like, you know, the fact that, for example, I can give you just an example. When I went to Tehran, all the people working at the customs were women, right? Literally the first thing you see, you get off the plane, right? That's just to add to what he was saying about how you have women working so many posts. I think you have more undergrads and grads. I don't know the ratio exactly, but generally at university, you have more university students, college students that are female in Iran than male, if I'm not mistaken. For me, that's a much more important milestone or improvement than whatever Pierce is talking about. Honestly, that's actually life changing and important. And I'll add one more thing. You don't see Piers Morgan talking about the fact that, for example, in Syria last week, speaking of dress code, they mandated that public swimming pools. I think men can swim without a top, but once they get out of the pool, they have to put on a t-shirt or a vest. And then women also, they can't. They have to wear a burkini. It's like the colloquial name for it. But basically, they're mandating a more conservative a more conservative dress code at swimming pools in Syria. I didn't see Pierce criticizing that. You know why? I can take and guess why. Because Syria is now a pro-Israel regime, so he doesn't care to address it. As a matter of fact, just the other day, he was talking about Syria. I think he said that there was no, Syria. He quoted Syria as being an example of a country that was subjected to regime change without the population suffering. I was like, yeah. I've suffered. I can give you 1 million people that have suffered. Even people outside the country suffered for various reasons. What the hell? The disconnect is incredible, right? And anyway, I'll let Merendi continue, but I just wanted to add that.
Is on the decline. The whole of the global south is witnessing the crimes that are being carried out by your regimes, and your declining regimes are now despised by your own people. You're crushing people, students who are protesting genocide. You're not even crushing students who are protesting your own government for something that they're doing at home. You're crushing students who are protesting genocide in another country, but you can't tolerate that. And your media is controlled by a group of rich people. They control the narrative, and you call that a democracy. Your choice is either Hillary Clinton or Biden or Trump. And then when that decision is made, the whole of Europe, Canada, the UK, Australia, and New Zealand fall in line as good soldiers. You don't have democracy.
Yeah. Pretty much nailed it in it. Yeah. So go torture yourself if you want to watch the whole video from today's, or rather this week's interview, but you're not going to like it, I can promise you. It's just like, it was horrible. Because that it's normal that there's a delay, of course, between you and the guest, or rather, you see it with correspondence all the time and so on. So he knows that. But it's not only the delay. It was once or twice you understand. Okay, he didn't grasp the delay and accidentally spoke over him. No, it was completely intentional. You can't. It's just. You can see Merendi rolling his eyes at one point. I mean, if you want to watch an interview with Merendi, go check out the playlist I have on the channel about the nuclear deal, the Iranian nuclear deal. Interview Merendi multiple times, and that's relevant to today, of course. So you'll enjoy that much more. Anyway. So, I mean, he's probably doing like 50 interviews a day. I didn't want to bother him with an interview now because, he's got a big enough workload. And like I said, we've done many talks on this topic anyway. So it's no need to add to his workload. But let me show you this clip from Israel. Okay, so let's take a look at. This is Israeli press freedom and freedom of speech. So I'll play this clip from Ben Gvir, and he's basically saying, there are no subtitles, but I can tell you the translation because it's written in the caption. It says basically that Ben Gvir is explicitly calling on people to snitch, so on Israelis to snitch on other Israelis if they're caught watching Al Jazeera. And as a matter of fact, if you look at this headline from Times of Israel, I'll get to that in a second, but just let's watch the clip just briefly.
יש גם הבוקר בתל אביב אירוע שהחרימו ציוד, עיכבו צלם. אנחנו לא ניתן לאל ג'זירה לשדר מישראל, ואני קורא לכל מי שרואה את אל ג'זירה, לכל האזרחים לעדכן את המשטרה. אני יודע שגם שירות הביטחון הכללי בנושא, ויש אמירה מפורשת, מדיניות מפורשת, אל ג'זירה מסכנת.
Again, a lot of Hebrew or modern Hebrew words are taken from Arabic. Sometimes pick up what they're saying, but anyway, you can see. Let me explain this to you. What's going on right now? They're not just they're not just telling Israelis you can't watch, you can't film what's going on. They banned Al Jazeera already a year ago. But you can see here from Times of Israel, Ben-Gvir says the police are hunting down anyone filming missile strike locations or celebrating Iran. Well, I mean, those are two completely different things. But anyway, so yeah, speaking from the scene of this morning's Iranian missile strike on Petah Tikva, National Security Minister Ben-Gvir, by the way, he's Iraqi, originally, pledges to crack down on both foreign media and expressions of joy at Iranian attacks. I mean, what is the connection between these two? Where's the freedom of the press? Where's free speech, by the way? Even let's say hypothetically there are Israelis who are celebrating that. Don't you have freedom of speech? You keep telling us what a democracy you are. Anyway, Ben-Gvir says that foreign networks put lives at risk by broadcasting the locations of missile impacts, allowing those who launch the projectiles to better triangulate their fire. I agree. This is an objective statement from an operational security point of view. Yes, fine. And he is the security minister, whatever. But that we both know that's not really the reason that he's banning, because he didn't just say showing the locations. He's saying anyone celebrating it, which has no effect or relation to operational security whatsoever. That's about propaganda. That's about morale. That's about and again, you can argue that yes, that's still important, but this strikes at the core issue, which is that the Israelis don't have a free press. They have a military censor, which is from British laws in 1945, martial law, I should add, British martial law that they internalized. They just copied and pasted it, and it strikes at the heart of the issue that the Israelis are not a democracy in any capacity, whether it comes to free speech or a free press. That's really what this is about. He can say it's about recalibrating or triangulating strikes. It's not really the issue. Honestly, this is, besides, I'll add one thing. Obviously any military in the world is going to benefit from that footage if they really are trying to calibrate the strikes. But if Iran is such a threat, right, because they're making the case that Iran is so lethal that not only their nuclear program, but the ballistic missiles that they're now responding with are so dangerous, they need to be crippled, right? Well, do you think that they're really depending on footage of the wreckage to calibrate the strikes if they're that dangerous? This is a contradiction, isn't it? Right? Like, if they're so egregious and pose such a mortal danger to your security that you have to go and bomb that country and murder the chief of staff, two chiefs of staff in a week, well, I can't imagine them really benefiting that much from the footage of missile strike. That's a bit of a stretch, honestly. Anyway, don't let logic or reasoning stop you, by all means. So, in any case, Ben-Gvir's office announced that police and communications ministry officials had gone into the field to track down the source of what was an Al Jazeera broadcast in the Haifa area, where missile barrages have been targeted sensitive facilities. So there's footage, actually. I don't know if this is of the same thing. I imagine it's the same. It sounds like it is, but this is in Tel Aviv. So and that was in Haifa. So I guess we have two cases. This one, you can see the Israeli authorities, the occupation, going in and dismantling a live, basically a camera crew that were taking live pictures or recording the strikes. And, you can really see the essence of Israeli freedom of the speech. Take a look. You can see them holding the camera right there, confiscating it.
מצולם במצלמת גוף, וגם הוא עכשיו החבר פה מצלם. רק אני אשמח שלא תצלם, כי בטלפון יכול להיות אצלי בתחנת אישית. אבל אני לא יכול, אסור לי. אתה מתעד כרגע אירוע משטרתי, וזה יכול לשמש כראיה.
Yeah, so I mean, this is basically, they're walking out with all their gear. They're in a hotel. They're filming the skyline and from the high rises of the Iranian missiles coming in. I mean, honestly, this is. You can see also, I showed you that clip the other day of Trey Yingst, right, the chief foreign correspondent at Fox News, being kind of just like yelled at and told to move away, even though he has permission to film and he was at a safe distance. You can see that again with a different correspondent. This is not Fox, but CNN. You can also see them trying to hide some of the the damage. And again, I understand the reason behind it, but don't come and tell us that this is a democracy then and that you respect journalists, especially with the kill list, the pile of bodies that they've amassed of press personnel and media workers is, it's irreconcilable with their so-called or stated stance.
Area. The building that was struck has apartment buildings. It also has offices. And here you can see that there are shops. There's a barber shop right here that was damaged by the blast. A corner store, where people might get their basic provisions. Oh my goodness. And as you can see, still quite a dangerous situation with debris still falling. That man was just struck actually by a falling, I hope he's okay. He was just struck by a falling signage on the side here. So, that's why we're wearing this helmet, this safety equipment, because we are still seeing windows falling, pieces of metal.
I mean, that guy looked like he was at a pretty safe distance. It was more like, stop filming, it's embarrassing. Yeah, it is, but why don't you just let them do their jobs? Besides, let me phrase this another way. You're the press. You should be allowed to get up in, get in the nitty gritty and up in the middle of their faces. That's your job. I mean, you're supposed to film what is going on and anything that's of interest and of note. I don't see the point of stopping them from filming it unless you're trying to impose that kind of, you're letting them film a bit to give that illusion that you're allowing foreign correspondence. But whenever there's something embarrassing, they try to shut their cameras down. So, it's they just want it on so they can garner sympathy or curry favor with people. And again, this makes total sense from a propaganda point of view and a morale point of view, blah blah blah. But it doesn't compute with their repeated propaganda that, oh well, they are the only democracy and they do not target journalists and they don't interfere in your work. I mean, come on. So I have to point it out. The Israelis are so anti-press. They don't just kill and censor journalists in the vicinity of their occupation. They go after people like me. So, who are thousands of kilometers away, just speaking in a room in front of a camera. So yeah, I'm going to complain. So yeah, let me talk to you now about the hospital strike that took place this morning, and let's try and break that down. So today on June 19th, the Iranians struck a hospital, and this comes actually 3 days after the Israelis struck a hospital in Iran. But I want to show you the contrast in the reaction from the mainstream media, the Israelis' reaction, and so on. So I'll play you a few clips from the Israelis themselves and what they're saying.
This morning, an Iranian ballistic missile directly hit the Soroka hospital in Beersheba. This hospital serves over 1 million Israelis, including Bedouins, Jews, Christians, and Arabs alike. Iran targeting civilian centers with ballistic missiles is no surprise for us. They have been openly declaring their desire to destroy the state of Israel for decades now. These aren't just words. Over the past 6 days, Iran has launched over 450 ballistic missiles and hundreds of UAVs. This is exactly why we cannot and we will not allow this regime to obtain nuclear weapons or expand its missile arsenal. And so, we continue our operations, striking Iranian nuclear weapons facilities, missile launchers, and military sites. Iran targets civilians. We target an existential threat that endangers global security. And we will prevail. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of laying it on a bit thick, don't you think? This whole, they're an existential, imminent threat, blah, blah, blah. He pulled out the whole neocon vocabulary. Listen, if that's your criteria, that bombing a hospital makes you an imminent global threat and you need to be handled or dealt with, well, by your own logic then, when Israel has... Shall I read the list of hospitals? How many hospitals have they taken out in Gaza? Christ, it was a long list. I don't know if we'll even find it now. but I think it's 94% of the hospitals or something like that. I have it here. So, you know, Al Ahli Hospital, Indonesian hospital, European hospital, you know, Shifa Hospital, all of them. I mean, they've left literally, they not just attacked the hospitals, they kidnapped medical staff and even raped some of them to death, like Dr. Adnan al-Bursh. So if that is the criteria, and I mean, yeah, it's a fair enough assessment, I suppose. You know, targeting hospitals is kind of messed up. But you know, he's trying to link that with, I mean, look, let me put this another way. If you spent the last year and a half bombing hospitals and murdering medical staff and raping them to death, it's going to be a bit difficult to garner sympathy, even if someone actually struck your hospitals on purpose. And I don't know if that's the case. And remember that with Gaza, they always said, well, there's a facility underground, or Hamas are using it as, you know, a base of operations, or they have a complex underneath, you know, and they pull out these like James Bond neoconservative cartoons that Donald Rumsfeld probably drew. And you know, the Iranians kind of hit them with the same argument today and said, well, there was a military installation next to it and we didn't mean to hit it. I don't know if they did that on purpose, if that was like kind of, you know, just trying to be cheeky and use, or basically give the Israelis a taste of their own medicine, or use the same kind of rhetoric and actions against them. But yeah, that's what they said. And that sounds very similar to what the Israelis say. And honestly, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what happened. And I'll show you also another clip from the Israelis. So, by the way, here's a couple of statements just before I go to Avichai. This is the sports minister. He said that only the most vile people on earth can fire, Israeli sports minister, right? Only the most vile people on earth can fire missiles at civilians lying in hospital beds. You don't say. You don't say. Well, I think Gaza would like a word. Here's Avichai, who's the Arabic IDF spokesperson, and let's take a look at what he had to say.
بجملة شعب إسرائيل حي. إيران قصفت مستشفى سوروكا في مدينة بئر السبع صباح اليوم. نحن لا نتحدث عن قاعدة عسكرية. شعب إسرائيل حي. إيران قصفت مستشفى سوروكا في مدينة.
Yeah, so he's saying Iran struck the hospital of Soroka in Be'er Sheva or Be'er Sab'a, and
بئر السبع صباح اليوم. نحن لا نتحدث عن قاعدة عسكرية بل عن أكبر مستشفى في جنوب إسرائيل. مستشفى يخدم مئات الآلاف بينهم الآلاف من المواطنين العرب في النقب.
Yeah, he's saying this is one of the biggest hospitals in Israel, biggest in the south. It serves hundreds of thousands of Israelis, including you know, Arab Israelis, Arab citizens of Israel.
مكان يعمل فيه أطباء وممرضون يهود وعرب جنبا إلى جنب.
Muslims and Arabs side by side, right? He's like trying to make it out to be some rosy wonderland.
لإنقاذ الأرواح. ومع ذلك كان هدف للصواريخ نظام دموي لا يفرق بين عسكري ومدني بين مقاتل ومريض. هذا هو.
Yeah, and he's saying the Iranian rockets did not differentiate between civilian and you know, soldier and or you know, combatant.
هو وجه النظام الإيراني الحقيقي، نظام مهزوم يرد على فشله بضرب المستشفيات. هذه ليست قوة، هذه وحشية وأنتم.
Yeah, he's saying that's the real face of the Iranian regime. This is not strength, this is barbarism.
أيها العرب تعرفون وحشيته أكثر من أي شعب آخر.
Yeah, and he tries to go for the Sunni Shia sectarian shit, and he's like, and Arabs would know that better than anyone. You know, basically he's saying Arabs would know Iran's violence better than anyone. He's trying to stir sectarian strife. You know, he's like he's doing like a you know, he's trying to make a pass at you know, Syria or Iraq, whatever, you know, Saudi Arabia. You can pick the sectarian theater that you like. It's the same one, really. And Israel has got a huge hand in it, as has Britain and the United States. So yeah, he thinks he's he thinks he's very clever. Anyway, so yeah, and here's another statement I'll show you. This is from the from Katz, Israel Katz. Okay, so that's the defense minister. You know, they just basically give each other jobs and change posts. One day he'll be, you know, foreign minister, finance minister, and then foreign minister. It's like in the UK. It's just corrupt. Anyway, he said, so Israel Katz, the Israeli defense minister, said on today that Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, can no longer be allowed to exist. Okay, quote, can no longer be allowed to exist, unquote, after Soroka Hospital in southern Israel was hit. Yeah, so that's the second day in a row they've threatened to kill the supreme leader of Iran, or Iran's supreme leader. I should inform you that it's not just a political leader. As a matter of fact, he's a religious leader, right? And he issued the fatwa, the decree against nuclear weapons. So this kind of threat it's kind of like, if I can give you an analogy or draw a comparison somehow, it's like if you were to say, well, we're going to assassinate the Pope. That's the best I can do to kind of draw a parallel between the two. It's really like saying, I'm going to murder the Pope. And of course, the Israelis will tell you then, or some clever dick will tell you, well, no, that's not true, because the Pope doesn't make political decisions. Blah blah blah. It's kind of funny saying that about the Vatican, but yes, the point is, yes, it's true. Khamenei is involved in political decision making. It's not, but it's not like the whole country depends on one person. And again, he has, whether you like it or not, he does have that religious authority. And you've got tens of millions of Shiite or Shia Muslims around the world, not just in Iran, but in Iraq, in Lebanon, and again around the world that are going to be extraordinarily offended and taken aback by just the threat of violence, never mind the actual act itself. So it does have that connotation and weight that you should be aware of. And I don't even know what this has got to do with the hospital. I think it's them just adding to what Trump said yesterday, where he threatened, indeed, to murder, albeit quite recklessly and ignorantly, to murder the supreme leader, or the leader Ali Khamenei. I know some Americans have been going saying Khomeini. He's dead. It's Khamenei. I don't know what century these people are coming from, but anyway, yeah. So let me just show you a video from Trey. So he filmed this at the hospital today. This is, again, the same one that was struck. And I should note, well, I'll tell you in a second.
The main impact was that building right there. I don't know if you were able to see the roof. But here's like the glass right here.
Yeah, anyway, so it's just a bit of footage I wanted to show you. Now, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am, this hospital serves not just Bedouins or Israeli Arabs, or people who are living in the Negev, like Avichai, our friend, phrased it. As a matter of fact, this hospital treats IDF soldiers that have been in Gaza. Yes. So I think that is, again, I don't know if Iran actually struck the thing directly, if that was an accident or on purpose, if they're really just, it's tongue in cheek when they're saying, well, we didn't strike it, we were striking the thing next to it, which is what, Israel says when it hits Gaza or Gazan hospitals. I don't know. The point is, it was struck, obviously, you can see. But regardless, I understood, and my understanding is that they treat IDF soldiers that have been in Gaza, given its proximity. That is very interesting, and that might explain why Iran have chosen it. Now, if they did really choose that as a target, obviously I have to tell you that's illegal against international law. You can't bomb hospitals, even if they belong to Imperial Japan or Nazi Germany or the Zionists. It's a hospital is a hospital. Otherwise, what's really the difference between you and an Israeli at the end of the day, right? But we're not talking about the legality now. I've given you the legality. I'm talking about the logic, or like the choice. What informed the choice? Is it because they're treating IDF soldiers in there? I don't know. I don't know, but I thought I'd just share that with you. I think it's important. Now, I don't think this should be the main point of the segment. I think the main point should be the fact Israelis, I've seen Israelis this morning themselves. Again, I have no clue who they are. I just saw it on my feed, but these were going quite viral. I saw Israelis themselves conceding that they have no right to complain about Iran hitting one of their hospitals after what they've done in Gaza, which was kind of what public sentiment was dictating anyway. You had many people basically expressing that sentiment and saying that, well, after what you've done, blah blah blah. How dare you complain? I mean, people have been saying that publicly about Israel the whole week. It's not necessarily my sentiment. I have to add this disclaimer, right? Because anyway, it's not necessarily my sentiment. I'm just telling you what I've seen as a reporter, and a lot of people have been saying that anyway. But specifically today, I saw Israelis themselves saying it, which is something interesting, right? I've never seen that before. Maybe it was just a few random people. I don't know. But I'm trying to find. I want to show you the list of this is one thing that I also saw. This is the list of Gaza hospitals posted that have been just decimated. People have been posting this list in response to Israelis who have been saying, "Oh my God, look what happened to the hospital." Here's one example. I can show you this whole list over here. So I'll just start reading them to you, basically. Yeah, look. So Al-Shifa Medical Complex, Nasser Medical Complex, Abu Yusuf Al-Najjar Hospital, Indonesian Hospital, Kamal Adwan Hospital, Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital, Beit Hannoun Hospital, Al-Awda Hospital, Al-Quds Hospital, Al-Jazeera Hospital, Hayat Hospital, Hello Hospital, Psychiatric Hospital, Rantisi, Nasser Children's Hospital, Al-Durra Hospital, Turkish Palestinian Friendship Hospital, Eye Hospital, Karam. I mean, you can see the list. It's I think we've all seen those names at one point or another during the last year and a half, precisely because they've been struck by Israel for one reason or another. And you remember the Israeli spokesperson going in and saying, well, oh, look, this is a hostage nannying list. He essentially called it that. And it was actually just the days of the week written in Arabic. It was, complete bullshit, what he was saying. So, yeah, I'm just telling you that this is the sentiment that is being expressed largely online. I've also seen this, for example, posted today in response to Israelis trying to garner sympathy about the hospital strike in Soroka in the Negev. This is a testimony from Professor Mahmoud, who's talking to MPs in the UK about what victims he had treated in Gaza. Just take a look at the video.
I was operating on one young girl one night who died not long afterwards, and I can't even begin to describe her injuries. But when I'd finished operating on her, an ophthalmologist was trying to take out her left eye, which was just pulp. And he was a lovely, gentle man, maybe 5 years older than me. And while he was working, he was just saying, yeah, when they came in February, they got all of us who were still here, they put our hands behind our backs, tied them up, put a hood over our heads, made us stand for 10 hours, beat us, cursed us in Arabic, humiliated us. And then some were taken away, some were killed, some were detained, some were released. We had a medical student who worked with us, who described how the women had all been lined up and been told to strip down to their underwear and made to stand for hours like that, which is deeply, deeply humiliating, particularly in that culture. And then when they told her she could go, they wouldn't give her her clothes back, so she had to run through the streets like that, which for her was extremely traumatic. So there's a consistent theme of attack, humiliation, aggression against people who are simply trying to do their job, to try and help people.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and say this. Fuck these people, honestly. After hearing that, fuck them. Yeah. There's nothing else to say. And I mean, just imagine how bankrupt, morally, ethically, legally, whatever, how disgusting and revolting these MPs are, the majority of them, the lot of them, to hear these kinds of testimonies. And they've all heard them, every single one, every MP, every senator, every congressperson, every lord. They've all heard this. Every député. And then still give the Israelis' weapons, diplomatic cover, media cover, political cover, in some ways makes them even worse than the Israelis, right? Well, in many ways, not just some. And fuck them too. Here, you can listen to this rare bit of truth that was on the news, albeit it was on Al Jazeera. Unfortunately, I think we might have heard something on Sky similarly. Was it? I'll play both. But let's start with Al Jazeera.
As your correspondent mentioned, the authorities are focusing on the hospital. That sends a message that the Iranians target hospitals. Of course, Israelis target hospitals as well. It's important to mention that there really are various sensitive installations and headquarters very near to the hospital, because Israel places its military headquarters in the midst of civilian neighborhoods and towns.
Right, that's what we've heard from Haaretz as well, from the Israeli paper, that Israel places its military headquarters on residential areas, and yet apparently it's the, we keep hearing it's the Hamas, Hezbollah who do that. A bit weird, right? It's a bit hypocritical to keep justifying bombing hospitals by saying, well, they have troops in the hospitals. They're using those hospitals as bases, and then you do it. Bit weird. I mean, it would be bad just to do it in the first place, but then to be a hypocrite on top of it is, really taking the piss. And I think we might have heard the same bit of truth on Sky News for a change.
A hospital in southern Israel has been hit by an Iranian missile as the two countries continued to exchange blows overnight. Israel's military claims the ballistic missile directly hit the Soroka hospital in Beersheba. Local emergency services say 2 people have been injured. It's believed that Iran was targeting the nearby IDF intelligence camp when the hospital was struck.
Right. So you remember I showed you that clip from the 17th of June where the BBC were trying to justify, or shall we say, massage. They were trying to massage over Israel bombing a hospital. It wasn't. I said earlier it was in Tehran. Forgive me, it wasn't in Tehran. It was. Christ, we've really done the tour du horizon tonight with the region. I'll get it in just a second. Forgive me, but my broader point being that the Israelis had bombed a hospital in Iran, and the BBC tried to massage it over by saying, well, there might have been a military target or some kind of launcher nearby, and which they always do, of course. They kind of just like drop that, try to plant that seed in your mind that, well, it was kind of justified, wasn't it? Because they kind of deserved it. So it's a bit surprising to see them even remotely suggest that, well, Iran wasn't maybe targeting a hospital. I don't know. I just found that kind of interesting as an anomaly, to hear that on Sky News of all places. So just give me a second. What was the name of the location of the hospital on June 17th? It was, give me a second. I'm going to find it for you. I like to be as factual as possible, and of course, the news is flooded with the one about Israel. But yeah, in any case, actually, I have it here. Yeah. Yeah, it's absolutely flooded. I'm using a time filter, but it's absolutely flooded with the news about today. I guess that takes precedence, right? It has to take precedence. In any case, yeah. So yeah, here we go. So it was Farabi Hospital in Kermanshah. I wanted to say Kermanshah, but I want to make sure first. Anyway. Let me show you this. This is really going to crack you up if you haven't seen it already. So I saved the best for last, but it's not really the last. We're not even really remotely done. Actually, you know what? I'm talking about Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson, so we're gonna get to those two in a bit. Before we do that, actually, let me show you something else first, right? Which is equally relevant. So, okay, yeah, hold on. So I just want to say thank you to Verena and to Vance for joining on Patreon. I owe you a crab dance actually since an hour probably. And thank you, Olga, for the donation on PayPal. We've got a bunch of them. Thank you as well to Barbara. And Barbara says, thanks for being brave. Thank you. And hold on, we've got a couple over here. This one is from... Yeah, thank you. This is from John, and we've got another one from no message, but we've got another one from Yadav. Says they say we are aliens, but they are the ones who destroy our home. Love from Nepal. Well, thank you. And we've got another one over here from Daryl. Thank you, Daryl. And another donation, another contribution as well from Todd. Thank you, Todd. And don't see a note, but nevertheless, thank you. And I play you guys a crab dance, and we'll continue. We've got a lot more to cover still. I've been really busy collating all of this in the last couple of days, so I want to make sure we get through it in one piece. Where did I place the crab dance? I need to get my hands on the file again. I don't know where the hell it is. Goddamn raid, but I have it somewhere here. Just 1 second. Yeah, you know we should put Ted. Ted Cruz is in the crab dance. Yeah, we saw him just earlier. That thing with the Iron Dome is, I mean, that is just gold. I was going to comment on it afterwards, and I will again in due course. But that was really funny, honestly. Yeah. So here's the crab dance. Let's go, guys. Let's go.
Fuckhead, you fucking claiming I'm the...
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead, you fucking crossed the line, claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome.
Thank you. والله انت كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China.
And you ain't black.
There's always the macro.
And then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have 2 number 9s. A number 9 large. We got him.
Because I have to do it myself. I know it's not...
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
Oh!
Disgusting!
She was 12, I was 30, but anyway.
We'll do it live! Fuck it! Do it live! I'll write it and we'll do it live!
Why you text sender?
Wait, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down, it's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it! I yield my time! Fuck you!
Oh. Excellent. Again, thanks to all of you for your support. So let me proceed with this segment over here. Yeah, so okay. Right. So we always hear about, or rather from the Israelis, saying that Palestinians use their own people as human shields, right? How many times have we heard that? Let me show you the new policy in Israel. So apparently Israelis are banned from leaving. Why? Well, we'll get into that. But here's, you can hear directly from the Transportation Minister, Miri Regev.
חשוב לי להבהיר, אנחנו לא נאשר יציאות של ישראלים לחול בשלב זה. מי שיוצא לחול הם אותם אנשים שהגיעו לבקר בארץ, אם זה תיירים, אם זה תגלית או דיפלומטים, שיחזרו לארציהם, אבל הם לא אמורים לחזור לארץ בקרוב. חשוב לי להבהיר.
Yeah, and this is confirmed, right? You can see here in Haaretz, Israel prohibits airlines from letting Israeli citizens leave. Okay, here's, forgive me, I'll just move that aside. Yeah, so even once repatriation flights begin. So they say the directive is meant to prevent overcrowding at Ben Gurion Airport. That's the main international airport. Of course, Palestinians are not allowed to have airports. They shut them down. So, you know, there's been a multitude of reactions to this. A multitude. One reaction that I saw was that you had someone with 4 passports. Yeah, really, like with and then someone commented on that, like, well, why do you have so many passports? And then Israelis kind of just like doubled down and said, well, you're just jealous. Why am I raising this? Well, not all Israelis have multiple passports, but many of them do. And you know, I could just give you an example. When I did a report, for example, on the Olympic team, I counted a lot of dual citizens, a lot, and you know, all of them were Ashkenazi, so like European, Eastern European, not Semitic. And you know, the point being that, well, if Zionism is a settler colonial issue, meaning these are settlers, they're colonizers, they've come to steal the land, to exploit it, to live on it, then, you know, you could, people raise the obvious solution to that, well, just go home, right? Then there wouldn't be a conflict, right? It's not the same thing as being anti-immigrant, because immigrants come legally to the country, right? But the settler colonialism is obviously not legal. You know, there are numerous United Nations General Assembly resolutions against it. You know, many countries actually after World War II gained their independence as the result of anti-colonial movements. Unfortunately, Palestine, you know, fell in the opposite. Well, basically came out with the opposite fate. Now, you can see here basically that you know, just Israelis, they're leaving the country by boat now because they cannot get out via the airport. As you saw the transportation minister saying that it's only allowed to leave, you're only allowed to leave, it's only permitted if you're a diplomat or a tourist. And so that's why people are pulling out their other passports, you know, from Poland or Mexico or whatever. And Mike Huckabee, actually the US ambassador to Israel, suggested the other day on Twitter that you have 700,000 Americans in Israel. 700,000. I thought it was 200,000. I couldn't find any information supporting his claim. I mean, 200,000 is already quite considerable, but you know, I'll take him at his word. He is the ambassador. He should know. I mean, ambassadors don't typically deal with consular services. That's the consul, but nevertheless, you know, I'm assuming that figure was stated for a reason. And my point being that is nuts. That is really nuts, you know, especially if Israel is such a tiny country or entity. Well, you know, I mean, Americans already are colonizers. What are they doing in the second colony, right? It's a bit selfish because you've seen many Israeli politicians, the cabinet themselves, coming out and saying we want to repatriate, meaning ethnically cleanse Palestinians and kick them out of their land in Gaza so we can take it over with Jewish settlements. And they've had conferences about this. This is all, you know, these are all public facts. That can be, facts that can be publicly verified. So, you know, it's a bit selfish to steal someone's land in the first place, but especially when you can actually just leave, you know, easily at any time. And Palestinians, on the other hand, don't have airports, as I pointed out. They cannot leave by sea from Gaza because they're under siege. They're under blockade since 2007, with Egypt's help, I should add. And of course, you know, they cannot leave through the land crossings either. Even the United Nations and aid organizations can barely get into Gaza to help. Never mind Gazans leave. I mean, there was a short period where you could, but you know, you had to sell a kidney basically to afford it. So you know, it's not an option. It's not an option. You're besieged, and the only way you can leave, as the Israelis have publicly announced, and this was also confirmed early on after the genocide began by the security ministry in Israel, that, you know, they want to pay people to leave. So you can leave Gaza at some point in the future if you don't end up being killed first by Israel. If you take a bribe and you know, basically concede and forsake your own land, which is probably worth or priceless, basically. So yeah, I think that is important. But going back to the main issue, which is the human shields, right? Which we've heard so many times. You know, every time Israel is asked to explain the ratio, the mountain of corpses that have piled up as a result of their so-called defensive action, they always come back to these same arguments. Well, there was a military post there, you know, they used it as a compound, as a military compound. The hospital was being used as a military compound. They used their own people as human shields. They like martyrdom. They're obsessed with death, whatever, you know, racist or xenophobic or Islamophobic comment they have to put out, they will do it. So, you know, it begs the question. It begs the question: were they lying, and are they being hypocrites? I think the answer might be a yes, right? It certainly seems that way. And here you can see another confirmation that only, I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, only diplomats and tourists are allowed to leave. Well, you know, why are they doing that? Why are they doing that? I think the answer is that they need the colony to stay alive, and you already have a lot of Israelis that left prior. You know, you had, I think, already in November 2023, you had 500,000 Israelis who had left. 500,000. Those are, again, official figures from Haaretz or Times of Israel. It was one of the Israeli outlets. I think it was Haaretz. Okay, you can go and check it. I'm certain of it. And you know, you're seeing Israelis basically leave like this now. They're taking buses to Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt or Cairo or whatever, and then kind of just leaving by plane via Cairo, which is interesting because if you are one of the people who tried to participate in the march for Gaza in Egypt, you know, going from Cairo to Rafah, you're not allowed to do that, right? Isn't that funny? You had activists, journalists, you know, human beings who just don't like genocide coming from all over the planet to participate, and they had their passports taken from them. They were blocked by the police, by the security services, by the Mukhabarat, and told to fuck off, basically. You know, because solidarity with other Arabs is apparently not in. But if you're an Israeli and you want to leave via land, via Egypt is wide open. Go ahead. Isn't that funny? Isn't that interesting? You know, how complacent and how subservient Egypt is. It's very, very. It's a far cry from Nasser's Egypt, right? I think we can all agree on that. So you have clips like this, you know, where you have Israeli settlers, European, Polish, whatever, you know, just like basically getting on board these buses in Tel Aviv, and then going to the Sinai Desert in Egypt, which is, by the way, where they want to dump Palestinians like boxes or cargo or something. Like, they're not human beings. That's part of their ethnic cleansing later. And yeah, apparently the Polish embassy led this particular endeavor that I'm about to show you on video.
So if we're Polish running away,
Yeah, I mean, again, there's nothing like necessarily that you know, crazy about it. It's just a video of people leaving, evacuating war zone. That's the normal human reaction is to leave a war zone. Yes, unfortunately, but I don't think that's really the point here. It's kind of like what I was saying the other day, where you have this the privilege, quote unquote, right? It's not literally a privilege, but you know, colloquially or figuratively speaking, I'm trying to draw a contrast here. You have the privilege, so to speak, of hiding in a shelter in Israel, whereas if you're a Palestinian Israeli or an Arab Israeli, you don't. Or if you're simply a Palestinian in Gaza or the West Bank, you don't. You're deprived of that amenity. And you have the privilege or the possibility of leaving, even despite the travel ban, or the flight ban, I should say, because obviously it's not applicable to all travel. Bus and boat is still available. Whereas Palestinians cannot leave Gaza. They are besieged. They are trapped, you know, via land, via sea, via air. Yeah, I think that this is an important contrast to draw. I don't think there's anything biased about that in the slightest. It's simply a fact. I'm showing you video evidence of it, you know. And you have here, you can see people, I don't know if these are Israeli citizens. It's not clear from the video, but these are people who did leave via boat. So you have Israelis or people who are, I'm assuming they're Israelis just because of the fact they didn't take a plane, right? Because if they were not Israeli, as the transport minister said, they can leave by plane. Obviously the airport in Ben Gurion is shut, you know, most of the time because of the strikes. But you know, these people seem to have left by boat purposely because they're not allowed to travel via plane because the Israelis need to keep the colony full. And you'll remember, this is not something that's kind of a hypothetical, like, well, oh, of course they want to keep the population up. Yeah, I think every country in the world would agree. But no, you have to understand, and Ilan Pape, who's Jewish historian, I interviewed him about, well, we talked about lots of things on the channel, but, you know, when I asked him about why Israel went around attacking Arab Jewish communities, you know, like they depleted the community in Damascus, in Iraq, in Egypt, in Yemen, they destroyed these communities on purpose. And you know, I'm paraphrasing here, but this is his point, is that not enough white or Ashkenazi, meaning European Jews, moved to Israel. And so they needed to populate the colony with Arab or Sephardic or Mizrahi Jews, basically Middle Eastern, you know, Jews, you know, brown Jews, like Semitic ones, from Syria, from Iraq, from Egypt, from Yemen, the original Jews. And so they attacked those communities. They used sanctions, they used pressure from the Americans, bombs, grenades, you know, whatever. They exploited them, they stole their babies. I mean, yeah, these are not examples that I'm making up. These are facts. So, you know, my point is we've seen the Israelis, the Zionists, really make the effort of actually murdering and attacking other Jews. They claim to be a Jewish state and that they're safe for Jews, but they have murdered and attacked Jewish communities just for the sake of populating the colony. So this really shouldn't surprise anyone that they are concerned about the colony depleting itself, and people leaving because of the war, which is of course a normal human reaction to war, no matter, you know, what ethnicity or religion you are. So anyway, I'll just play this clip right here. I just want to make that point.
It was scary. It wasn't easy. Definitely was a little anxious at the start. When you first heard that first siren, you know, it's very new to me. I never heard of this stuff, and like for the people that live in Israel, you know, it's a daily thing. So for them, you know, they all were very calm. I'm heading home, heading back to New York. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully we're back by tonight. Got to get some sleep. You know, it's been a long 72 hours for us. The cruise was great. Everything about it was awesome, but it's time to go home.
Right now, I'm very happy to be in Cyprus and get home safe to my family. In Israel, it's very scary. We didn't sleep for nights on end. We were all very exhausted, and this is a sigh of relief. In Israel, I was very afraid. I'm never used to anything like that, sirens or missiles or anything. New York is pretty much very safe, and it was very new to me.
I wanted.
Yeah, I can't tell from this video if these are just tourists, and if they are, why did they leave by boat? Because the flight ban doesn't apply to them. I really don't know. But I think it's interesting, you know, this doesn't change anything of what I just said, that they closed the airport. I think the real reason is obviously to limit, well, not brain drain or flight but basically they just don't want the colony being depleted. It's a settler colony. So, you know, the foundation of it is people, literally. Or actually the foundation of it is racism and land theft of any colony, really. But yeah, you know, you understand my point. You need that human capital, right? I mean, any country does, but especially a colony, a settler colony, it's nothing without people. So it makes sense that they would impose these kind of bans. I'll let the video finish, of course.
I wanted to say on behalf of everyone here how grateful we are for the rescue, for the enormous efforts that have been made to get us out, and that we recognize that we're some of the luckiest people in the world. And right now there are millions of people who are either trapped in war zones or who are fleeing through ways that are much, much more dangerous than what we're doing. And that I'm thinking of people in Israel, in Gaza, in Iran, in Syria, in every unsafe place around the world, and I hope that everyone one day has access to the kind of resources that we've been given here, and a chance for safety and freedom.
the first few days were fine. We're all having fun. All of a sudden, we were in Tel Aviv. It was 3 a.m. and we started hearing sirens in the sky. So we went to the bomb shelter. From there, every single day, we've been hearing sirens, missiles over us. It's been a little scary, but since we're on the group together, we've been helping each other, trying to stay positive. So overall, we're doing okay, but we're ready to come.
Yeah, one of you in the comments is suggesting that these are birthright tourists. So for those of you who don't know what a birthright tourist is, this is really funny. So the Israelis have something called the birthright program, which well, I mean, as the name implies, they they feed basically, Jews around the world this idea that they have a birthright, as the name implies, to steal land in Palestine. That's really, I mean, really what it comes down to, and it starts with, it's basically an indoctrination program. It's like, well, come and take a look, just, come for a short trip, see if you like it, see if you want to consider moving and joining the Tzahel, which is the Israeli army, the IDF. I can't confirm if these are actually birthright tourists. I really don't know. Could be. But again, I don't understand why they were forced to leave by boat. Maybe just because Ben Gurion's closed. I mean, that also makes sense. That's really not my main point. But it's still noteworthy. It's still newsworthy. I wanted to show it to you nevertheless. And actually, there's more stuff I want to show you over here. This is, I mean, people have kind of, it's not really that important. It's just like a clips of Israelis leaving. I mean, we saw much more chaos at Ben Gurion in the past, but Ben Gurion's closed. So yeah, my point here is really that it's about the human shields. This is really because we hear so much about this in Arabic, Israeli Arabic propaganda, language propaganda, in Zionist German propaganda or French. Because I watch the news in all these languages, and I've heard this. You've probably heard this too. This lie repeated enough times, and even if it's not a lie, let's say for a second, let's argue just from a logical point of view. Let's say Israel's telling the truth. Let's say Hezbollah and Hamas, they really use human shields. Okay, fine, we accept hypothetically, right? Well, why are you using human shields? Doesn't that make you a hypocrite? Right? Even if we accept what you're saying, doesn't that make you hypocritical? That you would force Jews to stay in a war zone? I mean, how do you argue then? So that's hypocrisy number one. And then here's the other part of hypocrisy. How do you say that this is the safest place in the world for Jews and you're putting their lives at risk? This is a contradiction. This is a contradiction. And many Jews, some of them Israeli, some of them not Israeli, have said that Israel is the most dangerous place in the world for Jews. And they're right. They're right. Why would you go to a war zone? Like what is like so important that you have to go to the war zone and steal someone else's land? I mean, this hypocrisy needs to be pointed out. There's a glaring contradiction here, and it's important to point out why. Not because whatever convictions they or views they think I hold. No. It's because Israeli officials, all of them, at the cabinet level, the spokespersons, the military, the civil society, all of them have repeated this mantra, that for decades, that Arabs use other Arabs as human shields. Particularly, they're talking about Palestinians, and this actually predates Hamas and Hezbollah. It predates, so nothing to do with these groups. So. And they say this about Iran as well. They say, well, I guarantee you, go and look it up. You will see it about Iran right now. I promise you. They say the same thing. Well, Iran is using its people as human shields. And then they say 1 second, we have nothing against the Iranian people, and then the next they sound French, the Israelis sometimes, I know. And then the next they say we want Tehran to burn. Which one is it? These are contradictory statements, aren't they? You can't say we like Iranians and then we want the whole population we want the main city to burn, and you can't say this is the safest place for Jews and then you force them to stay under a barrage of missiles. Regardless who started the war, and whether you think the Israelis deserve it, don't deserve it. I'm not talking about this. I'm not addressing that. It's just there's a hypocrisy here at play. You understand? It's not safe. Obviously, that's why people are fucking fleeing, right? So and they don't want to admit this. Why? Because it puts into question it questions the entire premise of Zionism, right? It puts it in a difficult predicament and in an impossible position where it can't justify its own existence, right? Does that make sense? Of course it bloody does. Anyway, I think we're done on that point. So next segment. Are we at the neocons yet? Who knows? Time will tell. Okay, we've done this, we've done that. Fucking worked for this segment, man. for this stream. You know, I mean, always have, right? Like, when have we not done these long live streams? Let's talk about Trump, and then we'll go to the neocons. Christ, I mean, I don't even want to bother, really. But anyway, I guess I have to work for a living, you know. Not that they like me working for a living. They want to make sure I don't, but anyway. Okay, so let's talk about Donald Trump and, you know, his deranged Zionist, you know, tirades. So Trump has said several things over the last days. He said he wants to people in Tehran should evacuate. I should remind you, Tehran is a very, very, very big, bloody city. What's their population? 10, 15 million? Don't worry, I'm not Ted Cruz. I actually know the population. It's one of the most populous cities on the planet. Yes, it's absolutely massive. I've been there. It's ginormous. Saying you want the city to evacuate indicates two things: that you're a moron because you don't understand the logistical difficulty and endeavor that you're simply demanding at the drop of a hat. And number two, it shows that you're actually after regime change and or murdering the populace of the country rather than being concerned about nuclear weapons. And again, I did that whole segment just now about the IAEA because I know what I'm talking about. So Donald Trump has said that. The other thing he said is that he wants to he basically threatened to murder Khamenei. I don't need to explain again, but I'll do it nonetheless. Khamenei is not just the supreme leader of Iran. They make it sound like, it's some kind of comical Kim Jong-un role. This is not a joke. You're threatening the religious leader. Again, remember, he issued a fatwa, a religious decree against nuclear weapons. So that's another reason and another piece of evidence they don't have nuclear weapons. In addition to the fact that the burden of proof lies on the Americans, not on the Iranians. But nevertheless, you're threatening the religious leader of tens of millions of Shia Muslims in Iran, in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen, all across the planet. This is like saying you want to murder the Pope. It's beyond insulting and beyond ignorant. It's so. It really just. I'm glad Trump is showing his true colors. I'm just stunned at the level of the amount rather of Americans that they adamant on believing and persisting that, he knows what he's doing, and I have full trust in the president. And then they say Iran and North Korea have cults of personality, and they say Syria has a cult of personality. Look at American society. Look at how it functions. It's the hypocrisy is fucking staggering. I mean, excuse my French. It's really something else. If you think there's no MAGA cult of personality around Trump, you don't know what you're talking about. There is. There absolutely is. I mean, some of them are waking up, but nowhere near enough. And you've still got people trying to defend this. And, they always had this Zionist exception. And I always called this out. And I told you Trump is the most Zionist president ever. He's done more for Israel in his first term, never mind the second, than all US presidents put together before him. You understand that? Let me repeat that. Donald Trump has done more for Israel than all US presidents before him put together. He killed Qasem Soleimani. He pulled out of the nuclear deal. He accepted Israel's ridiculous lie that the Golan Heights in Syria, the occupied Golan Heights, are Israeli. He moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem and then declared that Jerusalem is Israel's capital. He broke with numerous, not just United Nations Security Council resolutions, but US positions as well. He then went and took $100 million from Sheldon and Madison Adelson, who are avid Zionists, Israeli Zionists. He went and used their companies even to attack Julian Assange in the embassy, which is another issue. But nevertheless, people think he's pro-free speech and anti-war. You got another thing coming, man, and I got news for you. He then also went and gave Israel, showered them with cash, even more than what was put forward by the budget passed by Obama in 2016. He then also went and murdered not just Soleimani, but remember he murdered Abu Mahdi al-Muhandis. He threatened to murder Bashar al-Assad, who refused to recognize Israel. He went and started stealing oil from Syria. I mean, am I forgetting anything over here? Am I forgetting anything? He even boasted that he would give Israel more than they would ask for. No one visited him more at the White House than Sheldon Adelson and his wife. Donald Trump is an Israeli. Fucking period. You can say whatever you want, man. I'm not smoking that crack and this, copium about Daddy Orange Man. I can see very clearly, and I told you this 4 years ago. And I told you he's going to do everything that Israel wants. He's going to keep being that warmonger when he gets back into power. And he almost started a war with Iran when he killed Qasem Soleimani. And guess what? He just fucking did again. It's just that last time Iran didn't take the bait. Now he made sure they do. Now he made sure a war starts. He gave Israel the nod. Israel doesn't breathe. Israelis don't even breathe without America's permission. That's the level of not America being complicit. No. That's the level of Zionism and U.S. imperialism. How inextricably intertwined they are. You need to grasp this. One does not function without the other. You don't get to that post. You don't become the president unless you're a Zionist. You understand that? Look at the Epstein files. Where are they? Where are the JFK files? He's full of it. He's full of it. And you still got people who won't accept it. Smoking that crack. Actually, I feel bad saying that because it makes crack addicts look bad. No, really. It really does. I mean that genuinely. Look at this. He went and threw Tulsi Gabbard under the bus. I mean, come on. You got two reasonable people in his administration, and he just he dices them up, slices and dices them in public. Have some shame, man. Have some goddamn shame. Look at this.
But how close do you personally think that they were to getting one? Because Tulsi Gabbard testified in March that the intelligence community said Iran wasn't building a nuclear weapon.
I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having it.
I mean, the nerve of this guy. Like, if they are close to a bomb, it's thanks to you because you pulled out of the deal. I went through that whole tirade earlier and explained the timeline down to the most minute detail. He is to blame, if anyone is to blame, right? And they still don't have a weapons program. Look how he throws her under the bus. I don't care what she said. Well, she's your director of national intelligence. You should care. Otherwise, what are you running the administration by yourself? Moron. No, honestly, this guy is like bought. I don't even know if he's bought by Israel. I think honestly that sometimes takes away from the fact that these people are just screwed up in the head. Some people need to accept that they're just Zionists. They're warmongers, some of them. And yeah, they lied to you. I know Trump said a lot of lovely things on the campaign trail, and he sliced and diced to Jeb Bush during that debate in 2016. I watched all of these things before I ever got into journalism. Yeah, he said a lot of nice things. He even said that Syria was a regime change war. And then what did he do? He went and helped that regime change happen. He's a hypocrite. He's a liar. You have to be to become a politician. No one is tricking him or taking advantage of him. You are taking advantage of. He took advantage of you. You need to wake up. Face the facts, right? Tulsi Gabbard put out this video the other day. Look at this. She's basically, she couldn't spell it out any clearer. She's warning about the dangers of nuclear war. Look.
I recently visited Hiroshima in Japan and stood at the epicenter of a city that remains scarred by the unimaginable horror caused by a single nuclear bomb dropped in 1945, 80 years ago. It's hard for me to find the words to express what I saw, the stories that I heard, the haunting sadness that still remains. This is an experience that will stay with me forever. Yet this one bomb that caused so much destruction on Hiroshima was tiny compared to today's nuclear bombs. The bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima had a yield of just 15 kilotons of TNT, whereas today's nuclear warheads range in size from 100 kilotons to over 1 megaton. A single nuclear weapon today could kill millions in just minutes. Just one of these nuclear bombs would vaporize everything at its core. This is the reality of what's at stake, what we are facing now. Because as we stand here today, closer to the brink of nuclear annihilation than ever before, political elite and warmongers are carelessly fomenting fear and tensions between nuclear powers. We must reject this path to nuclear war and work toward a world where no one has to live in fear of a nuclear holocaust.
I'll just remind you as well that Tulsi Gabbard was a congresswoman for Hawaii. And you'll recall a few years ago, there was a false alert about an incoming. I don't think it was necessarily nuke. I don't recall right now, but it was an incoming missile, basically. You know, regardless of nuclear or not. I think they assumed it was nuclear, but it was a false alert. And I'm assuming, and I think fairly assuming that she and her constituents probably traumatized by that, and rightfully so. So, you know, and regardless, I mean, this is a perfectly sensible, rational, normal, correct video to make at any time, as a matter of fact, but especially now. And I'll show you what J.D. Vance, who's the vice president, who's also in the administration, what he had to say. And this is really just funny. So he goes on to say, look, I'm seeing this from the inside. And I'm admittedly biased towards our president and my friend. Yeah, I can imagine, because he gave you a nice job. But there's a lot of crazy stuff on social media. Oh, is there? So I wanted to address some things directly on the Iran issue. First, the President of the United States has been amazingly consistent. Really, that's news to me, mate. Over 10 years that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Over the last few months, that's a lie. I showed you the video earlier. It's not about nuclear weapons. He pulled out of the JCPOA because it didn't include ballistic missiles and Iran's regional support, which is Israel's position. So no, he has not been consistent, and that's a lie. So over the last few months, Trump has encouraged his foreign policy team to reach a deal with the Iranians. Again, a lie, because he pulled out of the deal. There was already a deal. And he admitted just the other day that was a charade. It was a ploy. It was a ruse to trick the Iranians, to give Israel time to mount an attack. Trump literally admitted this to the New York Post and other outlets. I showed it to you. So, Jesus Christ, I mean, I haven't even got through the first paragraph, and it's just full of lies. Anyway, so then he says, I've seen a lot of confusion over the issue of civilian nuclear power and uranium enrichment. These are distinct issues. Probably the first honest thing I've read here. Iran could have civilian nuclear power without enrichment. Okay, that's not true. But Iran rejected it. Also not true. No, you need to enrich to 3.67%. You cannot have a fucking nuclear program with 0% enrichment. Is this guy retarded or something? Forgive me, I'm really just getting impatient with these people. It's really, the level of gaslighting and lying is so, like, it's so, you know, normal and habitual to them. It's just, it's obscene. Iran did not reject that either. Another lie. You rejected that. Your president rejected that. Meanwhile, they've enriched uranium far above the level necessary for any civilian purpose. Again, that's another lie. 3.67% is considered all that's necessary, but you can still use 60% for other scientific purposes. Rafael Grossi, head of the IAEA, said that just today in an interview, and anyone else who understands nuclear physics can explain that. So that's not correct. And even then, they did that as a response to America, to Donald Trump specifically, and Israel murdering their scientists, attacking nuclear sites, pulling out of the JCPOA, imposing sanctions, and a million other things. Again, I've gone through the whole list a million times. They've been found in violation of their non-proliferation obligations by the IAEA, which is hardly a right-wing organization. Yeah, that happened on June 12th. But again, the IAEA is hardly an unbiased organization either, right? Who the hell accused the IAEA of being a right-wing organization? Can someone explain that to me? I've never heard that. I'm in Vienna. I've never heard anyone say that. No, it's accused of being a pro-US organization. Seems like it is. It's one thing to want civilian nuclear energy, another thing to demand sophisticated enrichment capacity. But they're not demanding it. They did it as a negotiation tactic. I'm not going to go through the whole thing. I've read it already. It's just full of bollocks. You know, you get the idea. He's laying it on unbelievably thick to protect Trump because he's a castrated eunuch, whatever. I mean, it's pointless. Honestly, I mean, Tulsi Gabbard's got more balls than this guy. So here you can see Mike Huckabee. This is the U.S. ambassador to Israel, and I think Glenn Greenwald said that he's the first person to hold that job who's non-Jewish. So he's an evangelical Christian, which basically means he's a satanic Zionist. So in any case, the significance of this note that I'm about to show you, it's a message that Huckabee sent to President Trump, and I'll read it to you. He says, quote, Mr. President, God spared you in Butler, Pennsylvania, to be the most consequential president in a century, maybe ever. The decisions on your shoulders I would not want to be made by anyone else. You have many voices speaking to you, sir, but there is only one voice that matters, his voice. What is that, the devil? I'm your appointed servant in this land, and I'm available for you, but I do not try to get in your presence often because I trust your instincts. No president in my lifetime has been in a position like yours, not since Truman in 1945. I don't reach out to persuade you, only to encourage you. That's a bit weird. Well, what is, Harry Truman famous or what acts did Harry Truman carry out that is of consequence or note in this context, particularly a nuclear context? History 101, he dropped nuclear bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, right? August 6th and 9th, 1945. He nuked Japan, not as some would claim to end the war. That's an outright fabricated lie. He did that to send a message to the Soviets. You can go read, Churchill's diary and so on. They were already preparing for war before they even defeated Nazi Germany. Never mind Imperial Japan. So he's basically encouraging Huckabee's basically encouraging Trump. He's saying, remember what Truman did in 45 when he dropped those nukes. Remember, Truman was barely president for a few months. And regardless how long he was president, that's the only thing of consequence of note that he did. I doubt they're talking about the formation of the UN, or any of the conferences. No, I think it's nukes. So I think it's fair to assume that, right? So he's basically saying, I'm trying to push you, right? I'm not trying to persuade you. I'm just trying to nudge you to push the button, to drop the bombs, or let Israel drop the bombs, whatever. I mean, is there really a difference between the two? No. So he says, you sent me to Israel to be your eyes, ears, and voice, and to make sure our flag, whatever, blah, blah, blah. It's just a bunch of, this is not important. I just read to you the most important line. So he's basically nudging Trump, and Trump posts this. Trump is the one who published this. This is not like a leak or some, kind of obscure publication. Trump himself published it. For what reason? I mean, probably because he wants to get people a reaction from the public. Probably to troll people. Probably because he wants to warn or kind of threaten basically the Iranians and issue a thinly veiled threat. I don't bloody know. But there's something unhinged about it. Do you understand that using nuclear weapons against a country that you claim has nuclear weapons when actually they don't, because they don't have them. We all know they don't have them. And especially as someone who campaigned in 2016, you remember he sliced and diced Jeb Bush in that debate with the GOP and Marco Rubio and all these people and Ted Cruz and so on. And he said, oh, well, you knew, he went on this tirade against Jeb Bush and says, you knew there were no weapons of mass destruction. Well, guess what? You voted for Jeb Bush if you voted for Trump. Congratulations. And then he posts this thing about unconditional surrender. Now, if you know anything about World War II, you should know, of course, that Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan both submitted and conceded to an unconditional surrender in both theaters. So this is another kind of further indication that he's subscribing to, a school of thought that would involve dropping a nuclear bomb on Iran. Yes. So he seems to be walking or trying to walk or indicating he's going to walk in Harry Truman's footsteps. Yes. This is the same kind of rhetoric. These are the same words that described Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan standing in 1945. Unconditional surrender, which is a bit ridiculous when the Iranians don't seem. I mean, no, I think the nukes are more concerning. We'll leave it at that. So, there's this statement as well. I told you the threat where he says, we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He's an easy target, but it's safe there. We're not going to take him out. And then he puts kill in brackets, like as if we don't understand what that means. Well, what did you think take him out means? To dinner? On a date? Yes, we understand. Kill. At least not for now, but we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Okay, but you do. You're literally, you're firing them at. Okay. Our patience is wearing thin. Oh, really? Your patience? Like I said, I mean, the Iranians, you pulled out of the deal 7 years ago and they've been waiting for you. So it's a bit rich coming from a liar like that. I mean, it's really rich, honestly. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Like, it's some janitorial note that's been posted on a closet. Please clean the microwave. Honest, I mean, just the absurdity of this buffoon. Really, it's And you can see him with his poodle. Donald Trump and his poodle. They look very cute. So in the meantime, what's Trump done? Well, he's been sending bombers, well, not just bombers, aircraft carriers as well, but most notably these aircraft that refuel, they're basically tankers. They refuel other jets mid-air, okay? So they're refueling aircraft. And they've sent a whole bunch of them, right? I think at least 20, if I'm not mistaken. Could be more. These are just the ones that had the transponders on. They're KC-135s, essentially, right? These are, I think that's what we saw the other day when we were looking at a video of Syria, the aircraft basically refueling or helping Israeli jets refuel as they were bombing Iran on Friday, on the 13th. So they've sent 20 of these. Well, why would you send, what does that tell us? What is significant about KC-135s being sent? Well, Israel needs to refuel to bomb Iran. They can't fly that distance without refueling. The jets need to fill up their tanks essentially mid-air. That's exactly what these planes are for. So it either indicates it could just be posturing, basically a show of force to say like, hey, we might do this, watch out. Which is really funny because it's interesting how the Americans are allowed to posture and use negotiation tactics and pressure, but not the Iranians. Fuck them, right? Like they can't enrich uranium, which they're not using for anything, because that's a threat. But you can just fly your refueling aircraft and send troops and aircraft carriers, and they're supposed to just accept that. That's funny. Right, you're allowed to posture, but they can't posture. And of course, remember, Trump flew he didn't just assassinate Soleimani, he then flew a couple of nuclear bombers, B-52 bombers, not in Iranian airspace, but like just adjacent to it. So again, a threat and a show of force, nonetheless. Here, Trump. I mean, I showed you Trump and his poodle at the Rocky Mountains of the G7 summit in Canada. So these are the Canadian Rocky Mountains, but I'll show you just a small clip of his poodle talking. It's quite interesting.
It's very clear. Yes, we need to deal with the nuclear program. There's no doubt about that in my mind, but it is better dealt with as a negotiated outcome. De-escalate and get to that point. There had been several rounds of discussions with the US. That, to me, is the way to resolve this issue.
Yeah, except he's lying. I mean, he literally sent a bunch of RAF aircraft to the Middle East, right? Not to mention the fact that he's participating in a genocide against Palestinians and has been the entire time, and arresting journalists like me who talk about it. So he's a liar. He doesn't believe in de-escalation or diplomacy because he sent a bunch of RAF aircraft just this week to the Middle East, right? Again, either as a threat, as a show of force, or because he intends to use force. And either way, that doesn't involve diplomacy, really, does it? If you want diplomacy, you send diplomats. You don't send a bunch of fucking aircraft. Now, of course, I'll just give you Gallant's 2 cents, but I mean, you probably already know what he has to say. Not really that consequential. He was basically saying the Americans have an obligation.
I believe that the United States of America and the President of the United States have an obligation to make sure that the region is going to a positive way and that the world is free from Iran that possessed nuclear weapon in the middle of the richest place in oil and gas in the world. This could be a disaster for the world. And I believe that the determination of the American president that have been shown recently will pave the way to America to enter into this very important operation. The president of the United States have the option to change the Middle East and influence the war and influence.
Yeah, that's correct. Except, can someone explain to me why the United States needs to change the Middle East? What is it doing on the other side of the planet? You see the globe behind me? Not really America's vicinity, is it? Yeah. Obligation. That's funny. I mean, hey, I don't know how many times he's hopped on the island, but again, I don't like it when people always jump to the Epstein thing, because I think they underestimate just how batshit, just, like these people are warmongers. You don't need to bribe them or threaten a lot of them. They really like genuinely believe in murdering people. It's that simple. You don't need to complicate it necessarily. But I think hasn't it been ascertained that he's island hopped? Anyway. Congratulations to him, because he seems to be walking in Bush's footsteps. You know, he's turned out to be much more effective than Jeb Bush. I can tell you that. Yeah. Let's talk about the neocons. Let me transition over to the neocons. Let's look at Sean Hannity and you know, the whole lot. It's been good to have a reunion of these mass murderers, right? So let's talk about the neocon scum. Well, I just want to play a few clips of Bush first, because, you know, kind of nostalgia, right? How can you beat the original, the OG murderer? You can't. I mean, Donald Trump has nothing on this guy.
Today I'm announcing my nomination of two outstanding individuals to serve in my cabinet. Have consistently reminded all parties that...
Does that include the possibility of a nuclear strike? Is that something that your administration will plan for?
All options are on the table. We want to solve this issue diplomatically, and we're...
It's exactly like Trump. Do you want to nuke Iran? Yeah, all options are on the table, but, you know, I like diplomacy and shit. But I might nuke them, you know, like, but I like diplomacy. Yeah, I'm a diplomat.
A nuclear strike, is that something that your administration will plan for?
All options are on the table. We want to solve this issue diplomatically, and we're working hard to do so. The best way to do so is therefore there to be a united effort with countries who recognize the danger of Iran having a nuclear weapon. Increasing demand is also part of the reason the price of gasoline is going up. And thirdly, we're switching. The Office of Management and Budget is one of the most. I strongly deplore the loss of innocent life and the attack on the folks in Israel yesterday.
Yeah, it's being, you know, it's cutting back and forth just because of the way they uploaded it. But don't worry, I have more goodies. Take a look at this. I went digging. Go on, spit it out. Where's Georgie? I can't hear him for some reason. There's no audio. Ah, dang it! What a shame. Okay, don't worry. I've got more.
And Iran's active pursuit of technology that could lead to nuclear weapons threatens to put a region already known for instability and violence under the...
Yeah, you know, it's just like they're known for instability and violence. Those crazy Arabs and Muslims with their beards running around, you know, with Kalashnikovs. They're just so violent. They just won't stop killing each other. It's a good thing we have like all these bases there so we can like police the killing, you know, and decide who gets killed. That makes it much safer.
The shadow of a nuclear holocaust. Iran's actions threaten the security of nations everywhere. Mm-hmm. And that is why the United States is rallying friends and...
Yeah, sound familiar? Iran is a threat to everybody. Iran is your problem. That's the slogan the Israelis have today in New York with their, you know, their nice little missile balloons.
Allies around the world to isolate the regime, to impose economic sanctions. We will confront this danger before it is too late. Iraq is at the heart.
Yeah, you know, imminent threat, all that stuff. Can't beat the neocon playbook. It's so good.
Part of the Middle East. And the two dangerous strains of extremism vying for control of the Middle East have now closed in on this country in an effort to bring down the young democracy. Shia extremists backed by Iran are training Iraqis to carry out attacks on our forces and the Iraqi people.
Well, you know, if that's true, maybe, this is just a thought, maybe you should just go back to your country. I mean, just, you don't, like, actually have to be in Iraq, right? You could just, like, go home. No? Then everyone will be fine. I don't know. It's just a thought, you know?
The Iranian regime must halt these actions. And until it does, I will take actions necessary to protect our troops. I have authorized our military commanders in Iraq.
Yep. See, Donald Trump doesn't want to put the troops in harm's way and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I mean, is there anything that I missed? I think it's all here.
To confront Tehran's murderous activities.
Yeah, it's all there. It's copy and paste. You know, it's all there. We even got Tony Blair. I also found goodies from him.
I'm out. People can take two views about Iran today, but I will give you my view very, very strongly indeed, because this is a looming and coming challenge. I'm out in that region the whole time. I see the impact and influence of Iran everywhere.
Yeah, I think we see the impact and influence of you everywhere in that region, mainly, piles of corpses.
It is negative, destabilizing. It is supportive of terrorist groups. It is doing everything it can to impede progress in the Middle East peace process and to facilitate.
That means Iran is stopping us from imposing or installing regimes that we like. That's what it means.
Facilitate a situation in which that region cannot embark on the process of modernization it urgently needs. And this is not because we've done something. At some point, and I say this to you with all the passion I possibly can, at some point the West has got to get out of this, what I think is a wretched policy or posture of apology for believing that we are causing what the Iranians are doing or what these extremists are doing. We're not. The fact is they're doing it because they disagree fundamentally with our way of life, and they'll carry on doing it unless...
Wow, I mean... he makes Bush look tame, doesn't he? This motherfucker. He makes Bush look nice, right? This demon. He really makes Bush look tame, and you gotta try to make Bush look tame. I mean, just the fucking nerve of it.
What I think is a wretched policy what the Iranians are doing or what these extremists are doing. We're not. The fact is they're doing it because they disagree fundamentally with our way of life, and they'll carry on doing it. And
yeah, I think when they disagree with way of life, it's kind of like, well, yeah, because Western way of life involves ending other people's lives. I think that's definitely what they disagree with. Yeah, you're right on that one. You're right on that one. They disagree with our way of life. What does that mean? Like the Iran is like sending its foreign minister to protest about the way women dress in London. Like what are you talking about? They don't like the neighbors being invaded? Yeah, I think anyone would disagree with that. Jesus, what a piece of work this guy is.
Unless they are met by the requisite determination and, if necessary, force. And the fact is...
Yeah, look, I killed a lot of people in Iraq, and if I got to pile up bodies next door, I'll fucking do it.
Look, President Obama, not President Bush. No, but this is an important point. President Obama goes in March 2009. He goes to Cairo, right in the heart of Islam. He makes a speech where he says, effectively, put aside the Bush era. I'm now offering you the hand of friendship. You, Iran, can come into partnership. You're an ancient, proud civilization. We will welcome you in.
So basically, like, okay, remember that time I killed 1 million people? Just put that aside. The guy who came to help kill more people, so, 1 million plus one, he's also down with the program. So it's not just me. You see, like, we have an understanding here. This is not just on me.
What's the response he gets? They carry on with the terrorism. They carry on with the destabilization. They carry on with the nuclear weapons program.
Yeah, maybe that's because, again, the neighbors are still occupied. Remind me, guys, in the comments, when did the U.S. leave Afghanistan? When did they leave Iraq? Right, they pretended to leave and then just came back in time to fight the problem that they created. Problem, reaction, solution. Right, it's a good recipe, isn't it?
Now, at some point, we've got to get our head out of the sand and understand they're going to carry on with this. And Iraq is one part of a far bigger picture, and right across that region.
Right, let's go to Sean Hannity. I think that's a solution to anything. Somebody give me Sean Hannity. Okay, let's go to Sean Hannity. Let's see. Let's relive the old days. I don't think Blair is quite cutting it for me. I need more of that oomph. That kind of blood drenched, soaked. 2002. I'm missing it. So, where are we now? Where are my neocons at? I had a whole bunch. Yeah, here it is. Okay, very good. Let somebody get Sean Hannity. There we go.
To the ground in Tel Aviv in just a moment. But first, I want everybody watching tonight, I want you to take a step back. I want you
guys, take a step back. Okay, listen, he's got something important to say.
You to ask yourself a simple, basic, fundamental question. In the last decade plus, as I was just talking to Kevin Cork about. This tiny little country, about the size of New Jersey, Israel, has been targeted by tens and tens of thousands of rockets and missiles and drones from Iran and Iranian proxies. Iran is the one providing the weaponry. They're the #1 state sponsor of terror. They provide the weaponry to Hamas. They helped plan the October 7th attack. The Quds forces.
Is that true? I heard that's actually not true that they didn't help plan it. I understood no one in the the axis of resistance heard of it till the last minute. So I don't know if that's even true. Just saying.
The Iranian Revolutionary Guards forces. They help Hezbollah and Islamic Jihad at 11.
Also, I'll add one more thing. Isn't the narrative the whole time that, oh, well, they're helping Shiite groups and all this stuff? Well, Hamas are not Shia, so how do you explain that? How do you square that circle then? What's the common denominator here? Right? Explain it to me, like, just rationally. Why? Could it be? I'm just hypothesizing. Could it be that this is to do with something else? And what could that something else be? It's like it's on the tip of my tongue. I just can't.
In the north, the Houthi rebels, and many others. Ask yourself, as an American, ask yourself a simple question. How many missiles would it take from a foreign country and their proxies that would be fired into the USA, into our country, killing American citizens, terrorizing American citizens, before you would want that country stopped? Would it be one missile? What's your threshold? 2 missiles? 100 missiles? 1,000? 10,000?
That's a good question. Let's ask the Iranians.
You know, what would you expect American leaders to do if this country, the #1 state sponsor of terror, was, according to reports, a month to 6 months away from arming themselves with a nuclear weapon, as they have been firing these tens of thousands of missiles throughout the year?
Guys, please ask yourselves, how many regime change operations, how many coups d'etats do you need to see in your country and your neighbors' countries, right? Afghanistan, Iraq, Tehran, Damascus, before you get angry? How many American bombs and Israeli bombs? It's kind of funny how he kind of just like played himself. He walked right into that.
And also the country pledging to wipe the U.S. like they have pledged to wipe the U.S. and Israel off the map. Repeat.
Yeah, like you like evacuate Tehran, that kind of wiping off the map. Yeah, right.
Repeatedly, chanting repeatedly, death to Israel, death to America. Now, I assume 90+% of you would want your government, you would want your country to defeat this clear and present danger. You would like to remove that cancer, that evil that exists in the world.
I don't need to say anything. Just let him. I'll let him.
Well, that is the exact real-life scenario that Israel is facing. According to estimates, enrichment levels now inside the Iranian nuclear facilities were at 60%. To get to 90% weapons-grade level, where they could actually produce a weapon.
Did he say 16%?
To get to 90%, the Iranian nuclear facilities were at 60%.
No, he said 60. Yeah, he got. At least he's getting his lies correct. We wouldn't want him to balls up the propaganda. This is very crucial stuff.
To get to 90% weapons grade level, where they could actually produce a weapon, that means their outbreak level would mean that.
No, outbreak level. It's not it's not influenza, you moron. He means breakout time. Jesus Christ. It's monkey. Breakout level. No, what to say? Outbreak level. What an utter moron. He can't even get his propaganda straight. And keep in mind, Sean Hannity has been on Fox News for decades saying this. Look, I think Glenn was kind enough to provide us with a clip. That's why me and Glenn get along so well. We have like a shared passionate hatred for neoconservatives.
They say, look, we've run out the string here. And I think we're doing that to try to help Tony Blair, whose popular support, as you know, has eroded dramatically. And I'll tell you, I didn't always agree with Mr. Blair in some things he did, but I think he's almost Churchillian at this particular time in his
Yeah, like, you know, we're not really that good. We don't get along that well, but I like the way he kills people. I think he's good. He's a good lad.
That's true. I'll tell you, I didn't always agree with Mr. Blair in some things he did, but I think he's almost Churchillian at this particular time in history.
I think he absolutely is, and we can only hope that he doesn't politically suffer Churchill's fate either at the end of the day.
I'll tell you why he won't. It's because we're going to win this victory. Tragically, we will lose American lives, but it will be brief. We're going to find out massive evidence of weapons of mass destruction, and we're going to find the incredible brutalities that this dictator has inflicted upon the Iraqi people. And so I think he's going to be justified. I'm confident that he will be justified.
I am confident that all those things that you predict are going to come true, and a lot of people that have been laying out the case against this are going to be very embarrassed if the.
Oh yeah, I feel really embarrassed right now. You know, calling you out for helping kill 1 million people. I feel so embarrassed, right? God, I mean, I'm trying really hard not to swear. Just the level. The level of BS right now is, I mean, it's through the roofs. Like, he hasn't changed. Look at him. He hasn't changed. He hasn't changed, has he? He's just like fatter and more gray hair, but he's still like pumping out that neocon, you know, McCain juice right there. That Ronald Rumsfeld, George Bush Sr., Paul Wolfowitz, Donald Rumsfeld cocktail. He's all there, right? Wolfowitz in the veins. Condi Rice, can't forget her, right? Got too many to name. Strauss would be proud. I mean, he's doing like. Sleeping just right in his grave. He's not rolling over whatsoever. He's really, really, really good at, you know, he's feeling really good after what he taught his students, isn't he?
Can you guarantee that? Can President Trump in any form, can you make the commitment that this would not lead to a longer war?
I can guarantee you that if the Ayatollah gets a nuclear weapon, he will use it. I believe that with all my heart and soul.
The Ayatollah, he will use it like it's Jerry. You know, if Jerry gets a bomb, he's going to use it.
So the men and women who serve, they're the ones going, not people answering a poll. And if you ask them, would you be willing to risk your life to stop the Ayatollah from having...
Oh, I mean, that again, that's rich coming from you standing in front of the Capitol. When are you putting your fatigues on and leaving? When you ship out? Not the people answering the poll. The fucking nerve of this one.
A nuclear weapon, all of them would say yes, because it makes their country, our country, safer. So we live in a world where you got to confront problems. You want to avoid World War III? Learn the lessons from World War II. People in World War II appeased Hitler to the point that it got so much out of hand, we had a world war and 60 million people got killed. So we live in a world where you pay now or you pay later. Let's stop this threat before he gets a nuclear weapon. Let's end this reign of terror. Let's do it now. It's not going to take 20 months, but I can't guarantee you your freedom and your safety unless we're willing to fight for it. I can guarantee you this: if we don't fight for our freedom, we will lose it.
Yeah, you know, you got all the key words in there, like, you know, war and world war, and, you know, safety and freedom and democracy. Did he say democracy? He might be slipping a little bit. He might have forgotten that one. Very, very important. All right. You need to start a world war to prevent a world war. That's how it is, man. You know, it's a double-edged sword. I know how it be. These motherfuckers. Yeah, it's really funny because it's not just the same politicians, like the same news hosts, yeah. And I know people want to praise Tucker Carlson and so on. Did he oppose the Iraq War? I don't remember that. Regardless, forget Tucker. I know Fox News, right, which is literally where Hannity was and still is. They had like you know, they 24/7 rolling coverage pro Iraq War. I mean, everyone did. CNN were like, I remember seeing them live stream the invasion on the tank. So, I mean, it doesn't really make any difference, right? When you're dealing with this kind of system, it's just a monolith. So, alas, we come to Ted Cruz. We come to Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz. Let's take a look at that. I mean, I just thought we'd have like a nice little reunion with our friends. You know, it's good to be back in 2002. It's really good. Okay, so here, let's do this one. Okay. Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz. So he sliced and diced him in this interview. We're not going to watch the whole thing. It's 2 hours long, but I think we'll just dabble, with a little bit of it and kind of comment on sections. Let's start with this one, for example.
Growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible, those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of it, it says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my... You pull out the phone and use the...
It's in Genesis. So you're quoting a Bible phrase. You don't have context for it and you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology? I'm confused. What does that even mean?
Tucker.
I'm a Christian. I want to know what you're talking about.
Okay. Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel. But number two...
Where do I begin with these two? Okay. When they say Israel in especially this is made clear in the New Testament, it's not a physical place. First of all, it's a spiritual place. Yeah, that's what it means. Number two, I think you will find, and Tucker Carlson fails to do this in the interview, but I will set the record straight. Israelis are not from this region. Particularly the prime ministers, the political elite, the founders, the people who run the show. Netanyahu's Polish. His name is Milaikowski. Do you really think Mr. Milaikowski is connected to the ancient Hebrews that lived in that area? Even if that's like, what you think, it's a physical place and so on. Is that what you believe? Is that what you think? Or do you think the Palestinians, who today, some of them might be Christian, some of them might be Muslim, some might even be Jewish, right? And you do have all three. In different ratios? Or do you think the Palestinians and the Levantines in that region are more closely related, like just logically? Do you think the people that never left are closer to those ancient Hebrews, or someone called Milaikowski from Ukraine? And by the way, this is not just a Netanyahu thing, because every prime minister before him, guess what? They also come from Poland, from Russia, from Ukraine. They're all Eastern European, every single one. Golda Meir, which again, that's not her real name. She changed it. I made a whole video about them. Every single one of them changed it to sound more biblical, to sound more Middle Eastern, more Jewish. Because they have Eastern European names and they're Ashkenazi. They're not Semites. So just by that logic, like even if we go along with what he's saying, how does that square with, how do you reconcile that with you murdering the closest living descendants to those, those ancient Hebrews or Israelites? Would make you pretty bad, quote unquote, Christian in those, by your own logic, wouldn't it? Not to mention the fact that he doesn't understand the Bible. And also, I really don't need to go through this, but, 10 Commandments, for example, really clear. This, thou shalt not kill. It doesn't say thou shalt go bomb Iran or, thou shalt murder children in Gaza, does it? So he's kind of cherry picking what he likes. And of course, this whole evangelical bullshit is really insufferable because again, Christians in the Middle East, meaning the closest living descendants of the first Christians, don't believe in any of this. As a matter of fact, they're the biggest victims of Ted Cruz, of Zionism, of Israel, of U.S. imperialism. They're some of the biggest victims. Actually, after the invasion in Iraq in 2003, the UK-US invasion, Iraqi Christian population dropped from in Syria, dropped from 10 to 2% now, right? After the dirty war, which is connected to Iraq. And then in Iraq, also the same thing. I think it lost the same amount of Christians. So hundreds of thousands of Christians gone. Thanks to Ted Cruz, who supported the war in Iraq, supported the war in Syria, thanks to Marco Rubio. And then these people turn around and call themselves Christians, when actually they literally help murder Christians. So I'll just go ahead and say they're full of shit. Yeah? I think we can settle it. We can leave it at that. And that's why no one in the region actually buys into Zionism except a bunch of batshit, maybe like phalangi or something, collaborators, and even then it's like they're not really ideologically convinced. It was more of a, they collaborated with the Israelis, but not out of ideological stance like him. This is an American, Protestant, Western thing. It's not, there's just no basis for it. It's made up. And the Israelis need that to make money, to raise money through AIPAC, through donations. They need that political support from evangelicals, so they feed them this lie. It's I mean, what can I tell you? Well, I have a story about Sunday school, which I'll tell you another time, because we've already been on for quite a while, but it's sort of related to this. Anyway, it can wait. I'll continue with the interview because it's quite long, and we wanted to cover a bit more diverse parts. So I saw there's one thing about. Hold on. Oh, by the way, this is a good tweet, right? Like, I'll let Tucker finish, and then I'll show you the tweet because it's related to what he's saying.
Hold on.
No,
Hold on. You're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I am a Christian, and I am allowed to weigh in on this. We are commanded as Christians to support the government of Israel?
We are commanded to support Israel. And what
does that mean, Israel?
We're told those who bless Israel will be blessed.
But what?
Yeah, again, this is, I've never heard of this. I don't know where he gets this from. Weird how no one, actually is taught that, in the place Christianity was born. Weird. Almost like it's made up, right?
Hold on, define Israel. This is important. Are you kidding? This is a majority Christian country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is? That would be the country you've asked 49 questions about.
So that's what Genesis, that's what God is talking about.
The nation of Israel, yes.
And so is that the current borders, the current leadership? He's talking about the political entity called Israel?
He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing a nation. A nation was the people of Israel.
Is the nation
They're the descendants
God's
of
referring
Abraham.
to in Genesis, is that the same as the country run by Benjamin Netanyahu right now?
Yes.
Okay. Here's a tweet that I want to show you, which is related to that. So someone said, my name is Matthew. A lot of people don't know this, but there was a Matthew in the Bible, and we're the same person. That's good. That's good. Honestly, here I'll show you another clip, which is completely random, but it's also from the same interview. It just shows you how thick he is. Okay, hold on.
My father was in prison. Look, my father was imprisoned and tortured in Cuba. I hate communists. It was actually Batista that tortured my dad.
Oh, okay. So it's got nothing to do with Castro, right? But you tried to connect it to it. I mean, well done. I guess maybe we can give him a D for effort or something. I don't know. Christ. I mean, just yeah. It's 2 hours of this. I know. So I saw there's one part about Syria. Let's take a look at that
today.
Right.
The question is, are we watching that now?
So I think we are, and from what you've said publicly, I think on Iran in particular, you and I disagree. And all right, let me contrast it when Obama was president. When Obama was president, you remember he talked about wanting to have military action against Syria.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, I tried to keep an open mind to it. I said, okay, let me listen to the commander-in-chief, describe to me how this is in America's interest and what your plan is. And Bashar Assad was a bad guy. He was killing his own citizens, and he had chemical weapons that were very dangerous. I could conceive of a commander-in-chief laying out a plan for, okay, we're going to go in.
He was a bad guy. Yeah, like there are good guys and there's bad guys, and the good guys have to kill the bad guys. Yeah, like this is, it's an elementary playground, and cowboys and Indians, and yeah, the world is black and white, and Ted Cruz said so. Very bright guy, as you can easily tell. Well, what happens if someone decides you're the bad guy? What happens then? Can they just, take you out? Is that how this works? Just asking.
And say, grab the chemical weapons and leave. Like I could see that if
well, you'll never guess, because that's actually exactly what happened. They dismantled the chemical weapons in 2014, both Russia and the United States together. So no need to hypothesize. But you're lying, aren't you? So okay.
There was a real threat to America, and there was a plan to prevent. Yeah,
there's a real threat. Bashar al-Assad wanted to drop anthrax in the New York subway. He's been fucking planning this since the day he was in diapers. Yeah, long-term plan, of course. Yeah, threat to America, totally.
And that I could see supporting that. So I wanted to hear what he had to say. And I listened both in classified briefings and public questioning. And number one, their public defense of it was incoherent. So John Kerry said, we're going to engage in an unbelievably small strike. I think that's a quote. I'm like, okay, and to do what? At the time, there were 9 major rebel Islamic groups in Syria. I'm like, okay, I agree, Bashar Assad's a bad guy. You topple him. And one of the 9 other groups takes over. 7 of them were affiliated with radical Islamic terrorism. You had Al-Qaeda and Al-Nusra. I'm like, wait, how is it better to have lunatics who hate us in charge? Assad.
And now he's going to go and say, well, you see, this was a bad thing, but we did it anyway.
Assad's a bad guy, but I don't want worse guys in charge.
Oh, well, that's really generous of him. I'm so glad he's taken such a such an interest in the well-being of Syrians and, you know, bad guys being in charge. Oh, no, this is really bad. You know, thank you, Ted Cruz. I mean, what would people do without you, right? Like, this is hero stuff. Yeah, heroic and stuff.
Obama administration couldn't give an answer to that. And ultimately, when you press them, John Kerry in particular, I pressed, and he would say, well, we need to defend international norms. Like, what the hell's an international norm? I don't know what it is, but I'm not interested in putting U.S. servicemen and women in harm's way to defend one.
Amen.
So I opposed the Syria attack and opposed it vocally. And it was interesting. Rand and I agreed. Rand's a friend of mine. But we agreed with that position for different reasons.
There's a big but coming somewhere, isn't there?
What I was asking is I think the question we should ask, how does this make America safer? The Obama administration couldn't give me an answer, so I opposed it. I think Iran is very different.
Let me ask what you think of...
I told you. Also, he's a liar because he and Marco Rubio, they both supported everything that's happened in Syria publicly, whatever they're politicians. They literally lie for a living. That's their job. So yeah, he's full of it. But I knew there was a but coming. I told you. Also, they're related. You can't you can't disentangle the two. I told you in December when Syria fell that Lebanon is gone, Palestine is gone, Iran is next. I told you this. They're connected. It's not because they have the same ideology or religion or political system. On the contrary, they couldn't be more different. But you know, Iran is majority Shia. It's an Islamic Republic. Syria is a secular country with 15 different, 20 different ethnic groups. Although Iran also has that diversity, but Syria even more so. Different geographies, histories. I mean, it's, we all know what the common interest was. It's not Shiite militias like he wants you to believe, or some bollocks about chemical weapons. Yeah, but
how Syria wound up, because Bashar al-Assad now lives in Moscow.
Yeah,
he was taken out by our allies, and he's been replaced by a radical Islamist who was affiliated with ISIS. So, is that a win or no?
Unclear. Look, Syria's a mess, so I've consistently opposed.
But we had a secular leader in a religious and ethnically diverse country. Now we have a religious extremist, Islamic religious extremist, who's overseeing the purge of Christians and Alawites. Is that better? That doesn't seem like a win.
One of the things you said is he was...
Yeah, see, Tucker's correct, but the problem with a lot of Americans is they come too late to the show. They're late to the show and the party. So, it's kind of useless when you come this late, isn't it? Hindsight is very easy. Doesn't really help anyone.
Was taken out by
unfortunately, and that's already saying something, because there's hardly any reasonable voices. So
allies. I don't think that's right. Israel didn't take Assad out.
Oh yeah. Okay, we're really dealing with high level stakes of genius right here. This is Ted Cruz. They don't come any brighter than him. Israel had nothing to do with it. They just struck Syria a million times and said they want to take Assad out. And, Trump, of course, said that too, because he's their bitch. And they just wanted to, they just tried to send a Mossad agent, Eli Cohen, who almost became the defense minister of Syria. Yeah, they want nothing to do with Syria. Yeah, they love it. They love it. Wow, Jesus Christ. I mean, you really have to have the IQ of a fucking doormat to become a senator, don't you?
What happened, and I'll tell you.
What about Turkey?
Turkey didn't take him out. So it was interesting. I had a...
This just gets better and better. Motherfucker. All the foreign fighters came through Turkey. What does he think? They parachuted into fucking Damascus with like with an AC-130? Sorry, with a C-47. Is this guy? I can't believe how thick he is. He's really just a horrible liar, or extraordinarily thick. I think it's both, but more of the latter.
How did Assad get kicked out?
Yeah. When Netanyahu was in D.C. a couple of months ago,
I think I've swallowed all I could. Honestly, this is really a bit too much to digest. I'm gonna have to watch this like alone and just kind of yell at the screen, But I mean, that's what I'm doing already now. Jesus Christ, it's so bad. It's really it's so bad. It's honestly, I should be compensated psychologically and financially for having to watch this bollocks.
He and I sat down for a couple of hours. He's a good friend of mine. And we talked actually about Syria. He made an interesting point that I've not heard anywhere else, in that he said he believes what toppled Assad was when Israel took out Nasrallah.
Okay, so Israel did have something to do with it. See how nice he is when he starts, his neurons start connecting, firing at the same time even? Wow, I mean, this is really... well done. Everybody please clap for Mr. Cruz. Well done.
Nasrallah was the head of Hezbollah, and they took him out.
I know. No, you don't say. I thought he was the head of Five Guys. Really?
And he made an interesting point. He said, it's fascinating how a charismatic leader, and Bibi said, look, Nasrallah was a very effective terrorist leader. And when they took him out, that power base was supporting Assad. And that ultimately, in Bibi's analysis, removed the support from Assad and toppled him. But they weren't trying to take out Assad. My view now, I don't know.
So you don't think...
and now we come to the truth. Yes, you do not know Mr. Cruz. I think we'll leave it at that before I start. Bibi, you know, my old friend who has lots of tapes of me island hopping. Wow, this guy is really a piece of work. I mean, I knew he was dumb, but this is really like, you know, a new low. Wow. Yeah, so... I think you can go and honestly, like this when I said this is 2 hours long, it's literally 2 hours long. I think I can leave it for next time because I haven't watched all of it. So if you want me to react to it, I'll leave it for next time because we've been live for quite a bit here now, and I'm really at the end of my wits. But yeah, no, this. I mean, can you imagine that these are the people that supposedly, right, on paper, I mean, in reality, no, but on paper, these people. Senators are deciding foreign policy. It's scandal. Like I would trust a random person on the street more than I would with foreign policy than him. Really. This is really an indictment of the U.S. Although to be completely fair, you can go and find politicians all across Europe and they will be this dumb or dishonest. I mean, is that really a choice, or is one better than the other? No, not really. I honestly, you know, maybe they can plead stupidity at the Nuremberg 2.0 tribunals. I don't know if that's going to be allowed, but you know, yeah. This is something else. So I'm just going to read out your questions. I'm going to read out your questions. Give me a second, or your comments. Yeah, we got a whole bunch of people just joined in the last minute. It's Travis Lamayoria and Kirk and Teresa. Thank you for supporting on Patreon. And I'll play your crab dance momentarily. I'm just going to read these donations out to you from PayPal. We've got one from Melissa. Says, I'm so happy that you're back, Richard. Free Palestine. Thank you. You know, I can't promise no swearing because the content is a bit provocative, isn't it? Dina, thank you very much. Says, good to see you back. Likewise, and I'm very grateful for your kind contributions. And thank you as well. We just got one now from Andrea. Says, from Andrea, thanks for all you do. You're awesome. Well, I mean, you know, it's difficult to kind of keep it together with these two at the end, but I'm exaggerating, of course. I'll leave it for next time. We'll go through it in detail. I think we've got enough. You know, we've got a strong enough dose of neo-carnage today. Neo-carnage. Yeah. So I'll play you guys a crab dance because I owe you one, and I want to say thank you for you know, subscribing and supporting the show. Where the hell did I place it? Give me a sec. I think it's over. Yeah, here we go. Thank you again. I'm very grateful. And this is for everyone who's supporting the show.
Clap for that, you stupid bastard. Corn Pop was a bad dude. And he ran a bunch of bad boys.
Listen, fuckhead. You fucking crossed the line. Claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you goddamn son of a bitch?
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch.
Good morning. Sunday morning.
Cut that bitch off.
Thank you for Iron Dome.
Thank you.
والله في كلاب بصراحة يعني. ماشي نشتغل عادي.
We lied, we cheated, we stole.
China. And you ain't black.
There's always the macro.
And then there's the micro.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
You talking to me?
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'll have 2 number 9s, a number 9 large.
we got him.
Because I have to do it myself. I know it's not.
I've fallen and I can't get up.
Oh!
Disgusting!
Jesus.
She was 12, I was 30, but anyway.
Oh my God.
We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Why you text Sanders? Why? You're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay. Okay.
Suck my dick and choke on it. I yield my time. Fuck you.
Man, I'm fully into the Bill O'Reilly mode, you know? We'll do it live. Thank you guys all for tuning in. I really appreciate it. And please make sure to share the live stream, share the videos, the segments when they're up, especially that nuclear one that pissed me off. But I'm very grateful and thank you for supporting the show. Yeah, my bail date is, what is it, November 5th, Guy Fawkes Day. That's kind of ironic. So yeah, I'll keep you appraised of any changes, and